call the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, January 25th at 9:05. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Now we have a Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Vice Chair Rickman to lead us in the pledge. Thank you, Bob. All right, roll call, please.
Supervisor Villa-Pucci.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here. Now we have a proclamation for National Children's Dental Health Month. We have somebody representing public health.
Thank you, Chairman. I will invite Caitlin Pierce, Public Health Educator from the Public Health Services Health Promotions Department, down as I read the proclamation this morning. Whereas tooth decay, also known as dental caries, is the most common chronic health condition for children in the United States. Poor oral health in children can lead to difficulty concentrating and learning, malnutrition, missed school days, and increased dental care costs. And whereas California ranks 44th in the nation on children's oral health status. And whereas in 2018-2019, 61% of third graders in California had experienced tooth decay, with 22% of them being untreated. Latino children had the highest prevalence of tooth decay at 72%, while African American children had the greatest pervasiveness of untreated decay at 26%. And whereas third grade students from the San Joaquin County Valley had the highest prevalence of tooth decay at 76% and untreated tooth decay at 30%. And whereas Assembly Bill 1433 was signed into law in 2006, requiring school districts to report results to the kindergarten oral health assessment to the County Office of Education. In 2021, only 4 of 15 San Joaquin County school districts reported results. And whereas in 2020, approximately 22% kindergarten students in San Joaquin County had untreated decay, slightly higher than the California average of 21%. And whereas the San Joaquin County Public Health Services Local Oral Health Program, in partnership with the San Joaquin Treatment and Education for Everyone on Teeth and Health Collaborative, is helping parents establish a dental home for their children. And whereas the San Joaquin County Public Health Services, LOHP, recognizes that dental sealants are an evidence-based clinical practice used to prevent dental decay in primary and permanent molars. The LOHP is also increasing efforts to identify children who need sealants and referring them to care. And whereas San Joaquin County Public Health Services joins the California Department of Public Health and the American Dental Association in adopting the 2022 National Children's Dental Health Month theme, Sealants Make Sense. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2022 as National Children's Dental Health Month, presented this 25th day of January 2022.
Thank you. Would you like to make some comments for public health? Sure, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Nguyen and Board of Supervisors. We are honored to be here today to accept this proclamation this morning. On behalf of San Joaquin County Public Health Services and First 5 San Joaquin, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity to highlight the great work the SJ Teeth Collaborative is providing to the community. Over the last 5 years, the collaborative has reached thousands of children and families throughout the county, connecting them to affordable dental health care. With passion and collaboration, SJ Teeth will continue to work towards eliminating dental disease in children.
Don't run off. Here's a copy of the proclamation. Give that to you, and for public health. Thank you for all that you're doing in regards to our students and our youth in regards to dental health. I think we've all known, maybe through our experiences or certainly our contacts, of children who have dental deficiencies and therefore need treatment. And I can't imagine a child going to school with pain or incomplete dental work to eat or do the normal things that we do. And someday we will not be wearing these masks, so we can actually see their smile and their teeth. So before you take off, I'd like to have my supervisor, Bill Putman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank you for what you do for the kids of our county. Teeth are so important, and you don't realize it until you get older. But yeah, I'd love to see the smile again. So thank you very much.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here today. Thank you for all you do for our kids. And no, this is a topic of concern, and talking about eliminating dental disease, and people don't realize what happens in your mouth can affect your whole entire body, and of course, like our Supervisor Bill Wood said, affect you as you get older. So thank you for bringing awareness and education to the schools, the parents, and the children here in San Joaquin County. We appreciate it.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks for all you and your colleagues are doing throughout San Joaquin County. Through my work on the Children and Youth Task Force, I was so surprised when I learned that the #1 reason for school absences in children is dental health or lack of. And so this is an issue that impacts kids. It impacts our schools. It impacts their ability to learn, all of these things. So education is so important. Thank you for what you're doing. We greatly appreciate it.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Fantastic job. I'm glad the county could recognize this and give some awareness. I know that getting good oral hygiene is paramount, and they're even finding more studies that establish a correlation between longevity and life and overall health and well-being with good hygiene with the oral. It just starts and stops, and I believe one of the most infectious bites you can get is from a human being. We have so much bacteria in our mouth. So any effort we can to help our kids and promote that good oral health and hygiene and dental visits and cleaning and using mouthwash and toothbrush, everything that is imperative to our healthy community. So thank you very much.
And I want to thank you and your staff for all you do, not just in dental health, but all the other programs that you have to make our community healthier. So thank you, and please pass it on to the rest of the staff, okay? Thank you. Next item is public comment. I'll read the rules. Now it's time for public comment in matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda in minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form, which I have a few. If you address the board in person, there is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with green, yellow, and red lights. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the supervisors. So, Christina Gilbert.
Good morning, Chair Wynn and Supervisors. On January 13th, the Children and Youth Task Force convened one of their first work group meetings specifically on workforce development issues as it relates to behavioral health sector. It was a robust conversation where we were able to engage well over 45 of your local experts, including county department heads, SJCOE, lots of CBOs, and they have really great conversations around how to create a pipeline to address the shocking crisis we have and lack of behavioral health professionals to deliver the very important programs that we're funding. We encourage you to accept those emails I'm sending, hoping that I might be able to sit down with each of you individually and bring you up to date on those, where I might find out where you find this work valuable and there's additional people that we should be working with. We want to make sure those conversations are well-rounded. The Alliance is committed to broadening the circle of people engaged in this conversation. We are taking the time to engage well over 180 people that are on our mailing list. We email with them regularly. We meet with them in one-on-ones, small groups, and large group meetings. In addition to this, you know we put a poll in the field in December that indicated the strong support you have from your voters to spend this money mitigating the impacts of COVID on children and youth. We also launched a social media campaign in December that highlights some of the amazing work going on around the county and how it needs to be expanded. I'm excited to tell you that the last group we highlighted was the Tracy Boys and Girls Club, and we reached well over 15,000 people. It was an exponential growth from the last set we did, and we expect to see the same reach expanded over the next month or two as we continue to highlight more groups doing great, impactful work. We are also now turning our attention to small groups that exist outside of those community-based organizations, leaders, small business owners all across the county, bringing this conversation, the facts of what's happening, the opportunities with this once-in-a-lifetime infusion of funding to offset these impacts to children and youth. We're seeing enormous support from these groups as well, as we're all committed to our children, and we all want to urge the board to continue to direct staff to work with the Children and Youth Task Force to develop these proposals all the way through. These proposals are going to take time. They're taking the time to really read the conversation all the way through to work with each group of people that need to be there. But if we protect those pots of money, if we protect those opportunities through this funding, we can work alongside that when it arrives in May, you would have fully vetted proposals that would make a tremendous impact and what I consider to be a once-in-our-lifetime opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your organization. I'm not sure of the first name, but the last name, I believe, is Ellis.
Good morning, Chairman Wynn,
Morning.
to the Board of Supervisors. I consider it a great opportunity to speak in behalf of the work that is being done by your Youth and Children Task Force. I think the concept that they are utilizing in reference to bringing various different individuals from various different perspectives, very diverse in more than ethnicity and in their viewpoints and industry-wide together to begin to talk about collectively how we can address some of the issues that we see across our county is a tremendous opportunity. And I have had an opportunity a number of years ago to initially sit in on the group, and recently I became a little bit more engaged in the group, and I am very, very happy the progress and the process that they are using in both large gatherings, in small groups, and in individuals. It takes all of us to work collectively together to come out with creative solutions. And that process is started here. It's something that I believe our county should be very proud of, and I hope that the various different municipalities participate and see the process. But you all could take a great opportunity in leading this process, and it is just tremendous that we utilize and engage citizens from a wide perspective and individuals from a wide perspective in this process. So I wanted to share that with you and encourage you to continue and support the findings that come out of this group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis, and certainly thank you for your engagement. Is it Pete Moyer?
I'm Pete Moyer. I live on Hanson Road. I'm the second house in off of Von Saucen. We met as a group here a few months ago looking for a solution to the traffic problems. After about 20 people spoke, the board still decided to make Hanson Road a one-way as a test. When I came home and saw those cement K-rails, the stripes down the road, it's atrocious, it's ugly, it's repulsive. I hope that none of you people have a mess like that in your front yard. I'd be embarrassed to put my house up for sale right now. You put these yellow stripes for a mile all the way up the road. It's a drag strip now. Kids are riding bicycles in and playing it. It's a safety issue. A few months ago when Mr. Rickman and Balaji and Najee and so on were working for traffic control, they put in the orange K-rails, they put in the plastic pipes and so on, trying to divert traffic. And these were the orange K-rails that got drug up over the top of the freeway and woke us up every night when they ripped the airlines out from under the diesel trucks. We asked for concrete K-rails, and Najee and Balaji told us we couldn't have concrete K-rails because they were dangerous. If somebody hit them, they could get killed or whatever. Well, we have 3 great big concrete K-rails on our street. The second thing I want to say is somebody from the county came out and hooked a car counter up to my mailbox. There's hoses, chains, and equipment sticking up. I have pictures on my phone if you want to see it. Somebody stepped on it, tripped on it last night walking a dog. Somebody is going to get hurt. I hope somebody has it removed today. You have the control of the telephone. You can make it happen. This Hanson Road debacle's been going on for a long time. The one way isn't the solution. The short term of what's happened is the drivers are being educated now. They're bypassing Von Saucen. More of them are taking Lammers. You have a car counter on Von Saucen. More of them are taking Mountain House Parkway. But this city and this county has collected a lot of money, probably brought 30,000, 40,000 jobs into the county by building Prologis and some other projects. But nobody's really improved the infrastructure in our area. We were promised at the onset of this project in 2012 that Lammers Road was going to go over the top of the freeway with an overpass to keep the traffic off of our street. It hasn't happened yet. Right now, the federal government's given away a lot of money. It would be a good time to think and look at that money and look at those plans. What we have going on in Tracy right now in this county is you have a 30-gallon bathtub and you're putting 50 gallons of water in it. That's what's happened with the commuters. It is so backed up. They have no road, no means, no way to get in or out. I still consider this a public safety issue. I worry about my wife driving out of my driveway. I worry about my grandkids. It's a safety issue for all of us. Hanson Road needs to be closed at the overpass, and people will get the message and stay off of our road. Thank you so much for the progress and the time you've given us.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. LeBouf, is that correct? Is that David? I'm not sure of the spelling. Lebeouf.
Chairman, when I believe that was submitted earlier this week, so I'm not sure if Mr. LeBouf is here today or not.
Okay, great, thank you. And Ruben Rodriguez.
Good morning, Chairman Wynn and members of the Board of Supervisors. Joaquin County Correctional Officers are extremely short-staffed and have been for nearly a decade. According to a staff report conducted by Human Resources, we have experienced a net zero gain in new allocated positions filled since 2012. For too long, we have been singled out and underfunded in comparison to other public safety units. Consequences of such pillars set by the board has been accelerated burnout, early retirements, increased injuries, increased risk liability, and lack of training availability. You have lowered the hiring age requirement to 18 years and added hiring incentives. Unfortunately, those bold actions have made little improvement to our vacancies. We have provided the County Labor Committee ample data to justify our case that it is due to our base wage being way too low. We have been told to forget the past and move on. However, if we choose to ignore history, then we'll be destined to relive it. More and more, I hear my officers ask, do one of us have to die or be seriously injured before the board does something to help our staffing levels? Please give HR enough time for you to listen to their report and analysis of the facts. Time is of the essence as more early retirements are looming. Our proposal is not ideal, but it provides the trajectory to eventually attract and retain viable, qualified, and resilient staff. On a side note, the local and statewide public health orders since the onset of this pandemic have greatly increased the risk liability, not just to officers, but to inmates as well, for a myriad of reasons. We see that more and more often as this has continually increased with the restrictions that are placed and the operations that are affected. And the last 2 weeks have been 2 weeks of hell for the jail. Case in point, we experienced the first murder in the history of the jail just last year. Thank you.
And thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? You seen none? Clerk of the board?
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. We do have quite a few written public comments, so I'm going to start off by having Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee begin, and then I will complete the remaining comments and check for any more that we've received.
Thank you.
Mamta Jain writes, good morning, supervisors. I am Dr. Mamta Jain, chair of the Pediatrics Department at San Joaquin General Hospital, medical director for the Child Advocacy Center, SAFE team member, and pediatrician at Mary Graham Children's Shelter. I had the opportunity to present to Supervisor Patty and the executive staff at the county hospital recently, and I feel compelled to highlight the enormous challenges with the board at large. Now more than ever, we are witnessing the impacts of long-term mental health issues that have been left unaddressed. Academic problems, increased separation from family, and significant risk of exploitation. Additionally, the physical health impacts from COVID to children, like obesity and diabetes, have increased dramatically. Our community, including the county, must come together to address the physical health and mental health impacts or suffer the long-term impacts as these children become adults. In essence, our kids need safe, stable, and nurturing families with good economic support, quality daycares, pre-K programs, after-school programs, green playgrounds, equitable access to quality education, access to healthy foods, and mental health care, especially in areas with greater disparities. I urge the board to lean into the conversations taking place at the Children and Youth Task Force. As a pediatrician on the front lines, I have been alarmed at what I've witnessed for years. The significant uptick in impacts from COVID will be catastrophic if left unaddressed. The county has a role to play in. Christina Bastida writes, Dear Chair Nguyen and supervisors, I am Christina Bastida, Executive Director with Health Force Partners, a sector partnership committed to health career pathways and workforce development. HFPs convene industry leaders to design solutions that address their workforce needs while expanding opportunities for community residents. We use a partner-based approach to coordinate strategies that leverage resources of multiple partners to grow the local healthcare workforce, especially in behavioral health. Since our 2018 founding, we maintain collaboration with San Joaquin County Healthcare Services, San Joaquin General Hospital, and San Joaquin County Behavioral Health Services. Over the past several months, we have found it advantageous to merge our behavioral health work team efforts with those of the Children's and Youth Task Force. The relevance of the conversations, the strong collaborations, and momentum are a compelling reason to ensure these conversations not only continue to move forward, but are strongly supported by this board. Through our partners, we have been able to identify that our community needs to expand its behavioral health workforce by more than 200 plus clinicians in the following areas: psych techs, LCSWs, LMFTs, clinical psychologists, registered associate social workers, registered nurses, specifically psych mental health RN, mental health outreach workers. We urge the board to continue convening the task force and give strong consideration to the proposals brought forward that will support the growth of our behavioral health workforce and the needs of our community. Tom Heckman writes, on January 20th, 2022, you implemented the one-way. Day one was a fiasco. The residents were up in arms and reporters from KCRA News and Stockton Record were on site reporting. Cars were doing U-turns in the middle of the intersection, driving onto school property, and a cut-through commuter, ignoring the signs, drove through the stop sign southbound on Hanson, almost hitting me. I was only outside 30 minutes, spoke to the news crews, and during that time, I witnessed 3 cars who disregarded the do not enter signs, paused briefly, and then decided to turn down Hanson anyway. These cars proceeded all the way through the neighborhood and over the 205 overpass. One of the vehicles heading the wrong way caused a northbound vehicle to veer off the road to avoid a collision. The vehicle traveling northbound turned out to be San Joaquin County Public Works Deputy Director Najee Zarif. Sunday, I witnessed 2 cars, one right after the other, turn southbound on Hanson, disregarding the signs, and a semi-truck driving northbound through our own neighborhood. Additionally, this one-way implementation has angered the cut-through commuters who are cussing out the residents as they drive by. One of your excuses for not closing the overpass was your concern for how it might impact other neighborhoods outside of Lammersville. However, you don't seem concerned about the increasing traffic pushed onto our side streets, aggravating our residents, as well as the cut-through commuters who are now angered with us. George and Julie Escalante writes, close Hanson Road and Lammersville area of Tracy. One way will not work in the long term because speeding cars don't care about the safety of our neighborhood. Christine Moyer writes, I am Chris Moyer and I live on Hanson Road. Since the road has been closed to southbound traffic, I find it hard to get to or from my house. I find that I now have to drive through the neighborhood to get home from a simple trip to the store or pick up my grandson from the high school. I sense that we who live on Hanson are now causing an increase in traffic through the community, thus pulling in a lot more people who will be unhappy. The road needs to be closed at the overpass with gates that will allow emergency vehicles to pass. The only way to truly decrease commuter traffic and big rigs is to not allow them to access to cut through our neighborhood. I have lived here for 23 years and have loved the country atmosphere and quiet living we had for part of the time. The speeding cars, the trash thrown from our windows into our front yards, the rise in dumping on Von Sosten is out of control. I ask you, please hear us and listen to us. This one-way pilot is not going to work. People will ignore the blockades and will make the intersection more dangerous for our children and all that take walks along our streets. Thank you for your time, Christine Moyer. Wendy Cicchini writes, Dear San Joaquin County Supervisors, thank you for attempting to solve the safety problem in the Lammersville community. Unfortunately, making Hanson Road closed on part of northbound lanes only has created new, very unsafe conditions. Drivers are ignoring signage that southbound Hanson is closed. Vehicles are choosing to ignore the blocked southbound lane on Hanson Road and drive to the warehouses via Hanson anyways. We have witnessed many occasions of vehicles meeting at the top of the overpass and almost causing head-on collisions. In addition, drivers and semi-trucks are speeding down Courier, Redondo, and Cyrus roads to bypass the closure at Von Sosten, only to turn left and attempt to proceed south on Hanson via northbound lanes of the overpass. Unsafe road conditions now include vehicles and trucks going south in northbound lanes, speeding vehicles completely ignoring stop signs, unsafe lane changes and passing over double yellow lines, increased semi-trucks and commuters speeding through additional residential roads. The LPA previously submitted a petition to the county showing over 85% of the entire neighborhood supporting closing Hanson Road with emergency access. Several roads in California have recently been legally closed for similar reasons. According to the Cord-specific plan, EIR, these roads were not designed or needed as a throughway for the distribution center. Closing Hanson Road with emergency access is an extremely high priority since it greatly affects the safety, health, and well-being of all the people in Lammersville. Raymond Dart writes, hello, page 4, 14 through 18 of the Cords Ranch Prologis Traffic EIR states, because the specific plan addresses the control of Hanson Road traffic in this way, such that it is anticipated that few, if any, trips would lose the section of Hanson Road north of I-205, and thus any traffic impacts here would not be less than significant. Accordingly, this section of Hanson Road is not included in the study area. Additionally, the page 4, 14 through 17 states, the project's contribution to cumulative traffic would be more than 5%. Forward to current time, with the Cords Prologis development approximately 30% built, traffic volumes have increased multiple times compared to just a few years ago. Moreover, illegal truck traffic has traveled the residential roads of the Lammersville community, which the Prologis EIR never anticipated. The residents of the Lammersville community have endured the obvious miscalculations of the Cords Ranch EIR. In contrast, a EIR prepared for the Placer Vineyards development in Placer County specifically identified the expected large increase in commuter traffic on Locust Road, a rural two-lane residential road very similar to Hanson Road. Placer County and the development listened to the Locust Road residents' concerns, addressed the issue without experimentation, and closed Locust Road with a gate for emergency access only on the basis of the safety of the Locust Road residents. For the health and safety of the Lammersville community, please immediately implement the closure of Hanson Road with a gate for emergency access only, as Placer County did for the Locust County residents, or Locust Road residents. Robert Guandagna writes, San Joaquin County Supervisors have allowed warehouses to be built right by our subdivision without an impact study. In the last few years, we have been inundated by truck traffic and commuter traffic. We are a rural community, and I feel there is no support for our county supervisors. County Works have recently made Hanson a one-way death trap. We need to have our community back. Please close down Hanson Road the way 85% of the homeowners want. It's time to listen to who pays your salary. Vanny Dart writes, trusted board members, the one-way option on Hanson Road has promoted drag racing and the wrong-way driving from the warehouse workers. There will be head-on collisions, and it will involve the residents of this community, with the workers from the warehouses racing down the two-way stretch going the wrong way. This pilot program from San Joaquin County is giving human lives to experiment, an idea from Public Works, and it is dangerous. In California, Placer County and Sacramento City have done it successfully to protect their citizens. Please see attached photo of the gate used in Placer County to close Locust Road. Protect our children and the residents of the Santos Ranch community. Please close the Hanson Bridge with a gate for emergency access. Our community has been victimized twice, once by Prologis in partnership with the City of Tracy, and now by our own county officials, the same county that states its 5 core values as 1, integrity, 2, responsibility, 3, fairness and accountability, 4, respect for elected or appointed official staff and the public, 5, appropriate and efficient use of public resources. Thank you, Vanny Dart. I'll now hand it over to Rochelle DeBoard, who will finish the public comment.
Thank you, Deputy Lee. I really appreciate that. The next comment was submitted by John Tocini, who writes, Dear San Joaquin County Supervisors, I am a concerned homeowner and grandfather in the Lammersville community. I have lived here for over 30 years and have seen the growth of the Prologis Industrial Park changing the safe and peaceful nature of our neighborhood. Safety of our community roads should be the #1 priority of our county. Part of our tax dollars should be used to protect the community. Changing Hanson Road to one-way will not solve the safety issue. We already see vehicles violating the one-way direction and continue illegal passing, creating unsafe conditions. Creating a one-way on Hanson is forcing more traffic into other neighborhood streets, moving the safety issue from one area to another. As county supervisors, one of your duties is to look at all the evidence which shows the need to close Hanson Road with access for emergency vehicles as the best solution. 2 other counties both closed roads for unsafe conditions. Allow the community to present their data showing why Hanson Road should be closed. The next comment is submitted by Ron Lewis, who writes, I own the property at 23595 Hanson Road. For a few years now, it has been a danger for me to walk my pets in the neighborhood due to the traffic caused by the warehouses. I live next to the overpass and have to run for my life every time a speeding vehicle comes over into the residential side. Now you have made my QOL worse with having to drive out of my way to get home. I don't mean to insult anyone, but whoever made the decision to make our neighborhood a detour should be fired. It does not take much intelligence to see this as a major inconvenience and does nothing to thwart the northbound problem. Nincompoop comes to mind. Please rethink the disaster you have created, and in the meantime, change the speed limit for the overpass, which is residential, to 25 miles per hour from the last northbound stop sign. Also, someone is going to get killed because I have already seen multiple people head south over the overpass in the wrong lane. It is just a matter of time. Until then, you should probably have law enforcement out there 24/7, 365. The next comment is submitted by Tatiana Briff, who writes, Hello, our neighborhood have petitioned for a long time for closing Hanson Road by the City of Tracy. Unfortunately, our voices were not heard. Instead, Department of Public Works has chosen to make part of Hanson Road one way. This action has 2 major consequences. 1, all traffic committing to the business park is now using adjacent roads. We experiencing huge influx of traffic on Redondo, Courier, Tissarelas roads, so they basically shifted the problem from one area to another. 2, we witnessed multiple times cars driving on the oncoming lane by barricades. This is just a matter of time head-on collision to happen. The danger the residents of the neighborhood were put on by the Department of Public Works cannot be justified by any rules or laws. We again request to close Hanson Road to make the impact of the nearby business park development on our neighborhood insignificant, as it was stated by the environmental study preceding the development. Thank you. Pat Moore writes, Hello, Board of Supervisors. To date, there have been several meetings and as many discussions with completely opposite solutions from San Joaquin County and the City of Tracy regarding the Hanson Road overpass closure. Does this resistance and refusal to close the overpass have everything to do with the imminent faux request of public opinion for option A or option B of State Route 239? Curious minds would love to know. Thank you. Greg Moore writes, Hello, the recent one-way road barricade was installed, and the same afternoon Prologis employees were driving around the barricade and proceeding across the Hanson Road overpass to the warehouses, going the wrong way and at excessive speeds. Then the next day, the warehouse employees were driving northbound directions in both lanes at excessive speed into the incoming wrong way traffic going around the barricade. The safety of all the community residents, school children, livestock, and pets are in real dangerous situation. This illegal traffic is going to cause a serious head-on collision and someone will get seriously injured. The warehouse employees are going to use any way possible to cross over the Hanson Street overpass. The only way to correct a problem that can't be controlled is to close the overpass to all traffic except emergency vehicles. Over the weekend, we saw 7 to 8 semi-trucks going both east and west on Von Sosten Road. The westbound traffic on Von Sosten the morning has not changed. Still at 65 to 70 vehicles an hour from the 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. time frame. and in the afternoon shift, change it's at 70 vehicles, which most are traveling above the 35 mile per hour. We have seen some law enforcement, but not during shift changes when most of the heavy traffic happens. The roadway in front of our home is crumbling and has large cracks in the asphalt. Tammy Merrill writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, 85% of the residents of the Lammersville community in Tracy signed a petition to close Hanson Road with emergency access only. Instead, we have a partial one-way road that is extremely dangerous. We have tons of video footage of vehicles ignoring the barriers by entering Hanson in the wrong way side of the road. There have been so many near misses already. One of them was Najee of Public Works himself. Najee had to swerve off to the side of the road to avoid a head-on collision. We have witnessed hundreds of vehicles making U-turns in the Lammersville Elementary School crosswalk while children are at school. This is a nightmare and a serious accident just waiting to happen. Not only is this a safety issue, but it also looks like a construction zone. Residents can't get to and from their own homes without going way out of the way. Delivery trucks, delivery vehicles are having issues delivering packages. Kids are walking on the closed street thinking they are safe, but vehicles are ignoring the signs and driving on the wrong side anyway. Please do the right thing and close Hanson Road at the overpass with a gate for emergency access only. Please help keep us safe. Thank you, Tammy Merrill. The next comment was submitted by Christina Silva, who writes, Dear Supervisors, please listen to the residents of Lammersville. It has not even been a week, and there have been horrible things happening. Just like the speed bumps that have only caused them more harm than good, the one-way on Hanson is a tragedy waiting to happen. You have commuters yelling at residents. You have drivers going the wrong way on the one-way area. You have drivers using both lanes to drive the same way. You have drivers driving around the makeshift barricades. I don't think we need to wait 90 to 120 days to see that this isn't working. If you wait that long, it will get worse. Please remove the speed bumps and one-way gimmicks and close Hanson Road. Brenda Tom writes, I am not sure if this is the right place to express my opinion, but I will do it and hopefully it will not go on deaf ears. The one-way idea is probably the most dangerous and unrealistic way to solve a problem. What you have done is created more traffic in other areas, sending confused drivers down a one-way street in the opposite direction, asking people to go 2 to 3 miles out of their way just to get back into their development. I'm not sure why this was offered as a solution, but this really has become a dangerous situation. Just driving over the overpass going northbound is extremely scary, and it will eventually cost someone their life. Again, we have to go 2 to 3 miles out of our way in some situations just to get back into our development that was maybe a quarter of a mile with the old way. If I could please ask everyone to mute their microphones that are participating remotely. We might not seem a lot for people who are just driving through, but it means a lot for people who've been living here for a long time. This is not a solution, it's not a resolution, it's caused a huge, huge problem and should not have been considered. It created a problem since these barriers were put up so big rigs couldn't turn for residents who pull large recreational vehicles, which caused us to have to go down to Grant Line and come straight up Hanson in order to bypass those barriers. Joe Corso writes, unless there are continuous enforcement measures or some sort of mechanical prohibitor, this adds an additional element of unnecessary danger. The warehouse operations needs to be held accountable. They need to be responsible for the full closure of Hanson Road. Their employees and trade partners are the only reason this inconvenience even exists. Anything short of full closure on the south end of the overpass is not addressing the issue and only kicks the can down the road for the residents. Hanson must be closed. And the last comment I have is from Constantine Briff, who writes, Dear San Joaquin County Supervisors, I believe the safest way to prevent the safety problem that has been plaguing Lammersville community is to close Hanson Road with emergency access. As you know, the area is currently experiencing unsafe road conditions, including speeding vehicles, unsafe lane changes, and passing over double yellow lines. Semi-trucks speeding through 25-mile-per-hour residential roads, vehicles ignoring stop signs completely. I am concerned that Hanson Road to southbound traffic will create additional chaos and unsafe conditions. If these drivers are already ignoring all the signage in place, why would they abide by the temporary blockage of half the road? These vehicles choose to ignore the speed limits, and double yellow lines will continue using Hanson Road as a two-lane racetrack, just more frequently. The LPA previously submitted a petition to the county showing over 85% of the entire neighborhood supported closing Hanson Road with emergency access. Before the business park development was open, we felt safe walking dogs, riding horses, or bicycling. These roads were not designed as a throughway for a distribution center. Children typically walked on the corner school, but now the roads are unsafe to use. I see closing Hanson Road with emergency access as an extremely high priority, since it greatly affects the safety, health, and well-being of all the people and animals in the Lammersfield community. And Chairman Perry, that concludes the general public comments that I have. I do have additional comments for items later on the agenda.
Thank you. Anyone else? Have you received any while you were commenting on the public comments? No? Okay. All right. Moving on. Minutes. Motion for any changes on the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Vote. Thank you. And there are no appointments to boards and commissions for this meeting. Moving on to COVID-19 discussion. Mr. Diederich. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Wynn. I have Dr. Maggie Park participating telephonically today, and also Dan Birch, EMS Administrator in Mohawk, also has a presentation this morning.
Okay. And so is Dr. Park leading off?
Yes, please.
Okay. Dr. Park, good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So our current EPI curve shows that we have about 145,000 confirmed cases to date. If you look at the upper left-hand graph, you will see pretty much a bar for every day thus far through the pandemic. And as you can see, we've had to adjust the y-axis because with this Omicron variant, our surge really makes it look like the other waves that we've gone through are much smaller. So on a daily basis, we are receiving many positive results through this particular surge, as many as 3,100 on Saturday. So we do seem to be still in the thick of it. People may ask if we've reached our peak and if we are now going to be coming down, and it's a very difficult question to answer. So I've attached the graph on the lower right-hand side. So you can see that when you take these bars and you kind of take that thicker blue line and look at the average of our cases over 7-day averages, it does appear to the right-hand side that we're starting to take a little bit of a dip down. But I will say that even though we might see this in the news and the media, we can't be certain that as a county we've reached our peak and that we're coming downward. As we continue to count our cases, and we continue to receive reports from positive cases coming in from over the weekend. Some of because of the sheer enormous number of positive cases in the state, there is some data lag. And so I think in about a week's time or so, we should know better about that. And the best I can say really is that at least it looks like we have perhaps leveled off, or we're starting to plateau. But as you can see, just really, really high case rates, to the point where our average case rate now is about 237 per 100,000. Next slide, please. So this is a graph of all the deaths in the county thus far, and really the number is now 1,959. But I don't often show this curve. I wanted to show it just to show people that really, if you look at the steepness of the curve, we had a steeper increase in deaths back in the surge of last winter, when we had less people vaccinated, before even the Delta variant and with the Omicron variant was when we saw our steepest slope there. Of course, this blue line continues to rise. And it, we're just not going to stop seeing deaths completely, but wanted to let you all see the rate of rise. And next slide, please. This is from California's Department of Public Health as the state monitors how many people are affected through whole genome sequencing by the Omicron variant. You can see really that the Omicron variant swiftly became the predominant variant and did overtake the Delta variant. So Delta represented in the blue line, Omicron in the green line. And if you follow to the tip of that green line at the top, we are now testing 97% Omicron, very small amount of other variants. So really, it is the predominant variant. The CDC has said that nationwide, Omicron makes up 99.5% of all positive COVID cases. Again, the state at 97% thus far. And next slide. In our county, we continue to monitor our own local data for variants. And as you know, once somebody has a PCR confirmed COVID positive case, it could take a week or two before we know what variant that might have been, and not every single case moves on to the lab to get whole genome sequencing. It's just a sampling of our positives. You could see that in the month of December, we still had a lot of red in the first few weeks, and then towards the end of December, we did start to see more blue, the Omicron. But for January, we've had so far 28 cases go through whole genome sequencing and result out as all Omicron. So far in the month of January in our county, 100% of our cases are Omicron. Next slide, please. This is some data on our test positivity and the amount of tests we've been doing. If you look on the left side, you will see that we are now at a 27.4% test positivity rate. And if you look at the graph, it looks like it's taking a small dip. That's because just the day was at 28.9%. So not a huge difference, still very large percentiles when it comes to the number of people testing positive out of those who are getting tested. We've seen huge demands for testing in the county to the point where we're doing maybe 30 to 40,000, upwards of that amount of tests per week. And then on the right side, you can see that sheer testing volume. And this data is only up to date till January 15th, so 10 days ago, really. But you can see that we were averaging about 9,000 testing conducted in the county each day. I believe now we're somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 testing conducted in the county each day. So I think testing demand might be going down just a bit, but this data is still being collected. Just wanted to show you the enormity of testing demands. And of course, this is just all PCR tests that I'm talking about. This does not account for all the rapid antigen tests being done throughout the county and at home tests. Next slide. I do want to say also that to date, nearly 2 million PCR tests have been done in the county thus far. When it comes to the distribution of at-home rapid antigen tests, there have been different things you may have heard about. The state of California did purchase these iHealth COVID-19 rapid antigen tests, which were boxes of 2 tests per box. And each K through 12 student in a public or charter school in the state of California was given one of these or had access to one of these through their schools. So the County Office of Education received these and then gave them out to the districts. And the purpose for those tests were for students to try to test as they were returning from the winter break so that we could return safely and make sure that those who might be positive could isolate, and that those who were symptomatic would know whether they might have COVID. So that distribution occurred through the state. Now through the federal government, we do have this other option to obtain at-home test kits. 4 per household through the website covidtest.gov. We put that information up on sjready.org. This rolled out about a week ago through Health and Human Services. I'm not certain exactly which brand you would get when you order them. I believe the government has purchased a lot of Binax now, but they don't say for sure which type of at-home test kit you would get, but it would be another rapid, so another useful thing for the public to know that everyone should be accessing this. And my last slide, next slide please, is just to show the at-home test kits that have been distributed in the county through another distribution. So in addition to the millions of tests purchased for K through 12 students by the state also purchased the same brand, iHealth, rapid test kits for distribution to the public in the county. And our county received about 67,000 tests. And this is just to show where those tests went. We did distribute some to our county agencies that are public-facing, that interact with the public and with clients so that they could be a point of distribution. A third of them, or about a third of them, went to cities. And you might have seen in the news, many of our local cities have already had their distribution days at libraries, city halls, drive-throughs. Education, we tried to do what the state was doing for K through 12 schools by giving some of these test kits to our higher education colleges, universities, asking them to also pre-test students and staff before they arrived back on campuses for the winter break. This bucket also includes some preschools and private schools who are not privy to the other tests. Bulk of them went to child care providers through Family Resource and Referral Center, which is acting as our point of distribution for that. So very thankful for their partnership. We also, or through our Resilient Community Advisory Committee, offered to our CBOs and SBOs, and they have, for the most part, picked up their test kits and are distributing to the families that they serve. And then lastly, a bulk to our congregate living facilities and shelters. And this makes up about almost 20 homeless shelters that were distributed through Joan Sing Song and Whole Person Care. So I believe that was my last slide, and I will hand it over to Director Birch from EMS. Thank you.
Excuse me. Go ahead and start the presentation when you get a chance. Just a couple of slides to bring everybody to share with you, Chair and members of the board, an update. So we went over this 2 weeks ago. There's been one change in the availability of oral antivirals in the county, and that's with the CVS in Tracy. CVS requested that we change locations with the state, and so we've done that. It's still on West 11th Street in Tracy, so it's still available there. We did send an update earlier, or I think on the 21st, out to all of the healthcare providers and others, letting them know about that switch. We get a lot of questions about the oral antivirals, and I think it's important to know that patients just can't go in and buy it. It's not an over-the-counter medication. It has to be prescribed through your primary care physician or through another physician for you. So if a patient is interested in oral antiviral medications, they're located and they're available in San Joaquin County, but you have to start with seeing a provider and getting a prescription issued for you. We know that there was some difficulty initially because the medications weren't in the electronic medical record ordering systems, so they had to be written by hand and taken to the pharmacies. I don't know if that's been resolved at a state level. That's completely outside of our hands to be able to affect. But we are getting a distribution on a weekly basis of oral antivirals. We learned this week that Kaiser Permanente has declined the monopulvinir and only wants the Paxlovid issued to them. So that it will increase the availability of the other oral antiviral to the rest of the community, but it's still not the first line drug. The Pax is the first line drug for oral antivirals. what we have been, and Dr. Park sent this out to her colleagues as well, is there's a treatment window. So when you send a patient for oral antivirals, what we're recommending is that you order it for the Paxlovid, which is the number one most effective treatment. But if they're out because it's in such short supply, is to make an alternative for the monopulvinir so the patient doesn't miss their treatment window. It's not the ideal, but it would at least give the patient an opportunity to still receive treatment. But that's clearly up to the physicians and what their medical expertise and what they want to do with their individual patients and caring for patients. But we're making the medication available as it's made available to us through the state for the community. On testing, so in the last 11 days, we've processed through the Medical Health Mutual Aid System 145,000 antigen tests to the community. The antigen tests that are made available to us are for the medical health community, but that includes public health and being able to partner with public health to distribute for the prevention of disease. So although we may give it directly to public health, then they are free then to distribute it to their partners and their CBOs and others within the community. So as you can see in the last 11 days, we've given over 100,000 tests just to public health themselves to be able to distribute countywide. We also worked with County Human Resources on county outbreaks, and we made testing available to them as well. And they've chosen to use that predominantly for testing of outbreaks within departments, and then have made that available to departments countywide, I believe, this week. So some good news on monoclonal antibody therapy. So I just read today, actually, that the federal government has rescinded emergency use authorization for bamlanivimab and Regeneron. So they're now putting all of their stock into Otrivimab as the only authorized monoclonal antibody treatment in use nationwide now. It is the predominant one for treating the Omicron variant, so it does make some sense to do that switch. Last week, we were allocated 78 courses of treatment, which doesn't meet our treatment demand in San Joaquin County out of the state. The state, you can see, overall only got a little over 5,000 courses of Otrivimab. We're getting, San Joaquin County is getting 1.5% of the state allocation based on last week's totals. This week, the state had an additional 96 courses that were unallocated, or let me correct that. They allocated 96 courses to us yesterday for the coming week. There was 72 additional courses that were unallocated. We put our request in to receive those 72 courses, and they were approved this morning. So we're going to get 168 courses of treatment in the next allocation in the coming week. So almost more than double what we had the week prior. All of the hospitals now have an allocation and are receiving Otrivimab, and they're administering it through their emergency departments or through their clinics. Our predominant clinics for monoclonal antibody therapy remain Sutter Tracy, Kaiser, and San Joaquin County clinics. Those are the predominant, although some of the other hospitals are now starting to catch up in the administration of monoclonal antibody therapies in the county. So this is our graph for the week on hospitalizations. As Dr. Park mentioned in her slides, with case rates starting to come down, what we're seeing, and I'm going to go ahead and advance it to the 30-day slide. For the first time since this rise in surge of cases, we saw a plateau. It's not a big one. It's only a couple of days. It's over the weekend, but we didn't go up. So we hit 309 on Friday. We dropped to 296 over the weekend, and now we're back up to 307. So hopefully this shows a peak, and we're not going to take another bounce back up, but we'll have to see how it plays out. In talking with the hospitals, what I'm hearing from the hospital administrations is it's not so much an issue for them with staffing and resources, it's throughput. It's being able to discharge patients that they're having difficulty with, especially behavioral health patients and long-term skilled nursing facility patients. While there may be room, so to speak, for some skilled nursing facility patients, especially long-term social admissions, out of the county, most families don't want their loved ones sent multiple counties away. So it's really an issue of local resources and having places to place patients. So I don't know if Director Colson maybe later when he has remarks would like to comment on that as well. But that's what we're hearing right now from the hospitals. It's throughput. It's being able to discharge patients out of their hospital that's causing them the biggest concerns. So that's all I have, and I'm available for questions.
What I'm going to do is basically when we finish all the presentations, since we may answer some questions that may be asked, and then you can ask questions of all the presenters. So I'll turn it back to Mr. Diedrich in regards to the next presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. I'd just like to add, I'd like to thank EMS and their partnership with County HR providing the test kits, but also the training to administer those test kits, and also thanking Dan personally for really reaching out and trying to find all of the monoclonal that we can, and working with his state network to allocate more. In looking at 1.5% of the state allocation coming to San Joaquin County, I think that's disproportionate, and that we're much closer to 2% of the state population. And the state has mentioned that they're going to pivot to provide some of the allocation based upon the Healthy Places Index census tracts. And if you look at that on a we've looked at that before on a county-by-county basis, but if you look at it on a statewide basis, the majority of our county resides in those lower census tracts on a statewide basis. Dr. Park also mentioned a plateau of positives, but that is more than 2,000 positives a day just on the PCR testing. And with the state estimating that about 4.5% of Omicron positives will require hospitalization, that's more than 90 a day. So it's going to be very critical that we have continued access to these therapies. I have no other direct presentations today. Wanted to also mention OES and their support with the redistribution of some of the testing kits to our city municipal partners. I know City of Tracy did a distribution last week and got some good press with Chief Bradley. Finally, testing is becoming more widely available. I would say, and I think Dr. Park mentioned that there's a couple of additional access points now. The federal site where you can basically go online and get 4 test kits per residence, if you will, as well as the federal government mandating that commercial insurances provide reimbursement for up to 8 tests per month. Hopefully those tests are going to be available to purchase or get otherwise, but you can see we've never done more testing in our county than we have recently. Thankfully, we have some good partners out there, and hopefully, as Dr. Park and Dan has mentioned, hopefully we've seen our peak as far as case rates, and things settle from here. But I'd like to point out in Dan's last slide, not just the hospitalizations in the ICU, but the hospitalization, the number of beds used in our county I think are pretty much at an all-time high in this pandemic, a little bit above where we were last January, where fortunately we did not have a very much flu at all in our county. So just still worried about hospitalizations and making sure. I know Dan was working on getting other resources from federal and state within our county. So thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman. You're up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take my mask off. Am I going to kill anybody, or okay? Couple of questions. To the monoclonal treatment, Mr. Birch. Well, let me go back and say, thank you, Mr. Diedrich, Mr. Birch, and Dr. Park for being here today. It's always very interesting. Your presentation, we all appreciate it. But for monoclonal antibodies and antiviral pills, and you were saying, Mr. Birch, that the feds took away the EAU for some of the other medications, so our monoclonal antibodies are more limited now than they were just like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
More limited now than they were yesterday. Yeah, so we just got the word out this morning that they had removed emergency use authorization for bamlanivimab and Regeneron.
When we're talking about treatment, monoclonal antibodies, antiviral pills, and even what Supervisor Patty was talking about last week, some of the other medication. Just because they're not as effective, like 70% or whatever it may, as the current. But wouldn't it be better to have something than nothing? I mean, something that's a medication that's 30% or 20% or 40% helpful versus nothing, because you look at the treatment side, and if you do catch the COVID-19, and what do you do for treatment besides this one medication? So you're told to go take an aspirin and just stay at home and rest, right? I mean, does it make to me it makes absolutely no sense.
I think they should have left that decision in the hands of the practicing physicians and their patients.
Now, so the practicing physician, the physicians, they can't get this, so they can't get this medication at all anymore, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, it's just, I don't even know what to say. It just seems like every time you take a step forward, the federal government comes in and just pulls the rugs from underneath you. I mean, as of now, I mean, and I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm pretty sure it's settled science, that the vaccines are not preventing transmission or getting the virus, correct?
To the best of my knowledge on the vaccines is they do limit progression of disease.
Right, but I'm talking about getting or transmitting the virus.
My understanding is with the current Omicron virus that there's been quite a few vaccine breakthroughs.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't even call it breakthroughs, would you say? I mean, you're not talking 1, 2, 3, or 4 or 5 people. I think the majority of the people that have been vaccinated, at least that I know personally, have got the virus.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Park on that. I don't want to be accused of practicing medicine at the podium.
Well, what my point is this. I mean, if I'm wrong, Dr. Park, let me know. But I mean, even those that have been vaccinated are getting this disease, and yet we don't have treatment for these individuals. And what can we do as a board, or even as a state, or as residents that are watching this?
I think what we can do right now is what we are doing as a county. We're taking what's available to us, and we're making sure that the community knows it's available, and that we're getting it out there as expeditiously and as quickly as we possibly can. It really is a matter of for the public and their physicians to be educated on what their next steps are. I don't know that we as a community, as leaders, can do much more than what we're doing right now at the moment.
You know, again, the treatment side of it, and it just seems the messaging, even still the messaging is primarily, get the vaccine, and that's the one and done, the all. And people still believe out there that if you get the vaccine, you're not going to get this virus, or you're not going to transmit it. I mean, I still would like to see, and I've seen the website about the monoclonal antibodies, the antiviral pills, and to get more outreach out there. I think the majority of the population still doesn't know about that. And we'll jump ship here to the antigen tests. I know, like you said, the city of Tracy received theirs, and it went quick and to the populace. And I know Mountain House did theirs on Monday. Very good. Again, people showing up, and it's gone. When are we getting more so we can distribute it to our cities and so on?
I'll have to defer to OES and public health on that. The antigen tests that come through my office and the Mohawk system are designed specifically for the medical health community on a broader perspective. But for the actual state allocations to cities, I don't have that information readily available.
And Supervisor Rickman, one of the things that when our 67,000 test kit order was fulfilled, we had ordered and were expecting 2 packs. They came in 5 packs, and therefore less individual families had access to them. Dr. Park would know more, but in a state call last week, they made it sound like eventually the flow of test kits would start to be more consistent. I think they've supplied the school systems. Hopefully the weather has been better, and manufacturing has ramped up, as well as maybe some demand. But they were proffering that there should be more of a steady flow of test kits coming into California.
Do we know the time frame
I do not. We were initially anticipating getting these test kits, the 67,000, the 28th, 29th of December. It took another 10 plus days for them to actually arrive.
All right. Yeah. I mean, the problem is the people that are testing positive, and what is it now? The 5 days, and then a negative test, and you get to go back to work or whatever it may be. So if people can't get these tests, they're not going back to work, and you're talking about a variety of businesses that are hurting because they don't have employees, and you can say even emergency personnel too. When you talk about hospitalizations, I know I keep on asking this, but when you're referring to hospitalization in the diagram, how many hospitalizations of those that are COVID, how many are like incidental that are because of other surgery? They go in there for other surgery or broken leg and they're mandatorily tested, and they test positive, versus somebody who's going to the hospital with COVID and they have the symptoms and they have to be admitted. What's the numbers on that? Because I think I've asked for that every single meeting, and yet
we don't have this direct survey work from our Severin general acute care hospitals in our county, but I mentioned recently that the state mentioned it was 54%. So I would say the majority of individuals in the hospital are there with COVID rather than for COVID. But I don't want to go so far as to say that's a false binary by any means. But individuals, if they are COVID positive, it requires additional isolation, additional personal protective equipment while they're in the hospital. So it is
what I'm getting at, that's pretty a misleading number. I mean, you talk about the fear mongering and so on. The average Joe, they look at the numbers and COVID hospitalizations, this percentage, and people freak out. Versus, are these numbers being counted? The incidental ones versus so on.
It's a difficult thing to arrive at concretely, but I do know Dan mentioned earlier, and David's here, hospitals are struggling with throughput as far as persons stabilized. I need to then now get them back to a skilled nursing facility or otherwise safely discharge them, and I think they're backing up the hospital to some degree because of that aspect.
Sure.
Yes, Supervisor Rickman, through the chair. I can say unofficially here, we've been keeping statistics at San Joaquin General Hospital. And as of today, we have 46 patients in the hospital with some type of positive COVID diagnosis. I would say between 10 and 12 of those patients are coming in with a primary diagnosis of acute breathing problems that probably is exacerbated by the Omicron virus. And then the other 30 or so are going to have some other condition, trauma. I've got some type of bleeding disorder from alcoholism. I've got sepsis from my diabetic foot ulcer, and I'm positive. So again, it's about 25%. I think I would say from admitting diagnosis, again, very unscientific study, but from the principal presentation diagnosis that's on the chart, it's about 10 to 12 out of 46.
No, and I think that's, thank you very much. And I think that's huge. I mean, the transparency side, for members of the public, our residents can see exactly what's going on in our hospitals versus these generic numbers. And again, you say, 40 people hospitalized for COVID, and it makes it, the assumption is that everybody's there is, in critical condition or bad condition because primarily of COVID. And I think that reporting needs a change. And I've asked for it a couple of times, and I don't know what else to do on that. Let's bring it up to a board item, and then this board can vote on it, and then we can mandate it, because that type of reporting, it should be done. So thank you very much on that. A couple more things, some questions I want to ask. What about this new study that came out from CDC about natural immunity and the Delta variant?
I'd like to defer that question to Dr. Park if she's still on the line.
Dr. Park?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I believe you're referring to a study that was done jointly between our state, California, and the state of New York, with their epidemiology teams contributing retrospective data through the Delta variant surge, where they compared different groups And certainly what they found was that people who had had prior COVID infections and those who were vaccinated were the most protected, and those who really had higher rates of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths were those who had had neither, who had been completely unvaccinated with no prior COVID infection. So yes, a very interesting study done by our own CDPH, and it's one of many, many studies, but it does point to the fact that natural immunity was protective for many people. Unfortunately, that was a study that was done right before boosters came out. So the feeling that the state has is that this was something that was done during a time when many people who were vaccinated had waning immunity. And so it's hard to say how we could apply that now that many people are boosted. And of course, it only refers to the Delta variant and the level of degree of protection against the Delta variant. So not really indicative of how we can look at this in regards to Omicron.
Well, and I think the board, and I know for myself, been talking about natural immunity for a long time. But correct me if I'm wrong. The study, when it was talking about the Delta variant, and it said those that had natural immunity were less likely than those that were fully vaccinated. Correct?
Yeah, the headlines really focused on that. But if you look at the graph, really all the groups looked the same except for that unvaccinated, uninfected group, and the others looked quite parallel. But if you look at the nitty-gritty of the numbers, yes,
right.
There were some better numbers for the people with the history of infection.
Right, and the reason I bring this up is it still seems natural immunity is, the government is still downplaying that or ignoring it. It's still ignoring it even with these other studies. I mean, you can talk. I know Chair Wynn and I have talked about it endlessly, with Israel studies and so on. And the stuff that we were saying a year and a half ago is, and we were, hey, you guys aren't doctors, and follow the science. And then it comes back full circle, and here we are, which it shows natural immunity provides robust, long-lasting protection. As again, this isn't an Israel study; this is actually a CDC study. And second, Dr. Park, there was also a study from Israel that, and they're on their fourth vaccine now, says, the fourth vaccine shot less effective than Omicron or against Omicron, boosts antibodies, but doesn't provide enough protection to prevent infection from Omicron. What's that all about? What do you have to say on that?
Right. So, there's just a lot of research in this right now, and there's still so much to be determined. But, and I understand what you're saying about the natural immunity, and I don't want to get into the, the legal aspects of it and the mandates, but just to say that what we are now talking about is 3 immunizing events being protective, so that if you have had an infection in the past, and then you get 2 doses of a vaccine, that's 3 immunizing events. Or if you've had 2 mRNA vaccines in the booster, that's 3 immunizing events. And so, from what I'm looking at, to have those 3 immunizing events is quite protective. I know that Israel moved forward and did some 4th doses to some, and I think that the CDC and the FDA are starting to look at that, but we're not quite convinced yet as a nation that it's necessary. So I think there's just a lot of looking to see other nations, obviously looking at that study, but also waiting to see what other variants might pop up and whether there's some sort of different booster that might be needed. And at this point, it doesn't appear that there's any rush in our country to be doing an additional booster.
The reason I bring this up, thank you, Dr. Parker. The reason I bring this up is that, when you're talking about mandates or restrictions and so on, natural immunity should play a part in this, and it doesn't. And it continues not, even with these studies that have been cited. For some reason, it's, it's just vaccine. And don't get me wrong, well, we're not saying go out there and get infected. What we're saying, or what the stats show, is you have 100 to 150 million people that have already been infected and they have these immunities, right? So why would you mandate these individuals to go get vaccinated? I mean, you got folks who lost their jobs or losing their jobs or at the threat of losing their jobs, even though they fall into this natural immunity category. It just makes no sense. I mean, it's, you put politics into healthcare or politics into public health, and it seems things don't even make sense anymore. And the monoclonal antibodies is a prime example of this. 2 more questions, Chair, then I'll yield my time. And Dr. Park, how many deaths have we had here in San Joaquin County because of Omicron?
To date, we have not been able to confirm any deaths from Omicron. Of course, that doesn't mean that there have been no deaths from Omicron. As I said, not every person who dies has had a PCR sample go to the special lab to get the whole genome sequencing. So, I mean, although it's 0, as we have deaths from this point onward, knowing that nearly 100% of people now getting infected are Omicron, I believe that if someone were to get infected now and pass, it is most likely Omicron is the cause, even if there wasn't a sequencing done on that person's sample.
All right, thank you. And last one is hospitalizations. You guys talked about the increase in hospitalizations, or an increase in hospital ICU beds and so on. Is that due because of patients or lack of personnel to take care of that, folks? Because, when you think of when people think of lack of beds or hear that lack of beds, and they think of, actually don't have the physical bed, but what it is nurses or, hospital personnel being able to take care of these individuals that are in the hospital. So if you have, say you have 100 beds, but only the personnel to use 50 of those, half of those, then it's not counted at 100, but it's counted by the personnel in those 50 beds. So what is that? Is our hospitalization or ICU beds fulfillment because of lack of nurses and hospital folks?
My understanding in talking with the hospital administrators I've spoken to is it's not a staffing issue, it's a physical space issue. And it's being able to move patients out of the hospital and discharge them into lower acute care or into a specialty hospital such as psych or whatever. When we've talked to them, just yesterday we offered the state offered resources to St. Joseph's for personnel. St. Joseph's declined the personnel. Talking with Director Culberson with the hospital, they can get nurses and other staff through registries. The nursing staff's available. It's a physical space. I know they're having difficulty. We were just talking about it earlier before the board meeting about being able to discharge patients to CDCR and back out to the California healthcare facility. Just some of the state's own processes are preventing the discharge of patients, which are just taking physical space, which also take personnel resources away from the hospitals. So it's really a throughput issue at this point.
All right, thank you. And I'm sorry, I lied to you, Chair. One last question, Dr. Park. For masking, I know it's a state, it's not your doing or San Joaquin County is doing of mandating masks, but there's been studies that cloth masks don't work, right? That doesn't prevent the Omicron virus. But why do we require folks to wear masks when, say, like for myself, I was tested yesterday and I was negative. So if I'm negative, why would I have to wear this mask? I mean, does it make any sense? Am I missing something here? You hang up on me, Dr. Park?
No, I'm here.
No, I mean, I'll just leave it at that. There has to be a purpose for, the things that they make us do. And it's just, the more you hear the stuff that comes out, it's almost anti-science. And it's just ridiculous, this one-size-fit-all approach that we've been doing for the last 2 years. And, just imagine, just think about it. How many lives could have been saved that would be with us here today if, the monoclonal antibodies, these antiviral pills, and these other forms of treatment were allowed, not suppressed, in favor of just one-size-fit-all. I think it's a huge, disservice to this nation, to the world, and it almost seems like it's, corruption. And it's unfortunate, and hopefully now that we have, more information coming out, and hopefully things will change. But again, thank you guys very much. Thank you all very much for your time, and thank you, Dr. Park, even though I can't see you. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Chair, for your patience.
No problem. Always appreciate your questions. We have representatives from OES. Is there anything you would like to add as far as any of the questions by Vice Chair Rickman? All right. Great. Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. First of all, I would just like to state, as professional courtesy, I did not call point of order. Our board policy is that each supervisor will have 10 minutes to question or speak, at which time they will relinquish the floor to other supervisors for their comments or questions, and then the chair has the option to go back if supervisors have additional questions. I will, however, in the future, that was 25 minutes by a single supervisor, and so I think that we should, in an effort to have all of us have the ability to ask our questions and not have a single supervisor dominate the conversation, I would appreciate it going forward. That being said, we talked a lot about testing and very high numbers here in San Joaquin County. So my question is, do we know, and perhaps Dr. Park is the one who has this information, how is that comparing to other counties across California? Is everybody tested? We're talking, we said 6,000, 7,000 a day, and that's coming down. We were doing 30,000 to 40,000 a week. Is that happening statewide?
So I asked Dr. Park, because I still have access to the blueprint metrics back when we were trying to get below 10, and currently Dr. Park mentioned we're at 236 or so. In looking at that, back in that paradigm, if you will, there was, if we tested above the statewide average, we got a positive reduction. The 236 that she mentioned is, I'm assuming it's reduced because in that blueprint, it looks like we're testing above the statewide average. Back in the August timeframe, we were testing in the 500 per 100,000. I saw some days last week or in the month of January, we're testing at 1,100 per 100,000. Literally 8,500 PCR tests per day. That does not always include all the rapid antigen tests that are not included. I know we've worked to stand up several HR support Fulgent sites. One thing that probably wasn't mentioned is that we're also bringing the staff nurse van in to do additional testing for county employees. So we've never done more testing. Certain of the sites, my office is out on the backside of San Joaquin General Hospital where there's an OptumServe site. I drive by that parking lot, and a lot of days there's 3 cars there. There's not the, anecdotally you heard a couple weeks ago, 5-hour waits. Hopefully that is something of the past now that we have sufficient access to meet the demand, and hopefully we've plateaued and are coming down from that high demand.
Thank you, and I do want to thank all of our staff and everyone, our CBOs, all of our partners, for responding to that incredible surge in testing. We are doing a really good job, and yes, we've driven, and the wait time is way down, and I think that's allaying a lot of people's stress because they require those tests either to get kids back in school or to go to an event. I know I've taken a grandchild to events in the last couple weeks, and for both, because she's not old enough to be vaccinated, it required a fresh, hot off the press negative test. And so for a lot of families to be able to have any kind of semblance of, normal activities with their children, having access to those tests is really critically important. So on behalf of all of our folks here in San Joaquin County, thank you very much. And then in terms of the hospital capacity, I realize that not everyone driving the hospital numbers is due to COVID, but doesn't the bottom line remain the fact that that increased number of hospitalizations that is due to COVID does put additional strain on our hospital resources, our ability to provide beds, our ability to, the stress on our healthcare professionals, our staffing? I mean, does it really matter why they're there? Are we not, isn't the what we're really trying to stress to the public is that our healthcare system is stressed right now, and the more we can do to keep our COVID numbers low, the less stress will be placed on the system?
I would agree with that, Supervisor Miller, because at the end of the day, they're sick enough to be in the hospital. And I've been pointing out that, Dan would know more in our county, but historically in some counties in the Central Valley, January, February flu season, we peak and are hitting hospital capacity, and now we have Omicron on top of that. But it is stressful. I know the state of California has a waiver that if you're a hospital staff member and you're positive for COVID but asymptomatic, you can come to work with an N95 respirator. That's how tight some of the staffing is.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then finally, I just want to say that none of the treatments, none of the precautions, none of the vaccines is 100%. The public health message is we need to do as much of all of these things as possible to protect not only ourselves, but our neighbors and our families. I will say that everyone I know that is my age, in my personal circle, is vaccinated and does practice social distancing and wears masks and 95s when they are in situations where they cannot socially distance. Zero of my acquaintances have come down with COVID, including Omicron. And that is because they are practicing all of the precautions. And so to simply say that nothing works, that's not true. Nothing works 100%. And so I'm making these statements for the public to throw up your hands and say, well, because nothing's 100%, we're not going to do anything. That is a recipe for becoming sick. And while many people experience Omicron, as Supervisor Patty said, 3-day cold wasn't a big deal. There's a lot of people in the hospital right now that aren't experiencing Omicron as a 3-day cold. And so I would like to remind the public that the public health messages that our team from San Joaquin County Public Health is trying to share with the public, they're just, most of them are just common sense approaches to preventing the spread of a very, very contagious variant of this particular virus. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. My electronic speaker thing is probably not working now, so anybody needs to speak, if you just raise your hand. Supervisor Pudra.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions. I just want to thank Dr. Park and Greg and Mr. Wirch and everyone in public health for all their hard work the last couple of years. I know you've been very stressed and doing a good job for our community. Thank you.
You're a Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, question for Dr. Park. You had noted that the death rate was near zero. I guess this is through the chair for Director Culberson. What are we experiencing at the hospital if our death rates are so low? What's the main reason why somebody's in the hospital for a less severe variant of COVID?
Sorry, Supervisor Patty, through the chair. Basically, there's really 2 or 3 different conditions. The acute hypoxic respiratory failure, breathing difficulties is going to be those 10 to 12 that I'm commenting on. Those folks are in for oxygen, supplemental oxygen. They're not able to really do all that well on just room air, so they're in for supplemental oxygen. A small number, maybe 4, I'm saying, are going to be on ventilators. A couple of those folks that are still on ventilators are probably from the Delta variant. They've been on vents for quite some time, more than 90 days in at least one instance. So they are having acute problems relative to ventilation. Okay, then there's the other folks I referenced earlier, a traumatic patient that comes in, broken hip, whatever else may be going on, and then has a comorbid condition of Omicron as well. And that's going to be, again, I'm going to have to defer to my medical team to give you a little more detail, but basically they probably do require some sort of supplemental oxygen as well, but their principal diagnosis is going to be something other than that acute hypoxic respiratory failure. So again, anything that you can come in on, whether it's congestive heart failure, again, a shooting, a fall in the nursing home, where you hit your head, whatever the case may be, disorientation because of some type of organic brain problem here, you're going to have some type of supplemental oxygen just to keep you going as well, Supervisor Patty.
Understood. With this Omicron variant, and there's some notable, as you had shared, there are some people still with the Delta variant. Would you consider our healthcare system overwhelmed? Stressed? Maybe would be fair, at least in the minimum.
I would say very, very stressed, Supervisor Patty. Yes, I think we see it on day to day here. We are having, I should know the number. I'm sorry, I don't know how many of our employees are out now because they themselves were positive. It's going to be on a daily basis. Sometimes 30 people will go out with positive test results and we'll get 6 back. So we compound that over the last 3 weeks or so, and so we are having shortages. As Dan points out, we are able to get generally nurses through the registry. They're quite expensive, although that from time to time we don't have adequate all the way across all of the departments. Certainly the emergency department, I think we're holding somewhere between 18 and 21 today. Each one of those folks need a private room or at least a semi-private room, and they're not able to have that. We do have them in rooms. We've expanded into the old medical records area. It's created a lot of opportunity for us. But the privacy they expect, family members' visitation, just aren't going to be the same. So the emergency department is clearly having some challenges here. We do have upwards somewhere between 8, generally between 8 and 10 behavioral health patients that are waiting for placement. Some of them are Omicron positive. Some of them are not, but the system is a challenge on the behavioral health. We had 10 days of someone, we have to hold the patient in the emergency department until you actually clear. So 10 days in the emergency department for a behavioral health placement is stressing the system. So I would say that although we're very valiant in what we're doing, it is very stressful at this time, Supervisor Patty.
Have we still actualized the old section of the hospital, the towers?
Yes,
is that
correct.
Being utilized?
Yes, indeed, yes. We're in all 3 floors, so the 4th, the 3rd, and the 2nd floor of the towers building, holding somewhere between 25 and 35 patients there, yes.
COVID related?
No, we're trying to, because that generally not, there aren't really many negative pressure rooms in the old towers, so those are going to be the long-term patients. Some of them are placement challenges for us, the lack of funding. Some of them are dementia patients that are having trouble getting placements. As Dan mentioned, some of the patients are are got multi-system issues, and we're having difficulty finding local placement. Local meaning Sacramento, Modesto, and then so we're looking at even Southern California for some of the placements. So those folks are generally less acute. They don't require quite as much medical intervention, surgical intervention. So that's who's generally going to be in the towers. And then the new building, which is the building that was built about 2 years ago, as well as the 1997 building, more adequately equipped with all of the things we need, and private rooms also. So that's where we're, and remember the towers generally is some type of at least 2 or 3 patients per room. We do have the entire second floor of the new wing is all private, and many of the other rooms in the 1997 building are private, or at least semi-private.
Understood. Thank you. I do have a question through the chair for Dr. Park. Do you see an end in sight? We've got parents that are organizing and asking for normalcy for their children. We're seeing an impact from the distance learning. We know that statistically, suicide and mental health issues and a loss of learning for children attending school. And I know that you've got an extensive background as a doctor in working with children and their health and well-being. Can you share with us where some of the comments and discussions might be going with the state so that our children, who are clearly the most vulnerable, so that perhaps our children can start to get back to some level of normalcy? And this is affecting in a multitude of ways. I literally was just with a friend of mine whose son was playing sports mandated with a mask. And when he took the mask off, finally, I'm telling you now, his ears were sticking out sideways. And I mean, bad. A major deformity because of the mask. So I'm really curious where this is going and if there's ever an end in sight. And that's maybe an unknown $64,000 question. But based on the fact that you're on the phone and representing our questions and concerns, do you have any dialogue with Sacramento and what they're saying as it relates to our children so that our children can stop being perhaps some of these mandates being imposed upon them to the detriment of their well-being?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Patty. I think you're correct that a lot of this is unknown. Certainly, we're all hoping for normalcy to return sooner than later. At this point, I think everyone is waiting, holding our breath to see how the next variant will behave. And we're quite certain that there will be another variant. You know, with the sheer number of people who have had Omicron, we know that this virus is in some human host right now again because it's had plenty of opportunity. But what will the next variant look like? Will it be even more transmissible than Omicron, milder, more severe? A lot of that is yet unknown. So although I do listen in on calls with the state, it's not a lot of back and forth dialogue, to be honest with you. And so that conversation has not actually come to the forefront as we're all just trying to get through Omicron right now and deal with it. Hopefully in the months to come, things will be looking better and we can start having that conversation.
And thank you, Dr. Park. It concerns me that our new norm, as is oftentimes referred and considered and just fully accepted, is as damaging and detrimental as it is to the well-being of our communities, of our social, our interaction, and again, for our children. And I would encourage, because we are clearly powerless to do anything other than, but we're seeing other states that are removing masking mandates. We're seeing school systems that are removing them. We've seen historically that as it relates to COVID, children are not at high risk for being super spreaders. They are not, there's no level of mortality, and we know that any child dying in any capacity, from a flu or from anything that could be preventable, is tragic. I'm not for a second dismissing the absolute tragedy from any child dying, as they do annually, from flus or any other infection and or comorbidity issues. So, I'm really frustrated and concerned by the direction of where we're going as a culture in this state, and by the government control and oversight without parental participation, choice, and the ability for perhaps you, as our directing doctor, to be able to weigh in on what we want regionally and what we consider as healthy practices based on what parents want for their own children. If we were to ask a parent whose child has committed suicide if they would have preferred to have done things differently and that there wasn't certain mandates, I'm certain that immediately they would agree that the cost of imposing this isolation and masking and the shutdown of the social lives and interaction and the friendships and the cavalcade of problems that are coming from it, I'm sure that they are not in favor of continuing these practices. And I'm just wondering how many more tragedies we need to experience throughout society before we start to realize that the increased drug use and the psychological and the mental and the emotional and the learning and the impacts are at some point too heavy of a price to continue paying, and we should stop penalizing our children with such impacting mandates. And I'm just exasperating, and it's our conduit to the state and the governor's advisors and his committee and those that he's empowered to handle this emergency situation. But there is going to be a new variant, and there's going to be another variant after that, and there's going to be another variant, and we know there's going to be another variant because this is now the genie's out of the bottle, so to speak. So I'm not satisfied with things being the new norm, knowing that there's such detrimental impact going on throughout people's lives, families, children, development, deformities, things that I've already noted. So I'm hoping that, based on what you're hearing from a lot of us, and we appreciate your efforts and the task and the burden that is imposed on you for this job, but I'm hopeful that we're also getting some representation on the frustration that myself and others are voicing, while we all have support in unison for what we need for healthy communities. It is exceptionally frustrating and challenging to listen to people share the impact and watch the damages imposed on our children and businesses and other things. So I just wanted to really share that and kind of get an update from you on what dialogue might be happening at the state level, because this new norm is not acceptable, in my opinion. Might be age appropriate, and I fully support those that want to get a mandate, those that want a mask. I fully support those that want to get a vaccination, but we also need to have common sense. If you're not positive, if you've already had natural immunities because you were COVID positive at some point, where does it become up to an individual to make choices in this great nation of ours where we have constitutional rights? So thank you, Dr. Park, and everybody here for this. Chairman, at this time, I'm done. Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm over the 10 minutes, but to the point of that, as Supervisor Miller pointed out, I don't know that we've really adhered to 10 minutes. I know there's been times when a multitude of supervisors have gone well over 10 minutes, and I don't know that that's an issue. I support Supervisor Rickman's questions, and he was on task and asking questions, and I have no objection to that at all, for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Before moving on, I'd like, because this issue comes up quite frequently, Mr. Miles, in regards to, I know this issue in regards to our healthcare order, in regards to the latitude that this board has in regards to addressing that issue. If you could touch upon that to educate the board and our public.
The healthcare orders that Dr. Park has issued in the past and continues to issue have always been intended to provide the public with one central place where they could go and gather the information instead of trying to sort through the various places at the state to try and figure out what the most current information is. That being said, the orders that exist, the local orders that exist, simply reiterate what is the requirements from the state. And there is no ability, as we've talked about many times, that while the county can be more restrictive than the state with regard to the healthcare orders, they cannot be more lenient than what the state is requiring.
In regards to emergencies, I've heard or read that there's a limitation on that in regards to how long they can last as opposed by the governor, for example, emergency orders.
No, that's not true. The statute, the statute that provides the powers to the governor allows the emergency to continue until such time that the circumstances warrant discontinuing the emergency. And so there is no set time limit on how long a declaration of emergency can last.
All right. I have a couple of questions before we let everybody go. In regards to the Omicron, and Dr. Park, this question for you is, are you familiar or have heard anything about the BA2 virus in Washington State?
Right, so this is a sublineage of Omicron. There's been sublineages of our previous variants. For example, with the Delta virus, there were over 100 variants, and they were all named .1, .2, so on and so forth. Now with Omicron, the original Omicron is being named BA.1, and there's a different sublineage, some different mutations being called BA.2, starting to take over in Denmark, and we're seeing it in other parts of Europe. And yes, a couple of days ago, reports that there were 3 in Texas. So we know that it's here. We don't know if those additional mutations that it carries poses additional risk to us. So there's still very little unknown, and I think it still needs to be researched. Of course, there's concern about increased transmissibility and increased severity again, but we just don't know yet. But it's certainly here in the United States.
Okay, and I've read in the past that in regards to the variants of COVID, that at least historically, that as it mutates most often or maybe all the time, it becomes less dangerous or at risk. Is that correct?
We don't know. There were a lot of concerns about a few of the sublineages of the Delta variant that we were really paying attention to closely because we thought that might be the case, and then it didn't pan out that any of the sublineages were actually that much more dangerous than the original version. So hoping that that's the same for Omicron.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to Mr. Culberson, just a follow-up question. I know there's always discussions in regards to the numbers, hospitalizations, ICU, et cetera. And the latest one that I have is that as far as the hospital beds and ICU, COVID is 35% countywide as far as hospitalizations for COVID, and then 45% for ICU capacity. Is that relative? And I look at your numbers, and I mean they're close. Is that been fairly consistent with Omicron, or at least transitioning from Delta to Omicron?
Yes, Chair Wynn, our ICU capacity has remained over 100%, but the incidence of Omicron in the ICU is fairly small. I think the number, you probably have the statistic there, maybe 4 to 6 of the patients in ICU are, as of today, are going to be some type of probably they're 1 or 2 Delta, and the other ones are going to be Omicron. The bulk of the ICU patients we see now are essentially I didn't check this morning, but generally they're heavily non-coronavirus right now, non-COVID-19 patients in the ICU, but we are well above 100% ICU capacity, yes, if that answers your question.
Okay, yes, it does. I guess maybe I have a different perspective in regards to the numbers of COVID patients that we track in our assessments. I understand, that if somebody has COVID and they're in a hospital, that's a person that has to have care, obviously utilizing your staff. But on the other side of it, in regards to what Vice Chair Riggan raises is, the question is, are they in the hospital for COVID or are they in the hospital with COVID? And there is a distinction, although, most would say, well, doesn't matter, they have COVID, et cetera. But, a lot of people have COVID, for example, now that we're almost 100%, if not 100% Omicron, but they wouldn't be in the hospital because, I hate to use the term, it's like the flu, but it's obviously a lesser risk or debilitating than the Delta was in prior viruses. So when we say that, well, it's still a number and it still takes staff, well, if I'm in the hospital for a broken leg and I have Omicron, yet I'm asymptomatic or I have very light symptoms, et cetera, there's a difference between that number and a number of true individuals who are there truly sick, having to be treated with the Omicron virus. So there is a distinction when we talk about, the severity of these hospitalizations because, as you said earlier, if we're like maybe 10 of those hospitalizations patients actually are there for treatment because they're severely ill, that sends a different signal to the public than if we have 45 individuals there because it appears, and obviously the public doesn't have the data that you have, it appears that the virus and the infections and certainly the health risks and all these other things are much higher, which puts most individuals who hear these numbers say, well, there's a good risk that I may be in the hospital when in fact probably, maybe we talk about 52, 54% on these other studies where they talk about with or for. So I think it would be, and obviously you run a hospital and maybe Mr. Diederich or Mr. Birch can verify, is it possible that we can capture specifically individuals who are there because they are desperately ill with Omicron and they would be in the hospital, whether they have a broken leg, they were in a car accident, et cetera, as opposed to just saying, well, they got COVID, so we'll track them like everybody else. Is that possible in regards to your staff as far as keeping the different statuses of COVID patients?
Chair Wynn, I think the answer is yes, it is possible. Given the number 46, it's a relatively finite number. We don't have the epidemiology staff that Dr. Park has, but we do have qualified folks that can, and really the physician leadership look at why patients are in the hospital each and every day. So I think we could do that. And again, that's what my rough statistics are. I just look at the admitting diagnosis of acute hypoxic respiratory failure, having substantial breathing disruption of some sort. I need supplemental oxygen just to keep breathing and not decompensating. So those are the rough statistics that when I refer 10 to 12, maybe 14 patients that are coming in immediate distress. And then the other 36 or thereabouts patients that are coming in for other reasons. Now keep in mind, it's very clear that if you have other complications, again, lifestyle, a condition that's been with you even the last 10 years, such as diabetes, you've got congestive heart failure, each one of these complications, or each one of the comorbid conditions that you have are going to be somewhat susceptible to Omicron and COVID. And so you're going to be at higher risk if you have underlying heart disease, kidney failure, diabetes, all the things that folks are coming to the public hospital, actually all hospitals for that matter, but certainly to a public hospital where we treat a number of folks that have lifetime conditions that have gone untreated. So clearly the complications while it may sound like it's not as bad as it was with Delta, the fact that I have underlying comorbid conditions is going to put me at higher risk. One other comment, I would say that we've done a good job at San Joaquin General Hospital trying to get people to our testing sites for COVID and not coming to the emergency department. So we've got a parallel system on our clinics 5, 6, 1, and 2, where we can run a number of folks. I think it's over 100 a day on some days through either ours or for our OptumServe partners. The public health put together the OptumServe clinics. But the number of people that are coming to the emergency department, particularly after hours, my family is worried, we want to go to school tomorrow, can you do some tests for us? That is a burden on the system we're feeling as well. And even though it's a slight cough, it's a fever, it's not going to need oxygenation, we're going to discharge you back to your home, is also a burden that we're seeing. And again, it's one of the things my staff, I think, done a great job, but it is there that we can get folks to the routine testing, and I know your board has addressed that earlier this morning, that will reduce some of the burden on the emergency departments.
That's good. And I guess I would defer to Mr. Diederich or Mr. Birch. When we talk about our statistics countywide, is it possible to do a standardization in regards to, for example, if somebody's admitted to County General, usually I would assume the doctor would say, you're here because, and I understand the comorbidity issue, but, and I'm not saying we have to have a fine line. I'm just saying generally, if somebody's there because they're in a car accident or they had a stroke or whatever it happens to be, they're not in there because they're sick with COVID. I just think that needs to be a little more clarified in regards to our numbers. And so I'll defer to both of you in regards to, would that be possible to bring it up with our hospital administrators in regards to, and I don't want to create an undue burden on staff. I just want real information, so when we tell the public these are what our numbers are, they're getting a true picture of the illness and not just people who are in the hospital for whatever reason. So that issue, and I'll leave it up to both of you to decide on how, and even if it can be arranged with our other hospitals in regards to determining, which is it for or with as far as COVID.
And Chairman Nguyen, I think we've had some discussions in the past about that. I think it's fairly subjective. It's not as clean cut as I was in an auto accident and I'm positive, because if I have COPD and now I get COVID, am I in the hospital because of COPD or COVID, or absent either one of those, I might not be in the hospital. I don't think it's exactly clear cut. I think we can stipulate today that the majority of people in the hospital with COVID are not there strictly due to COVID, but working with the Mohawk and our Mid-Mac call, we can see if we can do some survey work, but I'm also have to be mindful that are we adding another mandated burden to the hospital for acquiring that information?
Yeah, Chair Nguyen, it's a conversation we've had with our hospitals over the last 2 years of what data points are useful, what we can track, and what's very useful. And what we've come down to right now is very stable data points, and we know exactly the variables and work with them. The hospitals are able to collect that. I don't have a problem asking the hospital administrators if they want to put some resources into seeing if we can differentiate between if you're with COVID or for COVID in your hospitalizations. But I think it's going to be a difficult one to track in real time, which is what we're currently tracking with our data. We may be able to do it better retrospectively with a lag of 2 to 3 or 4 weeks when we have legitimate discharge diagnoses of patients. So I think it's an open question. I'm willing to explore that with our hospitals and see what we can do.
I understand, and like I say, I'm not trying to create another, hurdle, so to speak, for hospitals. And I'm not suggesting that we make a fine distinction. I'm talking about when I look at a patient, obviously they're 35 years old, they were in a car accident, they broke their leg, and they're tested. Now, they had no symptoms of COVID before they came in the hospital. I just don't think we ought to count those as with or for, when in fact they just have it. And so I don't real time, yeah, that'd be great, but I don't need real time. I need if you can say, or somebody can say, well, last month, this was the number. I think that's better than nothing as opposed to continuing to exacerbate the numbers, which are, in my opinion, not totally accurate. So anyway, I would leave it up to you to determine. I don't want to create a lot of work for any of the hospitals. If you're in the emergency room and you're admitting somebody in the hospital or whatever, I think a doctor could pretty much say, yeah, it's COVID. That's why they're here. And that's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for a detailed explanation. I just say, just make the call. And if you make it, if it's one way or the other, then go with the COVID if that's their preference. I don't care. I just think we need a better number in regards to telling the public where we are. So.
And Supervisor, when I know the hospital did some work that I reported to this board several months ago, and I think you kind of came at it from two different perspectives. The physician of record, if it's a trauma surgeon and it's a positive COVID patient, it's probably not due to COVID. But then I think you looked at the primary, secondary, and tertiary diagnosis, and if COVID was listed in any of those slots, you would consider that was a COVID-related admission.
Right. Okay, that's fine. And I this behavioral health, these discharges we're talking, we've been dealing with this issue in regards to behavioral health issues, from patients that we can't transfer, I'll put it that way. So anyway, I appreciate that. And so there's a lot of questions I could ask, but I will leave it till next time because I'm sure they'll still be around when we meet again next week, as a matter of fact. So I want to thank you all. Thank Dr. Park for this, and thank you, Mark, in regards to that update. And so I would make one last comment on COVID. I certainly understand where Supervisor Miller's coming from. I do a lot of outreach, obviously meetings, et cetera. Most of the meetings I go to, people don't wear masks. And that doesn't make them less intelligent than anybody else, but they have basically burned out on this. And I think to some extent that government intervention has stiffened people's resolve in regards to taking tests, masks, et cetera. And I guess the other part of it, since the beginning, I've been kind of an advocate for a global approach because I don't believe government necessarily should always take the simple path. And the simple path, as we know, was in the beginning was social distancing, masking, staying at home, lockdowns, those types of things. But when you look at the overall damage, which has been mentioned obviously by others, and I don't know what the numbers are now, but as of about a month and a half ago, we lost 110,000 restaurants in this country that are no longer there. And we continue to require that bars, and I understand the risk, et cetera. But when you see, especially when we've talked about this in the past at this board meeting, in regards to the excessive restrictions on restaurants, when the numbers as far as being a potential creation of the COVID, et cetera, has been in LA County or San Joaquin County has been minimal. And so my question, especially when we talk about the youth, we are probably going to have 2 years of lack of education for a generation. And that's not an easy thing to overcome. So by virtue of our ongoing discussions about masks and children in school and testing, when in fact, maybe we ought to spend the testing on those who are most at risk, like people my age, as opposed to the youth, which have very little, and we can debate that all day. So anyway, I just want to thank you all for certainly all that you're doing. I know we're trying to inform the public as best we can on the monoclonal part, and I would agree with Vice Chair Rickman. And I've heard recently cases where before the disenfranchising or whatever, that Regeneron has worked for Omicron. And I would agree with them. If I were sick, I'd take the 40% possibility as opposed to 100% or 90%. So again, thank you all. And with that, we'll close this discussion and move
Chairman
on.
Nguyen?
Yes.
I apologize. I do have written comments for this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Discussion. Thank you. The first one is submitted by Ryder Ford, who writes, "Good morning, board members. There were a lot of things I wanted to say today, but I will keep it short since I can't be there in person. I still can't believe that we are rounding the third year of mandates. What will enough be enough? I miss people being kind whenever I go out in public. It's like being amongst a sea of zombies. People quickly move away from my sister and I as if we have the plague. And yet we are just healthy kids when we are going to fight for us. I am sure most of you have children, so if not for me, then when will you fight for them? We will have choices to make, and even doing nothing is a choice. So the choice is yours. Please do the right thing. Stop the spread of fear and hate. I just want to go with my mom to the store without being harassed and glared at, or even worse, escorted out. Please hear my words and remember why you took your seat at the board in the first place. Thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted by Rochelle Cole, who writes, Board members, I am writing in to first request for an updated information on the lawsuit against the State of California Department of Public Health. Here we are 3 years later, and the state has yet to provide evidence of the science related to being in a state of emergency. I am also requesting the termination of the use of PCR test as it has been recalled by the CDC. Have you not read your emails? Please do your diligence and review the class I recall and stop promoting this form of testing via social media. It's tacky and only perpetuates the fear-mongering that continues to take place. Myself, along with many other constituents, are calling for the removal of Dr. Parks and request that you put in place an actual qualified virologist, not a pediatrician. By law, a governing body can only declare a state of emergency for 90 days, and we are long past the peak of severe hospitalizations due to COVID. We are now seeing adverse reactions at an all-time high and high cases of vaccinated people admitted. As of today, January 25th, 2022, I am requesting for a copy of each board member's surety bond. This request will be followed up with an email request. Please note it is against the law to deny any request. Therefore, I look forward to your timely response to my request. And the next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, for those of you who have lost loved ones during this pandemic, it is so insensitive to listen to Supervisor Rickman continuously attempt to downplay how seriously hazardous it is for someone with comorbidities to catch COVID. Regardless of what other health challenges one may be facing, it is without a doubt that many people would still be with us if not for catching COVID. We are all tired and half fatigued from this pandemic. But to add insult to injury week after week with this rhetoric does so much more harm than good. Not everyone can hope to achieve natural immunity because catching COVID can lead them to death. And aren't masks required indoors? Clearly, rules don't apply to everyone equally. Shameful. And Chairman Wynn, that concludes our comments.
Thank you. That reminds me, Mr. Miles, we filed a request with the state several months ago. Have they had any response to our request as far as justification for some of these requirements?
Thank you, through the chair. We filed 3 public records requests with CDPH requesting various categories of information that the department relied on in making the determinations and the decisions that it made. They generally denied all of our requests. They said that it was overly burdensome for them to have to sort through the documents at this time to try and provide us with responsive documents. We've since filed a lawsuit against CDPH to try and enforce the Public Records Act request. Yesterday, I received responses to discovery, 233 pages. So we've just begun to review those, their responses to our discovery.
Good, thank you. All right, moving on to the consent items. Anyone wishing to pull any items from the consent calendar? There's a Patty. Consent?
Sorry, Chairman?
You want to pull any items from the consent calendar?
I can't hear you, sir.
Do you want to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Oh, thank you. No, I do not have any items to pull. Thank you.
Brother Miller?
No, none for me, thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair? Oh, okay. Just for our technicians, I keep getting there is one member waiting to speak on my screen. but it keeps coming up. Whoop, it came up with Vice Chair Rickman every time, and I couldn't get rid of him. But somebody just erased. So whoever that person was, thank you very much. But otherwise, I only give somebody wants to speak, but nobody is in the queue. So anyway.
Chairman, just for the record, so that IT and I figure it out, I had put in a request on a prior discussion item. So if it's coming up as Supervisor Rickman requesting, the system's still jarbled up a bit, but I just removed it, obviously.
Well, actually, Rickman wouldn't go away. He came up once, and he was there forever. But I did get the little notification somebody wants to speak, and I go, and then with his bulldog mask on, there he is. So I haven't been able to get rid of him. So whoever did that, thank you very much. Now the screen is clear, but I don't think I have the ability to click you on if you make a request. So I would just ask verbally to raise your hand or speak up or whatever. All right, so anyway, I need a motion and a second for the consent calendar.
Move to approve consent.
I was second.
I'm assuming it's Supervisor Patty. The screen says we're waiting for you, so I don't know if maybe the button didn't take.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ready for the next item. Sorry about that, Chairman.
All right, great. Okay, so adopted 5-0. Thank you. Moving to recessing the board meeting and opening Joaquin County Flood Control Water Conservation District. So, I think Mr. Balaji, are you on? Is this the consent on our Army's approved surplus land sale for a portion of 3103? Is it South B Street, south of Duck Creek, south of Stockton, First Supervisory District?
That item is on consent, Chairman Nguyen.
Okay, so, all right. Did you want to make a presentation on that? Obviously not. So, moving ahead, a motion is second on that particular item. Anybody?
Make a motion to approve it.
Okay, thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. All right, please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you all. Okay, now I will adjourn the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District and move back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. A Public Works public hearing regarding proposed water service charge increases for Almond Park and Shaded Terrace maintenance districts. Mr. Balaji.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. Chris Balaji, your Director of Public Works. This is the time and date with your board set for a public hearing regarding the proposed service charge increases for the Almond Park Maintenance District and Shaded Terrace Maintenance District. As promised, we're bringing these rate increase proposals before you as part of our efforts to achieve financial sustainability in our special districts. And our staff has done a phenomenal job of, doing that right now. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding the proposed service charges. Following the presentation and any questions from your board, we recommend that you open and close each public hearing independently for each of these two districts. And at this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Ms. Jana Roots, our Community Infrastructure Engineering Manager.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Nguyen and members of the board.
Good morning.
The purpose of today's public hearing is to receive public testimony regarding the proposed rate increases and to receive any hand-delivered protests. Special districts provide services only to properties within a defined boundary. The primary source of revenue for the districts comes from service charges paid by property owners. Some districts also receive a portion of their funding from property taxes. By law, all revenue derived from each district is used exclusively for that district, and each district must be generally financially self-sustaining. Service charge adjustments are being proposed today for water rates in 2 special districts. The rate structure for these services is an annual service charge collected on the property tax roll and is based on the single family equivalent unit, or SFE. This is the level of benefit or service received by the average single family home. Every single family residential property is assigned 1 SFE. Multifamily and commercial properties are assigned SFE values based on their level of benefit or service as compared to a single family home. The proposed annual charges shown in the presentation today are per SFE. The specific charges for each parcel are listed in the engineer's report. The proposed rates are a 5-year rate schedule. The 2 districts today are located in the Murata area northeast of Stockton and Supervisorial District 4. The proposed rate adjustments are for water service. The first district is Almond Park Maintenance District. This district has 20 properties. The proposed rate increase is for water service. This rate was last increased 14 years ago. Proposed rates would increase the annual charge from $747 per SFE to $960 in the first year, up to $1,811 in the 5th year. The second district is Shaded Terrace Maintenance District, also in the Murata area. This district has 72 properties. The proposed rate increase is for water service. This rate was last increased 14 years ago. The proposed rates would increase the annual service charge from $421 per SFE to $513 in the first year, up to $881 in the 5th year. Online public outreach meetings were held for both districts to communicate each district's financial situation and discuss solutions. However, despite advance notice of the meetings, district customers failed to take advantage of this opportunity. PowerPoint presentations summarizing the district's financials and the rate proposals were posted to the district websites, and customers who subscribed to the websites were notified that this information was made available to them. This completes the presentation of the rate proposals for the districts. Now we will explain the Proposition 218 approval process. The proposed water rates are subject to approval by the property owners through a protest process. If a majority of property owners submit a protest to the rate increase, then the rate increase cannot be implemented. All protests must be in writing and received prior to the close of today's public hearing in order to be tabulated. 1 protest per parcel is allowed. Protests must contain the assessor's parcel number or site address. All protests must be signed by the property owner, tenant, or authorized representative to be considered valid.
Thank you, Ms. Roots. Chairman Nguyen, the supervisors, this concludes our presentation. Following any questions that your board may have, it is our recommendation that you open the public hearing and receive public testimony 1 district at a time in the order shown on this slide. Public Works staff will then tabulate the written protests, which we haven't received any thus far. We will report the results and provide final recommendations regarding the proposed increases for board consideration. Thank you, Chair Nguyen and members of the board. We're available to answer any questions you may have, and after the close of the public hearing, we'll tabulate the protests, report the results, and provide final recommendations. Hopefully, we don't need to have any extra time to do that. Hopefully, we should be able to do it right away.
Okay. Any questions? And none from the board. I'll open any public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item?
The Chair, may I request that we open 1 district at a time?
I'm sorry. Almond
Park Maintenance District.
Almond Park. Do you have any comments online?
There are no written comments.
Thank you. Close the public hearing. Any comments from the board? No comments? Motion is second.
Oh, sorry, could you please?
That's it. Do we have any additional ballots? None.
Sorry, Chairman, and the next one that we'll need to open is also the Shaded Terrace public hearing, and I don't believe that that's on your outline, so I apologize for that.
That's okay. All right, I'll open the Shaded Terrace public hearing, maintenance district. And no one? Close the public hearing. All right. So, we have any responses at all?
No, there's no protest, so a majority protest does not exist.
Okay. All right. So,
The results are they both passed.
all right. We need a motion and a second on this, I assume?
So moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. This is on the Almond Park?
There's one board order.
This only one board order.
Okay. All right, this covers both of them. You have a motion and a second, please vote. Adopted 5-0 for both maintenance districts.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for staff, always keeping me on track. Thank you. So moving along to the general government. Accept a report on the action Board of Supervisors August 10th, 21, authorizing reservation of $10 million for American Rescue Plan Act fund and transfer of those funds to operating transfer budget to provide match funding for anticipated application from the Housing Authority of the County of San Joaquin for Project Home Key. Mr. Wolverine.
Thank you, Chair. And I was asked to bring this forward, and with the help of our Homeless Initiative manager, Adam Cheshire. Unfortunately, he is not able to participate physically because he is out with COVID. And I had talked with him and Mr. Greg Diederich about doing this remotely. And Adam, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Jay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Nguyen and Board of Supervisors, as you may recall, on August 10th, this board resolved to allocate $10 million in American Rescue Plan funds to the Housing Authority of the County of San Joaquin as a source of match funding for a Round 2 Project Home Key application to the state of California to support the development of permanent supportive housing for the homeless in San Joaquin County. As specified at that time, county funds can only be used to match a home key award from the state of up to 200 initial doors per the requirements and limitations of the home key NOFA. Following the board's resolution on August 10th, the Housing Authority hired a local real estate firm to seek suitable locations within San Joaquin County. Perhaps not surprisingly, it has proven difficult to find a location that both meets the requirements of the home key NOFA and is also a viable location in terms of things like the condition of a potential facility at purchase and the costs associated with rehabilitation of that facility. And so as of today, the Housing Authority is continuing to search for a facility for this project, and the application period closes on May 2nd. That sort of wraps up my comments for now. I believe Housing Authority Executive Director Peter Ragsdale is maybe present today, and so if possible, I would like to invite him to address the board and provide any additional details. Thank you.
Mr. Ragsdale.
Good morning, Chair Nguyen. Good morning, Supervisors. I don't have any formal presentation other than the fact that I can amplify Adam's comments that it proves challenging. The bar is high with Home Key Round 2 in terms of citing properties that are able to be purchased, can be delivered empty, and can be rehabbed in roughly 8 to 10 months. We are struggling with a real estate market that's challenging on many fronts, and acquisition of hotel motel properties proves to be the same as many other times this board and people come before you on affordable housing and various initiatives. So, quickly, there is roughly $1.45 billion of funding available in Home Key Round 2. I always like to look at it as a per capita basis that, if we were successful, that's roughly a $45 million opportunity for San Joaquin County based on our population. So, the intention of the Housing Authority with the county support was to find properties that would meet this high benchmark around amenities such as transit, groceries, healthcare, libraries, pharmacies, and access to higher education. So that's the way the table is set. I think these sort of suburban, urban, rural counties that we live in, not surprisingly, more dollars have flowed to more urban communities. In round one, roughly 92% of the money was outside of the San Joaquin Valley, and we just have a single project in Stockton at this point, which has been renovated partially, and that project is supported by the city of Stockton, by the county of San Joaquin, and the Housing Authority. So I think we do these things collectively to be successful. From my perspective, I know the Housing Authority, while we're interested in producing affordable housing of various types, we do this in partnership with the cities and county to, essentially provide the wraparound footprint that makes these projects successful. So that's sort of my lead in, and I'm happy to take any questions that you'd like to ask.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty, this is your memo or letter.
Chairman, just for the record, I can barely hear anything you're saying. It's from the mask and maybe the proximity of the microphone. But if you're calling on me?
Yes.
Is that correct? Thank you. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale and Mr. Cheshire for being on the phone. Also, Madam Clerk, do we have City Council Member Paul Canepa on the phone? Spoke with him last night. He intended on being here, but he also got COVID and was going to perhaps try to participate remotely.
I'm not aware of any participation. If he is, that information was not provided by my office to him.
Okay, then in lieu of him being not being here, I'll go ahead and read something he had posted. And the reason why I had asked for this update, as per City Council Member Paul Canepa, after learning more about the proposed project to bring a homeless housing unit to March Lane and I-5, that myself, again, Paul Canepa, and City Council gave tentative approval on December 14th, 2020. I am now concerned that the plan was not adequately vetted. The proposed location is in the heart of the economic engine of our business corridor on March Lane and could potentially have negative impacts on that area. The project, which will consist of turning a March Lane hotel into a homeless housing unit, must take into account all of the potential outcomes that such a project may have. If we have learned anything from the Swenson's Park debacle, it is that the impacted communities must play a critical role in the approval process of redevelopment projects that will directly affect their neighborhoods. I think it is important to find safe housing options for homeless individuals, but before we move forward, everyone involved must be given an opportunity to explain the impacts these projects may have. For that reason, I am requesting, again, City Council Member Paul Canepa states, I am requesting an immediate pause to this project to allow myself and my colleagues on City Council the time to hold community meetings which can help adequately evaluate the impacts of this proposed project. I know that we have, I've just handed off to our clerk, a multitude of letters, about a dozen from concerned citizens in my district that have contacted, reached out to me. I've had a multitude of phone calls, and again, some of them wrote letters, but the concern remains on the location, and this is not in my backyard, NIMBYism, all this. It is, as I've expressed with Mr. Ragsdale, that the concern is that you have, if I remember my real estate classes properly and getting my real estate license, real estate is obligated to the highest and best use. And noting that this is a high value corridor and property values are higher there, the question remains is it the best use? And doing a little bit of math on the proposal that was sent into the city, the estimated cost was around $25 million. That goes out to about that equals $416,000 per unit. That's based on the math that was here for it just says right here, the project cost of $25.4 million, the city's contribution of $6 million triggers state funding, which is fantastic, and we support that. I think the problem is when we approved it here, and this is to our board, I was under the impression, and I called our CAO and county council, I would be under the impression that something would be coming back to us for approval, as it has to the city, by the way. But I was thinking that this would happen more with much more oversight. In fact, Mr. Ragsdale, once we allocated the money, you could pull the trigger and utilize that money pretty much anywhere you want. That's what I've been told from county council. Is that correct?
So I think the question is that as it relates to the match, what the state is saying is that there can't be a secondary approval to demonstrate site control. So once there's a match, there shouldn't be a separate process to say, well, now there's permission to apply. So I think that's what the governing process is here, to say, no, I believe the mandate was to try and find projects. We've looked at 5 properties around the county and yet to be successful. So even with that, the metric of more oversight, the reality is, Supervisor, that there's still, a relationship to say that we have much in common, and we are looking to find ways to collaborate. I would argue that Victory Gardens is a perfect example of where the county and the Housing Authority can collaborate. So while there may not be a formal approval, we don't do things this in a silo, and we expect that there would be supportive services to this population. So, the table is set the way the table is set by HCD. So we're following the process to make use of any match funds to hopefully at some point pull a project together.
Understood. I appreciate that. And you guys, again, you did go through this process and the city voted on it, but, according to city council member, there was a thought that there'd be more robust community involvement before it went to that next stage. But in fact, once you get match funding, you can just go forward as you described. And that's not an error on anybody's fault.
Well, we follow the city's process as
there's nobody wrong here, and I understand that you can get bogged down in the not here, and nothing ever happens. So that mechanism's in place. But this city decision affects my region of the county, and that is something that I am hearing from people repetitively on this issue, and they just found out about it. So. I'm concerned about it, and I know that the county is allocated $10 million, but I'm not in favor of using these dollars, knowing that we're triggering money from the city. And this is one of the ones that I asked that we could bring up when I was chairman, and the board fully supported. But I'm very concerned on the direction of where this is going. I know that we were looking at support permanent shelter for perhaps women and children. We were looking at shelters for people that maybe had transitioned from those that were homeless and they were stable and they were in need of what would essentially be perhaps temporary, that gateway to their next permanent home. And I'm really troubled by this, and I know that you'll hear from some of those that wrote in letters expressing the concern about this. But I would ask that this goes back to the city council, if it's possible. And we don't have any authority. I'm not in any authority in any capacity over what you're going to do. But I'm now speaking on behalf of the constituents that I represent in this region, both commercial and residential, and the value of that property and how that value, the impact of that property relates to the future prospect of tax revenue to the city for the services that they perform on behalf of the citizens. So, I'm very concerned about this, and this is not in my backyard. There is, I believe, some adequate places. I was recently invited to do a tour of the children's home, which is losing their state funding as a children's home, and they're interested in transitioning to a more robust and different kind of program, something they've even initiated where they are housing formerly homeless children from the foster programs and such that are 18 to 24. They have phenomenal success stories and amazing individuals. They're just sharing how great that program is, and they've got a place, they've got counselors on site, and they've got levels of engagement. I would venture to say that, our 10 million and the city 6 million, $16 million over there would go incredibly much further to the housing of this type of population at a facility that is very well suited for this, because it's performed that way for over 100 plus years. So I just bring this back to the board. I put this on the agenda. I asked for a review. It is a great opportunity to access state dollars, but I don't know if it's ever going to be suitable. I know that you've said you've had a difficult time finding any location that the city may not find desirable or part of their plans. This is not part of the plans of what my constituents would want in their region, just as we saw many people speak up on Swenson's golf course and what they didn't want in their region, that possibly being converted to housing. So, bringing this back to the board and again, I don't know we don't have any authority over this, but I think it's troubling that we would move forward and transition a high-value asset property and location for what would be considered a higher dollar value than what if we use those dollars elsewhere. Chairman, at this time, I'll yield back to you and any other board comments, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the public comments that were submitted.
Mr. Wilverding?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address any concerns or comments that the county had authorized back in August to give Mr. Ragsdale and the Housing Authority a $10 million check for walking around money and purchasing anything. As we mentioned when we approved, you all, I should say, approved roughly $22 million in various homeless fundings, that this any disbursements that would be made would have to go through county controls and the review of general services and my office and also the auditor controller's office before any disbursements would be made at all. And I think a real good example of that, one that has gone from cradle to grave, was the Lodi House, and that was much smaller of an acquisition, just under $1 million. But we worked very closely with the city, Marcia Cunningham from General Services, my office, and the auditor's office to make sure that everything happened as it was intended by the board. So I just want to point out, while Mr. Ragsdale mentions the site control aspect of this, that does not mean that he just gets $10 million to go and do what he wants with it, and we're at the mercy of the Housing Authority. So I just want to make sure I made that clear.
Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. A couple of things. First of all, I believe that if a project is identified to move forward with on this oversight that you're referring to, Mr. Wilverding, is basically that it checks all of our boxes in terms of how it was originally approved, correct?
That is correct.
It doesn't necessarily mean at the 11th and a half hour, the county can come in and say, okay, well, everything's checked, but we don't like the location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear. Secondly, I think in this particular case, referring back to the project with Lodi is important, because we did work closely with the city, and that project from start to finish, location, design, everything about it went through the city of Lodi's process. Is that correct?
It did.
Okay.
Did work with them along that process.
Great. And so I think applying that same standard, this is a project that is within the jurisdiction of the city of Stockton, and Mr. Ragsdale is correct. He needs to work through the appropriate city process if this project is going to advance. I will say that referring to Swenson is a little bit different, because developing the potential development for Swenson, to be perfectly honest, was never going to happen. that was a project that would have meant giving up over 100 acres of open green space, recreational space for the city. So whatever was going to happen to Swenson, whether it was redeveloping the golf course into a different kind of park, whatever was going to happen there, that's very different than this. This is about essentially a failed motel, which has struggled for many, many years, unfortunately, in a high visibility location on March Lane. So from my standpoint, I don't see that there's really anything for us to do as a board. The appropriation was made based on the need for affordable housing. We've all talked over and over about how if we're going to make the shelters work, we have to have a place for people in the shelters to go to. And this kind of housing is always difficult, always. But I believe this board has done what we needed to do. We showed support for developing a full spectrum of housing to address homelessness. From shelters, we did huge investments in shelters last year, transitional housing, and permanent affordable housing. This board's been very strategic about investing dollars in that. I appreciate the councilman's dilemma and wanting to call a pause. I believe the former mayor of Stockton attempted to do the exact same thing when the conversation on Swenson Park also became very heated. But the city council, at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ragsdale, at this point, the city council has not re-agendized or is planning to actually re-agendize the discussion for a vote?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so this is a call for a council person, perhaps two, I don't know, maybe there will be other council people that will want to participate, to hold some public outreach, which is perfectly appropriate on their part. And I think that's great. But from my standpoint, I don't see that there's anything for this board to do here today. The appropriation will have the appropriate oversight from the county's standpoint. As a board last year, there was a big push to invest in addressing homelessness in this county. And I think as a board, we stepped up and we attempted to do that. And I think this particular allocation is a part of this board's commitment. So I would just say the ball is basically in the city of Stockton's court at this point. I don't really see that there's any action for us to take here today. Thank you.
Any other comments? I guess my philosophy has always been that I believe in sovereignty of governmental entities, which means that those residents or constituents within the unincorporated area of the county, within my district, I take very seriously and treat them as a city council member would for a city constituent. I think once we have agreed, as everything has showed as far as the process that we've adopted, I think it's up to that particular entity, which in this case, the city of Stockton, to make their own decision. Obviously, if it were something way out there that was contrary to our protocols, our standards, obviously it wouldn't get approved by our CEO or our general services director. So I would agree that, we all sit at these chairs and make decisions based upon what we hear from staff as far as their recommendations. We discuss it as a body, we decide what's best, and then we make that decision. In this particular case, it would seem to me, absent any other city council members, that the city of Stockton has made a decision Councilmember Canepa, as was stated earlier, I think he can go back to the city if he wants to rediscuss that. But from what I hear you and say, Mr. Ragsdale, the options are few and far between, maybe non-existent. Is that correct?
I would add this, that the HCD requirement is not to displace people that are currently, really in de facto affordable housing, and many of the properties in San Joaquin County and the Stockton are essentially keeping people under roof, especially during COVID. So exits, even for a property that's going to be used for a Project Home Key, that's a concern, and we can't displace people. Secondly, there's a mathematical relationship to saying that the per door match and the total amount is fixed, to say that if we have a better property, we have a higher cost of acquisition, but a lower cost of renovation. So practically, if we buy an older property, we want to, lower acquisition, but want to spending more money to renovate it, especially if we talk about fire suppression and some of the other challenges around infrastructure for properties in older parts of the community. So, I would just leave everyone with this thought to say, the applications are open until May 2nd. We don't have site control of any property at this point. We want to do this collaboratively. The City of Stockton's application that now is 50% complete in Home Key Round 1 was a collaboration between the City of Stockton. It was also supported by this board in San Joaquin County from a financial perspective, and the Housing Authority is providing operating subsidies. So practically, we're grateful for the 40 doors as a community, but we would nothing would have happened if we hadn't done this in partnership. So I'm acutely aware that, we have to have these honest discussions about siting affordable housing and some of the same concerns around the location. For folks and kids that are transitioning out of the foster youth system, one of the set-asides in Home Key is transition age youth. And some of the folks that we've worked with as partners in a project, regardless of where it lands, the concern is around amenities and where you're placing these units where kids can have access to Delta College and transit, and if need be, and part of maybe what a 26-year-old wants to do to get a shot in life is work at Starbucks. So, I mean, there's an argument to make that, some of the amenities that are on a spot like March Lane, doesn't have to be March Lane specifically, but higher resource areas have consequences in the trajectory of the work we're trying to do, which is, get people back into, economic productivity. So I'd like to consider myself, a pragmatic advocate. I'm happy to appear before this board, and I've spent nearly a 30-year career in affordable housing. So I'm happy to beat the drum. I understand that there are many voices on this issue, but I just feel that there's an economic argument to participate. We're going to look high and low for what we can find that's feasible. And we've looked in Manteca, we've looked in Tracy, and we've had conversations with leadership in those cities too, looking in Lodi, because ultimately I do really believe there has to be exits from shelter, as there's tens of millions of dollars to produce shelter beds. So from my perspective, I am hearing the message of the community. We do not do this in isolation, and we're grateful for the partnerships from this board and from the City of Stockton and other jurisdictions. And my commitment to you is we'll do the absolute best we can to find a project we can all be happy with.
Okay, thank you. Clerk of the board, do we have any, I assume we have comments?
Thank you, Chairman Petty. I've received one written public comment via email, and then I do have the 6 emails that Supervisor Patty received. Would you like me to read those into the record as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. The first public comment that was received was anonymous and writes, imagine saying you want to solve homelessness and then attempting to squash a viable option because that potential solution would include sheltering folks in your district. March Lane is a great option, close to transportation, food, groceries, and other shopping. Not surprised, but voters should remember this. Not solution-oriented at all. Of course, only worried about money and property values, never about actually helping the homeless in real viable ways.
Madam Clerk, who submitted that? What was the name?
That was anonymous. There's no name.
Oh, shocking. Anonymous. Thank you.
The next email was submitted by Blair Hake and Mary Martin and writes, Dear San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, on December 14th, Stockton City Council approved the purchase of the motel located at 2654 West March Lane for the purpose of a homeless shelter for at-risk youths. Unfortunately, there was little community awareness or input regarding this decision. The purchase of this property would result in the city not receiving much needed tax revenue from this property. This is a high-valued property, and I believe that our tax dollars would go further purchasing an alternative site for the suggested property use. I would like to thank San Joaquin County Supervisor Tom Patty for allowing community engagement and having this item placed on the supervisor's agenda for community input on January 25th. I think we can all agree that our tax dollars would go much farther buying more affordable property elsewhere that would be suitable for the intended purpose of sheltering the homeless. The cost per room of the site versus other alternative sites makes this a poor choice for our community. It does not seem like much thought was put into the idea of housing use at the intersection of one of Stockton's busiest streets and a major highway. Thank you, Tom Patty, for bringing public awareness to this issue regarding a piece of Stockton's most visible and valuable real estate. The next email was submitted by Katina Richardson, who writes, "Good morning. The property at 2654 West March Lane, proposed as a shelter for at-risk homeless youth, is very expensive, and the location is unsafe next to a very busy road. Taxpayer dollars would be better spent seeing a more affordable property in a location further from a very busy street and intersection. Best regards, Katina Richardson." The next email was submitted by Mark Bay, CPYB, Broker Pres Bay Yachts, Inc., and writes, "Supervisor Patty, I was alerted to the city's plan to purchase the property and the plan to make it a homeless shelter. As a resident of Brookside, I can't imagine any worse idea for our area. They will be turning the best area of Stockton into a slum. I've often given thought to leaving this here, and with something of this nature a possibility, it only reinforces my thoughts of leaving. We've run a successful yacht brokerage in the city since 1995. We left downtown due to the decline in the area. I guess I would consider this a final straw and bail, taking the taxes generated by the business elsewhere. We have offices in numerous locations, and there is no good reason to keep my corporate headquarters in Stockton. Hopefully you can do something to put a stop to this insanity." The next email was submitted by Creighton Yonell and writes, "Tom, Creighton Yonell here. On behalf of the local property owners and retailers in the March Lane area near I-5, please do all you can to prevent the city from converting the Motel 6 property into a homeless camp. While we all share a concern for the fate of our homeless citizens, the bigger issue is the distraction of a vital retail area which needs to be preserved. A homeless encampment in that area will destroy many businesses and result in unemployment issues none of us need. Again, please do all you can to prevent the city from going forward with the crazy idea of theirs. Thank you." The next email was submitted by John Shores and writes, "Mr. Patty, we met a couple of times when I was volunteering for Habitat for Humanity. My daughter forwarded a post by Paul Canepa and Jill Fazio Antonini about the proposed homeless housing plan for the hotel at the corner of March Lane and I-5. This is a bad idea proposal, and we need to stop this and find another alternative. It is hard to believe how those things start moving forward without public input, unless I just missed it. We have been in Stockton since 1977. I worked for a groupie company during the development of Quail Lakes, Meadow Lake, North Lake, etc., and March Lane was the premier location and east-west connection to Stockton. It is now an absolute mess, and this proposed use will make it worse. I would volunteer to be involved in any way to help facilitate a solution, but this is not it. Your representation and voice is appreciated." The next email was submitted by Louisa Renwick, who writes, "I've been a realtor for 20 years in the community, and placing a homeless shelter in place of much-needed hotel could be catastrophic to our economy. We are already limited on hotel accessibility in the immediate area, and that area of March Lane draw property values, and a homeless shelter would devastate not only property values, but the draw of the local business in the area. I have to believe that there is a much better location that can only help with the homeless crisis, but can also help the local community. This would be a huge mistake for our beloved Stockton." And that concludes the public comments for this item.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just in conclusion, as you see, some residents that I represent object to this, and I do agree, as I noted to Mr. Ragsdale, that there isn't anything we can do. This is happening, without us because we didn't approve it. So I respectfully understand that, but I also respectfully disagree with my fellow supervisors that we should just be mum on this, as if we don't have any say-so what's going on in our county as it affects the quality of life of the citizens that we represent. Mr. Ragsdale, question for you. Are there any ongoing costs to the county or the citizens? Like once you do this $416,000 conversion per unit, self-sufficient, everybody pays their own rent, it's a self-sufficient project. What's the prospectus once it's completed?
So the Housing Authority provides rental subsidies to the residents that would live there. It's an income-based rent, but unknowable, which is to say that we run a model that we think will have the property operate for a minimum period of 15 years. But I would not say that it's impossible that their property couldn't run in deficit like any other affordable housing property based on, we're buying a 30-some-odd-year-old building, and then there's a certain amount of renovation we can do. But, no, I would not make the representation that it would be flawless.
Is there any ongoing cost to the county for any of the services, behavioral health services or food services or subsidies for rent, other than you said you got, I think there's vouchers, or is there, what's associated with this? And let's be perfectly clear. A, there's not a single person on this board that has spoken up more for action to be done for homelessness, and we all equally care about the plight of those that are out there in the streets. And, there's nobody that's turning a blind eye to that need for our citizens and our community, and no one person more so than others. So we all have a cognizant awareness that there's a need. We've allocated dollars. Each of us have individually petitioned, fought for, stand up, cleaned up, spoken out for on behalf of homeless people. This is not about whether we do or don't do something. It has more to do with location, location, location. So representing, I'd be failing as an elected representative if I didn't speak out on behalf of those that I represent in the area that I represent, as they feel it would and likely could impact the quality of their life and the value of real estate as it relates to what's being considered. And where it goes from here, I have no idea. We're clearly not able to strike or do anything about that at all. I'm just curious, the potential for any ongoing county involvement.
So I understand your point, and I would not want to indicate that anyone is not concerned about this issue, and there's advocacy on many fronts around homelessness. So I respect that, and again, I feel like I'm doing my job to advocate for a tranche of that as well. That being said, the county must be a partner. So the simple reality around services, that whether or not that person is unsheltered and the county provides services, or if somebody's in a home key unit, I don't know that in fact, I could argue that it's a lower cost, but the reality is that we will only be successful, the Housing Authority, the City of Stockton, and the county, if we do these things together. So I would like to think that while there are lanes, to the chair's point around the sovereignty 100%, I believe we all have to have these discussions in partnership. That is my intention. That's the commitment I'm willing to make. But I do think there has to be, an honest conversation around where properties are located, because there's benefits to successful projects based on the age and renovation needs of the property as well.
Understood. And thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's a very fair answer that, there is basically a cooperative element to this, where it is county, city, your department, and many others working together. And therefore, it pretty much validates why I wanted to get a review of funding that we allocated back in August, and where we were with it, and as this is proceeding. But I'm not, I'm not in favor, hearing from my constituents, I'm not in favor of this location. So in order for it to go anywhere, I think it has to go back into the city's hands. But I am speaking out on behalf of those that I represent in this region. And I think it's imperative that all of us as supervisors, this is what we are here for, is to speak out on and represent those that we have the privilege of serving. So, my concern would be that those unknowns, that possible additional costs and impacts to the county and our obligations. We saw that I had proposed a homeless shelter in cooperation with the city, and there's 2 supervisors that were just devastated by the fact that there was going to be some behavioral health component and support services required, and that was a no-go for them. And that's a fair assessment. That's how they viewed it. But I could also view this as that type. If we're going to be on the hook for more dollars and there's an unknown element to it, then I would also, just like they stood up and said, no, we're not comfortable with the unknowns because it's not budgeted, it's not allocated, it's not identified even. I would further state to that exact same point and the same exact reasoning that they had to strike down that joint program with the city of Stockton. I would look at this as somewhat of a joint collaborative co-agreement of what we're going to be doing inside San Joaquin County as it relates to services we offer, property values, and things that we have in our region. So, again, this is a great conversation. I appreciate it. I know that you're steadfast, doing a great job looking for solutions. We want to help the homeless, and I would encourage that you and your staff and Mr. Cheshire continue looking, including possibly that homeless shelter, the children's shelter that is transitioning to exactly the model you're talking about, those 18 to 24-year-old that have nowhere to go. And having met some of those kids and talked to their counselors and seeing that program in motion, it's an amazingly impactful, supportive service and location that may be expanded upon. So there might be a way to shift this, maybe reevaluate, go back to the city and come to the county and talk about, there's a new, better way of addressing that population at a more affordable price than $416 per door with uncertainty of ongoing expenses down the line. So this is, as pointed out, I think in the city's hands and their next move. But through the chair, I have a question for County Council. If we've allocated $10 million and I believe our CAO addressed that in order for that $10 million to be used, it comes back to the county for approval before those dollars would be allocated. Would that be correct, County Council?
That's what I heard Mr. Wilverding say, is that it comes back through the county administrator's office, General Services Department, to look at the project.
I'm sorry, so General Services has come back to the board for approval?
That's not what Mr. Wilverding say, no.
Through the chair, CAO Wilverding, does any use of those dollars ever come back to the board?
No, Supervisor Patty, it does not need to come back to the board.
Okay, so that noted. Thank you for the clarity. County Council, what is the mechanism, given that concern I have, what would be the mechanism if this board so chose at a future date to strike the allocation of use of $10 million to access what would seemingly be a great idea, but dollars from the state, if the board does not have oversight, as I believed we would have when we approved that $10 million? How do we rescind that, County Council?
Well, that would require that the matter be properly agendized and come back to the board on a motion to rescind. And
we would need just a majority to do that?
Yes, I believe that would require a majority to rescind that.
Okay, well, that may just be a future conversation and potential discussion with this board. Again, nobody's done anything wrong. Everybody's doing their job and trying to find solutions. And I do think this is in the hands of the city, but I am speaking out in concern for those I represent directly related to this location. So thank you, Mr. Ragsdale and Mr. Cheshire and the board. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ragsdale, just real quick. Why wouldn't you go out to seek, public comment or community involvement before we purchase anything? I mean, because you look at any type of development, that's something you usually do. So why wouldn't you do it on in this case?
Well, we follow the process as the city defined it. So we submitted an application to economic development to the city. They vetted it. They went through. The report was done by the city's processes, not mine.
Okay.
So I did what we did what they asked us to do.
Well, yeah, all right, and it's just different than what I've seen in the past. If you get any type of development or change of property use, usually, you get the community involvement in that, and it seems to be missing entirely here, at least based on.
So, just to finish the point, this is really, an application. This is really permission to apply. There's only funding through the chair to Supervisor Patty. This is essentially an application to say the money only comes from the city or the county with an award. So similar to how we finance anything, they say we go through the environmentals, we go through the any impacts report. In fact, we had city staff walk the property and give us feedback on its age, condition, those types of things. And we also got details on SPD reporting to the property as it stands now and its impacts on the neighborhood. So there was some process. Is it a perfect process? I would not make the representation that it is. But we are just the applicant and we follow the city's processes.
Right.
So
I guess that'd be a question for the city, I guess. But yeah, that was my question is getting the community involved. Right, we're partners not just with the city but with also the community that we serve, even though it's not in my district. So thank you for that. And my last question to Mr. Wilverding, accountability, and this is something I brought up, not just on this topic, but on topics before. If we're using county funds, our taxpayer dollars, how are we making sure that the money that's been allocated is being used for that allocation? Meaning, for me, I want to see where every penny goes. So when this comes back, I don't know, say they purchase something, where's the checks and balances on that? How are we made sure that that money is being used, all of that money is being used to what this board allocated it to?
Supervisor Rickman, through the chair. Essentially what you all did when you approved the appropriation is we moved, and I don't want to get into a big accounting discussion here, but what we did was we moved it from the capital outlay fund as an unappropriated amount into the public improvement budget, and it's sitting there waiting for expenditure to come up against it. And so it would be, think of it like a purchase order. We've ordered something, we've ordered a $10 million transaction here, and then what will happen is as details come in against that, which is when Mr. Ragsdale would be going about making these acquisitions, there'll be documents that will come in, much like escrow documents and things like that, similar to what we did at Lodi House. And those will be matched against the criteria of what was supposed to be expended. And when they meet the acceptable criteria, which will be reviewed by my office and more specifically General Services, will work in collaboration with the Housing Authority as we did with Lodi, then those checks will be, or the request for payment will be submitted to the auditor's office. The auditor's office will then validate that we did our work and we didn't just throw something together. They're the, validating transaction for everything that comes through the county. And once it meets that criteria, then disbursements will go out to whoever the vendor is. In this case, it would be the Housing Authority for what they had requested. And that's how the process would take place. We would not bring it back to the board. It would be onerous to bring those type of transactions back to the board because the auditor's office makes thousands of capital-related purchase items in any given month. And this would just be one more of those transactions.
All right, and again, thank you, Mr. Wilberding, for that. I just, for the transparency side of it, we're going to be approving dollars. We need to make sure, and I think the public has a right to know exactly where that money is going to. Say if we're spending $10 million, and I'm just using this case that's before us, $10 million to purchase a building, what's the breakdown of that? Is that, $4 million for the building, and then you have all these other costs, salaries and so on. Not saying that this is the case, but on, different grants or money that we put out, what exactly is that money going to? A breakdown from penny to penny to penny to penny. That's what I like to see, and I think, the public has a a right to know exactly where those funds and every cent is being spent on that. But that's just my 2 cents.
And just to ally or address your concerns, every single item that you approve in any agenda that comes to the board, every single meeting, and Public Works is probably a great example because they do a lot of capital related work. Mm-hmm. We have all that detail.
Okay, beautiful. That's great.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you know that every single transaction, whether it's an expense report from an employee or it's a $10 million purchase for a building, will have that level of detail in the auditor's office.
All right, and because this comes out of the capital fund, correct?
Well, in this particular case, it came out of the capital fund, but no, that's for everything that comes out of any fund that we have in the organization's books.
Well, because the reason I bring this up too is, when we put up money for different nonprofits and stuff, and the ones that came to the board that I've seen one that had the breakdown line by line by line. That was it. Versus, say, we'll just use $100. It's easier. You put $100, and out of the $100, this goes to maintenance, this goes to personnel, this goes to, hey, we bought a car, this goes to, we bought a refrigerator. I guess that's for a different topic, but my point being, I just wanted to just make sure that the money is being spent or is going to where the money should be going to, and then the public has the transparency side, knows that their money that we're spending on their behalf is being used correctly.
And to your point, some departments are better than others, and you weren't on the board at that time, but several years ago, I did come in front of this board regarding one of our larger departments, because that level of detail was not apparent, and I brought that to the board's attention. So we do look at things, and yes, nobody's perfect, and certain departments are better than others, but generally things that have high level of visibility especially do go through that, and I will say that the lion's share of our departments are very, very good at what they do in providing that information.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question, Mr. Wilberding. Right now, this $10 million that we set aside, that is not for any operating expenses or anything. That's a $10 million match, and that's all. There's no ongoing commitment with that $10 million, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
It's just boom. It's a $10 million one time. Here it is. We set it aside for matching funds for the Housing Authority to apply for a project that would then generate and leverage those dollars into a very, very large state contribution.
That's correct.
So when we talk about the potential down the road for additional costs or whatever the project might need, are we right now as the county, do we have any obligation on that whatsoever?
No, and when the application period expires, if Mr. Ragsdale doesn't find anything, then that $10 million worth of authority is going to evaporate.
Right, thank you. And so we are not, in terms of a potential project, we are not an ongoing partner on the operations of the housing project or the funding of the housing project or anything, any delivery of anything. So if the project needed, say, additional behavioral health services there, that would be a separate conversation down the road at the point in time that the project would require it, and then that would come to the board?
The expenditures that would be associated with that have nothing to do with this.
Okay. Am I correct, Mr. Ragsdale? If there were additional needs in the future by the project, that would be a separate ask, so to speak, from...
I think my answer, and I would defer to county staff, but I believe that, the population that we'd serve, whether they were living in a homekey project or just living elsewhere in the county, they would get and be entitled to services anyway. But The point being is there are support letters that are required as part of this application, and there's a massive financial closing for transparency's sake with a home key award. So there's, again, it's expensive, but there's incredible transparency about how it's to be operated, what a P&L looks like on a 15-year basis. So there's detail, but what I'm trying to articulate this afternoon is that I think that relationship and commitment, spans all of these organizations. So no, it's not a dollars and cents issue in terms of saying there's an additional cost of serving the population that might live at a project home key. But it is a commitment to say, look, we provide services in the county, and we will also support your project because we believe in housing.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that, that the board, myself, but the board is clear in terms of what the action we've already taken is basically for a $10 million match for a project that you will apply for state funds on. But the project, at least this particular location, this is a city of Stockton location. So the bulk of the jurisdiction over the other, if you were awarded the money and then you had to do traffic studies and whatever kind of studies you'd have to do, and you'd have to get permits, and you'd have to get all of those things you would have to get. All of that would flow through the city, correct?
That's correct.
And most of those processes from Planning Commission on up include a lot of public input.
In this case, that's my understanding. And again, I also want to, have this conversation to say, hopefully whether this one goes or doesn't go, whether we find another property in another community, I just think this conversation is, again, incredibly productive, so people understand on a transparent basis what it contemplates. But as it stands now, whoever has jurisdiction over permitting and design, would be the responsible entity to have that process.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I have it all clear.
Clerk of the board, you had another comment?
Yes, thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Chairman Wynn, go ahead, Supervisor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Peter, I just wanted to tell you, I feel bad for you because you can't make everyone happy. I commend Supervisor Patty for representing his district. The truth of the matter is, wherever you put it, we're going to have opposition. Most of the stuff goes in District 1 and, my district, and people are always complaining that, nobody complains if the homeless go to district, the homeless in South Stockton. We can't make anybody happy. Every one of us, every district, if somebody tells Supervisor Rickman, we're got a homeless shelter going in Tracy, they're going to go crazy on him. He goes down the line. We can't help it. And it's an impossible task. So, at one point, we have to just say, okay, this is where it's going, and we got to stand up to the people and let them know that, hey, we're working hard, we're trying to fix the homeless issue. And I'm not saying that Marsh Lane is the best spot, but have you been to Marsh Lane Motel 6? It's rough. There's a lot of prostitution there. It's crime. This might be an upgrade. I'm not saying let's go to Marsh Lane. I'm just saying there might be an upgrade. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman Wynn. This comment was submitted anonymously and writes, based on the City of Stockton's own traffic study attached showing that this housing project area has the highest daily vehicle traffic in the city, it seems a better use for the site at March and I-5 would be an economic development project rather than a housing project. This is the busiest entrance to the city and likely the busiest I-5 exit in the county. I understand the NIMBYism of these sorts of projects, but this is about best use of a location. And this project will never be the welcome mat we are looking for when it comes to welcoming potential businesses, future residents, future Pacific students, and visitors. The biggest flaw in the project is the belief that the public has had any input simply because it was put on an agenda. The parties involved have made purposeful efforts to keep this under wraps from the neighboring businesses and residents and the city as a whole until the needed funding was allocated. No outreach, no mailers, nothing. Hush, hush. Considering this project is in the Housing Authority's very own neighborhood, this should not have been a difficult task to reach out to their fellow area constituents. It is unfortunate that these sort of backroom deals still happen in our county. Youth homelessness is a big issue, but short-term solutions would not have long-term implications to an entire corridor. And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Chairman, I have another letter sent in to me. I'll just read it. This is from
Miss Katie Drebert. I grew up in Quail Lakes and frequented the shopping center, enjoying Straw Hat Pizza, long jugs, etc. As an adult, I've been back in Stockton for 12 years and live, excuse me, in Quail Lakes with my family, and I'm completely disgusted with what it looks like now with homelessness, trash, etc., and can only imagine how much worse it can get with that hotel turning into a homeless facility. March Lane and Benjamin Holt Drive lead into the heart of Stockton, and in my opinion, are the best areas we have to offer. We need to keep it that way and find another location for this proposed homeless facility. Again, thank you for all that you do. Katie Drebert. Agree with Supervisor Villapudua, and as I said earlier, Joe, where, location, what's satisfied, I don't know. I do believe, just to surmise, this is in the city's hands, but I also encourage you to engage with the children's home. You might find a better use of those dollars at a suitable location that's secure, it's self-contained, and it's very adequate based on the program that they've got running, and they've been doing it for decades now. So thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman. That is all.
Thanks for the time today.
Thank you, Peter. Any other comments? I would just make one last comment. Through my elected official career, one of the things, and I'm sure you've all experienced it, is the private sector or other agencies that rely on us for our direction and our requirements as far as developing, et cetera, always get upset when we change the rules. And I guess in this particular case, the way I see it is that, we approved this back in July in good faith, obviously to benefit the city of Stockton and help them with a project that would relieve to some degree the unsheltered homeless. And if every time, and I'm not picking on Councilmember Canepa, but if we're going to be looking at these things every time a city makes a decision and review it and question it, I would say, and it's been said on this board, that, cities are concerned about the county being the 800-pound gorilla. In other words, always being subservient to the county. And I think this could be an example whereby the city, based upon our authority to utilize $10 million for a specific purpose, which I agree with Vice Chair Rickman in regards to making sure that it's done for those reasons that we outlined. If we start every time, somebody has a concern or changes their position and it comes to us and then we micromanage it, I would, if I were city council member, I would say, I don't want to deal with the county because I go through the processes, I cross the T's, dot the I's, and then someone, the county board comes up and says, well, we don't agree. It would drive council members nuts and mayors. So I think that our commitment should be to provide it, trust that the city council, which has already approved it, and I don't know of any other council members that feel the same way as Councilmember Canepa, maybe there is. But as Supervisor Patty said, it's in their hands. And if we start stepping in and say, oh no, we changed our mind or we don't like it or whatever, I think the relationships we have with the cities will be damaged. So again, I'd just like to have it go back to the city and let them deal with it, and let Councilmember Canepa convince his fellow council members that somehow they need to change the direction or whatever. So with that, I will move on to the next item. Mr. Wilverding, this is the 2021 Community Strategic Priorities Survey.
Thank you, Chair. This particular project got its genesis back in July of last year when I was participating in the Women's Committee with Supervisor Miller. And Supervisor Miller had asked if we could somehow come up with a mechanism for polling the community with survey questions so that we could get some priorities from our constituents. Essentially trying to create some sort of a tool that we could figure out what their priorities are, and it would be a broad spectrum county-wide project and essentially to determine how well we're doing what we're doing and if there's equitable distribution of resources across the community. And this is, to my understanding, something that our county's never done before. And so I started looking around at what kind of options we might be able to bring to bear on this. I didn't know that we'd have the internal expertise to do this, so I started shopping around. And as good luck would have it, I was able to contract with Godby Research, a gentleman named Brian Godby, who actually performed the services, and it was exactly what we were looking for. And so he did a community survey. It was conducted from November 30th through December 7th of 2021. It involved 583 county residents who participated in the survey, and the participants were selected at random so that we would ensure a broad sample base. And as you may all recall on the board, each one of you were queried by Mr. Godby to kind of tweak his questions towards the specific concerns and questions and interests that would be in each one of your districts. And he did do that. And so this particular item is, I've asked Mr. Godby to provide a summary of the survey results in a report to you all today. And I'm assuming Mr. Godby is on the phone. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Go ahead and take it away.
Okay, great. Rachel, go to the next slide. Wonderful. So as the CAO mentioned, we did looked at a variety of different issues. First grouping was overall job satisfaction with a variety of different things. We looked at the importance of strategic priorities. We looked at a variety of different county services and programs, and we tested both the importance and the satisfaction with those. We looked at a variety of different policy trade-offs that might be confronting the board, and then there's, of course, a wide variety of demographic and behavioral characteristics. Next slide, please. The methodology in brief was a online and phone survey, landline cell phones. The online, though, we invited specific people. It wasn't just a link on Facebook. We completed 583 adults, 18 plus, and as a subset of that, there were 415 registered voters, which gives us error rates of plus or minus 4.06 or 4.81. Next slide, please. And next one after that. So the first question was a favorable, unfavorable on the COVID, how the county is doing handling COVID. If you look at the box in the lower right-hand corner, you see that about 61% in round numbers had a favorable view, 21% unfavorable. The favorable to unfavorable ratio is 2.87 to 1, which is pretty good. Next slide. The next question was satisfaction with quality of life. Again, we've added up the very end somewhat, and you can see that 61% are satisfied, 39% are dissatisfied. It's a ratio of positive to negative of 1.6 to 1 in round numbers, also pretty good. Next slide. And the next one in this series was satisfaction with the county's provision of services overall. Again, looking at the very end somewhat together, you see that we're 52% satisfied with the county services, 33% dissatisfied, another 1.6 in round numbers to 1 positive to negative ratio. And the final question in this series, next slide, is satisfaction with the county's management of public funds. This almost always goes down because there's a large chunk of people who don't know, and you see that that's 25%. So the satisfaction is 35, the dissatisfaction is 40. It's a 0.87 to 1 ratio. Next slide, please. So at this point in the survey, we switched gears a little bit and we focused on the rating of the various strategic priorities the county has. And we simply asked people, is this priority extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not too important, or not at all important? And these are all asked in a random order, so there's no position bias is what we call it. And you see we have now ranked them based on the extremely important category. And you see that based on that, it falls into three really tiers or three groupings. The first item is addressing homelessness and water storage quality and sustainability are at the top. They're at 62 and 61% in round numbers, extremely important. In the next grouping, 3 through 5, we have fire prevention and firefighting services, good governance, and long-term fiscal stability. And you see the extremely important for each of those is 48, 47, and 45, respectively. And then in a third grouping, not to say that it's unimportant, it's just not as important as the ones above it, are economic development and sheriff services. Next slide. So again, we switched gears at this point in the survey and to talk about specific county services, programs, and facilities. And again, this list, and it's reflected over 3 slides. I'm going to hit the highlights here, but they were all asked in a random order, and we asked, is it extremely, very, somewhat, not to, or not at all important again. In this case, we have ranked them based on this number you see on in black on the right-hand, not quite edge, but the right-hand side of the slide. And that's based on the scale down to the bottom, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It's a real accurate way of ranking the items. We also look at the percentages, and those are in the blue range there with the arrows on the far right-hand side, and that is adding the extremely and very together. We also look again at tiers or groupings where things are essentially tied. If numeric differences, yes, but from a statistical perspective, they're really grouped together. And in that top group, we have, in terms of importance again, we have crime, gang prevention programs, preventing illegal dumping of garbage and human waste, keeping local fire stations open, water conservation, mental health, low income and homeless residents, ensuring a living wage, street and road maintenance is the top group. Now, I'm going to skip over a little bit just to save some time, but you'll be able to see all of these items in a moment when we bring it all together for the conclusion of this section. So if I could go to the next question, which is question 7, I think that's 2 more slides away. And 1 more, 2 more, actually, 1 more. There you go, perfect. So this, after we asked how important were all these items, and you saw there was a very long list, we came back to the same list a second time and asked how satisfied are you with each of these services. And it's really the interplay of these 2 questions that is the most important, I think. Here, the scale is based on satisfaction. So at the top of this list, we have keeping local fire stations open, COVID vaccination, testing, and treatment are the things that they're most satisfied with, and that's in the 70s when you add the very and somewhat together. Next are library programs and services, then park and rec, women's support services, and agricultural preservation and sustainability and senior services, and that rounds out the top 3 tiers. If I could go 3 more slides to the one that says importance and satisfaction, you see how this really works. That's the one, right? So what we have here is all of the items. They're all ranked by the importance, and you see the dark, heavy lines. That shows the grouping. So that same top grouping that we talked about in terms of importance is at the top of this slide, crime, gang prevention, down to street and road maintenance. But we've also added the satisfaction column. And we've highlighted in red those items that are at the bottom of the satisfaction. So if you're trying to think, how do we improve the quality of education, or I'm sorry, the quality of life in our community, we look at the items that are the most important to people that have the lower satisfaction scores. So if you were to focus on crime, gang prevention programs, that's very important to people, and people aren't as satisfied. So that's clearly an area where additional resources could be allocated. Obviously, that's a decision by the Board of Supervisors, but that's the point of this kind of analysis, is to give you sort of a roadmap, if you will, on how you might allocate resources to address the issues that the residents see as being most important but least satisfied with. Now, there are several others in this, as you can see: illegal dumping, mental health treatment for low income and homeless. There's been a lot of discussion about homeless today. Here's an example of that. Ensuring a living wage and street and road maintenance are also very important but less satisfied. And you can see that works all the way through all of the different items we've highlighted. Again, the satisfaction that people are least satisfied with. Next slide, please. So this next slide was a follow-up to that question, and it was one that was sponsored or really suggested by one of your stakeholder groups. And it's of the things that we've been talking about, so the whole list that they've heard now twice or read twice, what's the most impactful in terms of your community? And you can see at the top of this list is homelessness. That's 39%. Now, this is an open-ended question, so they're recalling back to the list that they heard. But homelessness is clearly the standout among all of the different issues that we've been talking about. Next slide. And this question, again, was an open-ended question. It was a little bit different, but it was thinking about all these things. If there was one-time funding available, where would you like to see that money spent? And again, homelessness is at the top of the list. It's not quite as high. It was 39% on the previous question. Here it's 28%, but clearly homelessness is top of mind in the where people would like to have the money, any one-time money spent. Next slide. So the next set of questions is really three different questions asked, alternative spending options or alternative policy options that the board might be considering. It's what's called a forced choice question. We say, do you support one version or the other, or do you have mixed opinions? In this case, we asked, would you rather see additional funding be provided for increasing mental health and social service support to the community? That was 49.5% chose that option, versus additional funding to be provided to traditional sheriff and policing, patrol, crime prevention services. There was also 19% that had mixed opinions, but it's important to note this is where will you spend additional funding. It doesn't say pick B over A. In terms of existing funding, this is in the context of any additional funding there might be. Next slide, please. The next question was the same sort of format. In this case, it was a little bit more about development issues. Opinion C, which garnered 21%, was the county's policy should be to support a broad range of new housing and commercial development projects. Option D was the county's policy should be to support preservation of our agricultural land, water supply, and other agricultural-related services at 43%, and obviously that was the larger plurality of the two. There was also 27% mixed opinions. And the final slide, next, was another forced choice question. Option E garnered 44%. That's the largest plurality. Additional funding, and again, additional funding should be provided for programs and services for women and children, or additional funding should be provided for traditional sheriff and policing and crime prevention at 30%. Not as big a difference as we saw in the first one that was similar to this, with 18% mixed opinions. The remaining slides are really in here for somebody who's reading this later on. I don't want to repeat myself, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have now.
Any questions? Yes, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I have a question. This, I guess, will go a combination to our CAO and also Mr. Godby. I'm hoping you can clarify why fire services were included in this and keeping fire stations open. Is that something within our jurisdiction, or was it? I'm just curious about that.
Supervisor Miller, through the chair, I was a little surprised to see that myself. No, the board does not. The fire districts that are unincorporated fire districts are all locally governed. They've got their own local boards. And of course, the ones that are in the cities report to the cities. I had thought that may have gotten in there when you all were polled by Mr. Godby. So I'm not exactly sure how that got in there.
Okay, I just want to make sure that as the public accesses this information, now that it's all very public, that somehow there's an overview also provided in terms of what areas we actually do have jurisdiction over, what areas we actually do fund, and what areas we don't. Because as Supervisor Rickman said, transparency and clarification with the public is always really important. And I don't know that folks can put this into context. If they think that the county fire districts are receiving funding from us, that it's built into our budget, and that somehow we are making the decisions whether or not to keep fire stations open, that could be very misleading.
So there is one little benefit in having that question on there, is because the fire districts are, well, the cities are funded, the city fires are funded through the city, but the cities do get an apportionment of property tax allocation. For the unincorporated fire districts, the small ones that we have scattered around the county, there, I believe there are 19 of them, maybe 19, I think. They do get property tax allocation, and some of them do have direct charges that supplement their assessments that they get through the allocation of the 1%. So those are handled through the county, specifically through the auditor's office. And so there is a level of control and oversight over that in a very indirect way.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That answers mine. Yeah, Brian, I had already asked you the question, and you said you weren't sure why it was in there.
Yeah, the thing I would add, though, I agree with Jay 100%. We could certainly put a footnote in there that says that it, is not a service provided by the county, but I think it does put it into context, the other services, because firefighting is an important part of public safety, broadly speaking, and so it tells you, where do the components that are services provided in the county as a whole, if not by you specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. And this is a question for you, Chair, if you don't mind. When we were sent on the redistricting committee and we did the polling and stuff, do you see the polling a little bit different? Because one thing that I noticed, I know crime and water was up there, but agriculture, and that was in like the top 3, I think, on all the surveys in all the cities and county. Did that catch you by surprise at all, or?
No, and I guess I would share Supervisor Miller's concern. And it's not so much that, I understand first responder, public safety, those types of things. But from my vantage point, I guess my concern would be is if you have that choice there, it directs votes away from the other priorities, which we do have control over. It would be equivalent to having education on there, which we have no control over. And that's my only concern. I know it's done, but I think had fire not been on there, some of those votes would have gone to some of the others, which would give us probably a more accurate perspective in regards to the opinions of our constituents. So anyway, just a thought. Anybody else?
If I could, through the chair, just to clarify methodology.
Sure. Go ahead,
Sure.
Brian.
This wasn't pick one of these 7 items. This was how important is each one of them. So because it was in there for whatever reason, doesn't diminish the others. It just puts that item into its priority ranking, if that makes sense.
Well, I think it does. I guess, again, I just, the busier the survey is, there's always potential, and I don't say it's a major deal, but to skew the results. So again, I would just, if we were to do it again sometime in the future, I would probably leave that out. Although I probably have, I don't know, 10 or 11 fire districts in my district. Obviously, there's the smaller ones, but again. Supervisor Villaputa. Okay.
No comment right now, thank you.
Okay, any other vice chair?
Just real quick, Supervisor, when jumping on the firefighter bandwagon, and I agree we may not have direct input. However, I mean, unincorporated areas, I mean, you look at response times, and, prime example, the unprotected area off of Highway 4, Tracy Boulevard area, and that'll be District Supervisor Patty's district, and we don't have fire protection out there. So, I mean, even though we don't fund, is there a concern for county residents or San Joaquin County? I think it would be.
So what you're saying, there's a more global perspective by including it. Okay, good. Thank you. Let's see.
Could I double back with
Sure,
just one
Lauren.
quick question? Would it be possible for all of us to receive both the PowerPoint presentation from today, but also the crosstabs on this survey?
Sure, I can get you that. I didn't know you didn't already have it. Okay.
Well, I didn't really see the need initially. Brian did ask, but what I want to get at is I want to drill down a little bit to see how these results compared to the specific results in my district. And then I want to compare those to Supervisor Wynn's district, which is very rural, to get an idea of how these priorities sort of shook out in the different districts. So if we could get that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll email
Great,
that to you.
thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Patty? No? Okay. All right. Ms. Wilverding, is that it?
That's all that we have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right.
Thank you for doing this, by the way, really to all of our staff. We haven't done this before, and I thought it was very illuminating, and I really want to express my appreciation to the County Administrator's Office, both you and your staff, for coordinating this. I think it's really a good thing.
Thank you. It was very eye-opening, I think, for a lot of folks. And I think it'll be a big help when we have our board strategic priorities next month. And I've already forwarded this information to our facilitator, and we've got a draft agenda. And this is very aggressively worked into what we'll be dealing with when we do that.
That's great. Thank you.
And thank you, Brian. I appreciate your help on that, too. You did a great job.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I would agree with Supervisor Miller. The more information we have, the better decisions we can make. So thank you, Jay. All right, moving on to item number 3, acceptance of investigative report into complaint lodged by Joyce Weber, retired auditor, appraiser 3, against Steve Bestaritas, assessor, recorder, county clerk, and consider the findings. Okay, so Ms. Hopkins, I believe this is yours.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Good afternoon.
Chair Wynn, CAO Wilverding, County Council Miles. Today I'm here to provide the Board of Supervisors with some facts and events and an overview of the investigative report into a complaint lodged by Joyce Weber, retired auditor appraiser 3, against Steve Bestaritas, Assessor, Recorder, County Clerk, and request the board consider the findings and take appropriate corrective action. Typically, the county's process with claims of discrimination, harassment, or retaliation is to provide a summary of the report to the complainant, the respondent, and the appointing authority for the individual accused of the conduct. Mr. Ballesteros is an elected official, and the board is charged with supervising the official conduct of all county officers, which includes elected county department heads, per California Government Code 25303. Accordingly, the report is being provided to the board in consideration of its supervisory role. The presentation before you today is an open session, as the Brown Act prohibits the board from meeting in closed session to discuss employee complaints against elected officials. Mr. Ballesteros was provided with notice of the charges against him and the basis for those charges, and this is his opportunity to respond to those charges. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors accept the investigative report into a complaint lodged by Ms. Weber, retired Auditor Appraiser 3, against Mr. Ballesteros, Assessor, Recorder, County Clerk, Number 2, allow Mr. Ballesteros to respond to the complaint. And 3, consider the findings contained in the report, the testimony of Mr. Ballesteros, and take corrective action. I now will provide some information to the board as the reason for the recommendation. As background, Ms. Weber started her career with San Joaquin County as a part-time worker in 1989. She became full-time in July of 1990 as a specialist clerk. Ms. Weber held a variety of positions during her career. She filed the complaint against Mr. Ballesteros in July of 2020. Ms. Weber subsequently retired with over 30 years of service on September 27th of 2020. In 2019, Ms. Weber filed a prior equal rights complaint, commonly called Rule 20 in San Joaquin County, against a principal appraiser in the assessor's office, alleging discrimination based on a medical condition, disability, and retaliation for requesting an accommodation. The investigation resulted in sustained findings against the principal appraiser. At the conclusion of the investigation, Mr. Ballesteros was provided a copy of the executive summary and recommendations for corrective action. I met with Mr. Ballesteros on August 31st of 2020 and provided him with an opportunity to review the full confidential report to assist him in understanding the details of the findings. Mr. Ballesteros declined to view the full report. During the meeting, Mr. Ballesteros verbally confirmed he accepted the advisory recommendations that were based upon the investigator's findings, and HR subsequently confirmed Mr. Ballesteros' acceptance of the advisory recommendations in writing. It is unknown if Mr. Ballesteros took any corrective action. This 2019 complaint is the basis for the retaliation claim the board is receiving today. The county hired David Tyra of Chronic, Motzevich, Tideman, and Gerard, an independent investigator, was retained to investigate this 2020 retaliation complaint and provide a report of the investigation and findings. Mr. Tyra defined the scope of the investigation as follows. Did Steve Ballesteros retaliate against Joyce Weber by referring to the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office alleged discrepancies in paper and computer tax records on which Ms. Weber worked in the assessor's office? The investigator interviewed 14 individuals from the department and the criminal investigator assigned to the Weber matter at the district attorney's office. Several individuals required multiple interviews, and during the course and scope of the investigation, multiple individuals were out with COVID, delaying the process. The investigator concluded by a preponderance of the evidence, Mr. Ballesteros retaliated against Ms. Weber. Retaliation claims require 3 findings. 1, that the employee engaged in protected activity. 2, that the employee was subjected to adverse action at work. And 3, that the adverse action was causally related to the protected activity. During the investigation, as outlined in the executive summary, Mr. Ballesteros admitted that no one from the Assessor, Recorder, County Clerk's office asked Ms. Weber about the alleged work discrepancies. He explained this was due to the sensitivity of her prior discrimination complaint and past difficulties experienced when addressing Ms. Weber's work performance. Mr. Ballesteros stated he was the decision maker with the respect of the referral of Ms. Weber to the district attorney's office. 2 other employees were involved in the discussions determining if the matter should be referred to the district attorney and engaged with the district attorney's office, providing information, gathering documents, and summarizing taxpayer records prepared by Ms. Weber. The investigator found that Mr. Bestolarides cited serious and credible concerns with respect to Ms. Weber's work and the impact on the county's taxpayer rolls and the integrity of the data in the assessor's office. However, the investigator also stated there is also substantial evidence complainant, Ms. Weber, was subject to an adverse action, further noting that being the subject of an interview by a district attorney investigator that could lead to possible criminal prosecution is an adverse action. Ms. Weber has stated this led directly to her decision to retire early from county employment due to the stress and anxiety it caused. The investigator found the stress and the anxiety reasonable. This may have been avoided if the department had used the county's progressive discipline practices and directly confronted Ms. Weber prior to referring it to the district attorney's office. Based on the investigation's substantiated findings, Mr. Bestolarides' actions have violated county policy, including the Equal Employment Opportunity Policy, county's harassment-free work environment policy, San Joaquin County Work Rule Number 1, conduct. Actions for the board to consider regarding Mr. Bestolarides include receiving this report with no further action, adopting a resolution that censors the elected official, adopting a resolution that does not censor the elected official but still expresses the board's disapproval of the elected official's conduct or acknowledgement that the elected official violated county policy, or referral to the grand jury for possible removal from office. There are 2 additional matters for the board to consider today. The board needs to be aware that Ms. Weber has also filed a companion complaint regarding this claim with the State Department of Fair Employment and Housing. You'll hear me refer to that as FEHA. In addition to Mr. Bestolarides, 2 other employees were also found to have engaged in acts of retaliation against Ms. Weber. As the appointing authority, Mr. Bestolarides normally would be in the position to receive the investigation findings and Human Resources recommendation concerning corrective action. The facts of this case present a unique situation in which the investigation's findings indicate that the appointing authority and the 2 employees all engaged in the same inappropriate behavior. As such, it is recommended that the board select an alternative department head to review the matter and select the appropriate corrective action, and as outlined in the board letter, based upon the scope and duty of county code for the CAO, that is our recommendation. As the board receives this information today, it is important to note that Mr. Bestolarides is an elected official, 1 employee is an unrepresented employee, and the other employee is a classified civil service employee represented by the San Joaquin County Management Association. Any future recommended corrective action regarding the 2nd employee would be governed by civil service rules and the Memorandum of Understanding between the county and the Management Association. County Counsel and Human Resources are here to answer any questions by the board, and Mr. Bestolarides is also present to present.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Hopkins, you had identified 3 options for us to consider today. What were they, please? Option number 1.
Supervisor Patty, there's actually 4. The board.
4, please. Thank you.
The board may receive the report with no further action. The board may adopt a resolution that censors the elected official. The board may adopt a resolution that does not censor the elected official but expresses the board's disapproval of the elected official's conduct or acknowledgement that the official violated county policy. And the last one is referral to the grand jury for possible removal of office. And County Counsel Miles can explain the differences or answer any technical questions you might have about the options.
Okay, well, reading the executive summary and going through this, obviously pages and pages of this, for the sake of time, I would make a motion to receive with no further action. So that's where I sit. If somebody wants to second it, I'm jumping way ahead of schedule, but everybody can talk what they want. I
I'm comfortable making that motion when appropriate. Somebody wants to second it. Thank you, Chairman.
I think probably in the best interest of all concerned, probably need to have at least some discussion in regards to this particular issue, especially with Mr. Bestorita's willingness to come forward and state his case. Any other questions in regards to? Okay, all right. Mr. Bestorita.
Chairman Patty, I'm sorry, Chairman Nguyen. It's going to take me a minute. I believe that I need to administer an oath to
You're right.
Supervisor to Mr. Bestorita.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You can do that?
Mr. Bestorita, if I have you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth here today? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen, members of the Board of Supervisors. I am Steve Bestorita. I'm the Assessor and Recorder County Clerk of San Joaquin County. With me here today is Karen Johnson, the Assistant Assessor Recorder County Clerk, and Robin Jurovich, who is the Principal Appraiser in the department. I am grateful for the opportunity to be here today and grateful to the chair for expediting this hearing. It is only right to conduct this matter in public, as the two most important things that the public demands of us elected officials is transparency and good stewardship of public funds, a hallmark of public service. After reviewing the executive summary of investigative findings and important facts, strangely omitted from these documents, it is clear that the board should not take any action on this matter. Indeed, the board letter omits an important option available to the board, which subsequently is on there, taking no action based on the facts and circumstances. The issue at hand has to do with my duties as a department head and as an assessor, a constitutional officer of the state of California. During the course of this discussion, it is always important to remember one overreaching fact. In the instance of the actions of my department, prevented an excess of $92 million of assessed values from being lost. To say the least, that was a problem that needed addressing. There are two components of this complaint. One is the human resource component, which seems to be the primary focus of the report, and two is my constitutional responsibility in San Joaquin County. Today, I wish to highlight the importance of my responsibility as the assessor to fairly and equitably value all taxable property in San Joaquin County. So, why are we here today? We're here to provide the board with relevant information that was omitted or ambiguously presented in the executive summary so that you can make an informed decision on whether further action is required at this time. In early 2020, Ms. Jurovich brought to our attention that there were some irregularities in one of her employees' work and possible inappropriate practices, and more importantly, a potential risk of significant amount of tax revenue loss directly related to the actions of the employee. What the executive summary and board letter failed to disclose that due to the magnitude of the potential revenue loss and in consideration of an existing complaint, we actually timely reached out to County Council and Human Resources to provide us direction. The executive summary and the board letter would lead you to believe that we acted independent of County Council and HR. That is not true. Their fingerprints are all over the early stages of this matter. After discussing this matter with County Council and Human Resources, and based on the recommendation of County Council and Human Resources, we contacted the district attorney's investigator. because county counsel never indicated that he would represent the assessor's office in this matter, and he failed to recommend outside counsel to advise us. Asking the DA for an opinion appeared to be our only option at that point. I point out to you that state law compels county counsel to retain outside counsel to represent me in a situation as this. And I think this situation could have been avoided had county counsel complied with the proper government code. At the conclusion of the district attorney's investigation and in a conversation with the district attorney investigator, it was suggested that although the employee's conduct did not rise to the level of criminal complaint, an administrative investigation may be a more appropriate course of action. Apparently, the county counsel agreed that an administrative investigation into the employee's conduct was necessary. This statement is supported by a July 22nd, 2020 memo from county counsel to me requesting information in order to determine the scope of the administration investigation, not whether one should happen or not, and to provide the list of information to Director of Human Resources by July 29th. They gave me a week to comply. And of course, we promptly provided the information that was requested. We were never informed of the outcome of the determination as to the scope of the administrative investigation, and administrative investigation was never conducted. I submit it is possible that we may not even be here before you today had we conducted that, had they conducted the agreed upon administrative investigation. Having said that, the compelling reason that we are before you now is not only about a personnel matter, but also my constitutional duty as an elected officer in the state of California. As a result of the actions of the employee, since we began our inquiries, we have added in excess of $92 million of assessed value on the property tax roll that may have been lost. Yes, $92 million, which equates to approximately $920,000 in county revenue. This is at the very least a minimum amount that we became aware of just prior to and subsequent to her retirement. One item, as well as many others that may have been discovered had there been an administrative investigation, was an email that was received by Ms. Jurovich a few months after the employee retired. It was from a tax agent representing a national client that has 6 locations in San Joaquin County, asking if we would honor the 20% reduction in value that our former employee had agreed to give them in previous years. Again, to say the least, there was a problem that required addressing. As I stated earlier, my main role as an assessor is to fairly and equitably assess all taxable property in San Joaquin County. In addition to the dollars that we added back to the tax roll, these type of actions impact the integrity of our database. So here we are. We have altered documents, we have a loss in value, and we have a corruption of our database. In fact, we discovered that the employee used our tax system to enroll lower values than were reported by taxpayers. So taxpayers report value, was reporting lower values than what a taxpayer reported under penalty of perjury. We became aware of this in mid-2020 when a current staff member brought it to our attention that she was keying in values and the corresponding assessed values were not changing. We discovered that the employee who filed this complaint had locked out or made it impossible to override those values that were inserted. Here's the irony. In the district attorney investigator's report, it was suggested that the employee should be better trained in the operation of the megabyte tax system. In actuality, she was fully adept at the intricacies of the system, contrary to what she may have conveyed to the district attorney's investigator. The investigative findings say that any conclusion must be supported by substantial evidence. I agree. But look at the evidence. the evidence supports a conclusion that no action should be taken. Evidence of retaliatory conduct is flimsy at best. At page 5 in the executive summary, the evidence consists of speculation, not facts. The Sacramento attorney wrote, and I'll quote, "There is a temporal proximity between the referral to the district attorney's office and the investigation of the prior Rule of 20 complaint that could create an inference that the former was motivated by the latter. A temporal proximity that could create interference. Hardly strong evidence to support extreme remedies recommended in the board letter. Also, the conclusion from this logic, and this is an important fact, is that a county department head would be unable to discipline an employee with a pending Rule of 20 complaint, because then any discipline would be temporarily proximal to and constitute retaliation. This cannot possibly be the correct way to look at the situation. On page 3 of the executive summary, it states the strongest evidence. The report concedes that the district investigator, after conducting a comprehensive investigation of events, including interviewing key witnesses, concluded, according to the investigative report, in quotes, he did not believe the individuals in the assessor's office who referred the matter to the district attorney's office were acting in bad faith or out of some ulterior motive. This is the strongest evidence concerning this event and certainly reasonable for you to rely on the professional opinion of the DA investigator. Let me add the following. I represent to each and every one of you that at no time was my conduct the product of a retaliatory motive. My only exclusive motive was to make sure that the correct tax assessments were concluded. You have my word on the record against the Sacramento attorney's factually starved speculation about temporal proximity. Finally, I need to briefly respond to the HR complaint of progressive discipline was not followed in this instance. First of all, in our meetings with Human Resource and County Council, they failed to share this alternative. Secondly, in an instance where tax records are being altered and property improperly assessed so that the county loses nearly $1 million, what kind of progressive discipline can be imposed? Human Resource had a chance to propose progressive discipline route but never raised this alternative. Unfortunately, this fact was omitted from both the executive summary and the board letter. Again, I'm going to repeat myself. I'm grateful to the board for this opportunity to consider this matter, and even more grateful that it was done in public. We know that the two most important things the public demands is transparency and good stewardship of public funds. Taking any of the recommended actions is sending a strong message to all county department heads that an employee with a pending Rule of 20 complaint is immune from any and all disciplinary actions. Certainly, this is not how you want the county to be managed. I urge you to rely on the professional opinion of the DA investigator and my representation today that the events were not motivated by retaliation, and therefore I recommend that no action is required. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the board?
Ask for motion, sir.
No, not yet. Supervisor Miller.
I guess I would want some follow-up from County Council and perhaps our HR director in terms of previous meetings that aren't described in this report with our assessor, and what sort of guidance was or was not given. Is that possible?
Certainly, that through the chair. Yes, Supervisor Miller, that is possible. Absolutely. I did have, I believe, 2 or 3 phone conversations with Mr. Vestalaritas. Initially, when he presented the desire to report it to the district attorney. We had a conversation about that, about whether or not that was appropriate at this time. He was insistent that he thought that this rose to that level of criminal activity. And the advice from county counsel's office, when a department head is informing us that they believe that there's criminal activity in their department, is to report that to the appropriate law enforcement official.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hopkins, do you have anything else to add to this?
I do. Thank you, Supervisor Miller. I went back through the notes as we were receiving this report, and when I looked at my notes, there were roughly 5 meetings between the department, Human Resources, County Council, and in some cases, our former CAO, Monica Nino. In all of those meetings, we requested that we do the administrative investigation, and that's what would lead to findings potentially to use through our county's progressive disciplinary processes. The department, as Mr. Bestolarides mentioned, provided extensive electronic documents to us, and after a review with County Council, they were very difficult to read and they were unclear. So we made multiple attempts to get the originals so that we could review those originals to determine next steps. The originals were not provided to either County Council or to Human Resources.
Okay, Mr. Bestolarides?
If I may, I'm really happy that she mentioned that. The county does not own those original documents. Those are the property of the assessor. What she failed to say is that we offered to allow them to look at those documents in our office. And in addition to that, I received a phone call at some time later from Mr. Miles asking if I would compromise and release those documents in his possession in his office, which I said that seems reasonable, and it was never followed up upon. Those documents are always available. I just did not want to let originals leave my office.
Okay, thank you. From my standpoint, I think it would have been very helpful if somewhere in here, the statement you made about standard response to our department heads referring to appropriate law enforcement agencies was in here somewhere. That doesn't appear anywhere in here. And I think that's a pretty important point, that when one of our department heads does legal advice and does clearly believe that there's criminal activity occurring, and that's the response they get, I think that has tremendous bearing on what follows. So thanks. I don't know if there's any other questions.
Anyone else? Yes, Supervisor Villaputa.
Mr. Bestolarides, thank you for that, for your side of the story. Ms. Hopkins, looking back, would you have handled this a different way, knowing all the circumstances now? Because it seems like, just from what I'm hearing from both sides, it doesn't seem like it was handled very well. It doesn't seem like, we have a different take. The report is not what Mr. Bestolarides says. It doesn't seem like all the pieces are put together correctly.
Oh, thank you for the question. I do think that I would have pushed for the administrative investigation a little harder than I did, as that's a general practice in human resources that I tend to follow. And then I also think that one of the key differences here is the way individuals look at this. When we have an investigator that's doing an equal rights report, they are doing that to the definition of retaliation that I mentioned earlier. They're looking at it at a narrow scope. The board here today is looking at it at a much broader scope. So those are two different ways of looking at at the same situation.
It doesn't seem fair, though, that there's a report that's not accurate. I mean, where it seems like we have a report that, as Mr. Bestolarides stated, that it's not complete. It's not, things are left out. And it's for us to make a decision on, his future. It doesn't seem fair, is what I'm saying.
And I understand what you're saying. The investigator defined the scope, and the scope was, I've read it earlier, what did the assessor retaliate against Joyce Weber by referring to the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. So that's the scope in the equal rights investigation. That is what he was tasked with looking at. We're tasked with looking at it in a broader sense.
Just looking at from his perspective, he's thinking that, taxpayer dollar we're losing taxpayer dollar. And he reached out to you guys and didn't seem like there was any concern. So he did the next step and he thought he was doing the right thing. That's my interpretation of what would happen.
I don't know that would be quite my interpretation.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just confirm there wasn't an admin investigation?
Was not.
I know Supervisor Villapur, you just asked, but why? I mean, usually on something like this, you would. Why wouldn't you?
I think the assessor and I are characterizing the events leading up to it slightly differently. As I mentioned, we asked to see the original documents because we were struggling to determine the scope. To my knowledge, those original documents were not produced for HR or for County Council to review. And we still had this conversation even after Ms. Weber retired, but at some point she was also no longer an employee.
But isn't this routinely done? I mean, wouldn't you do this, an admin investigation on something like this? Isn't that a routine procedure?
That is the routine procedure that I would recommend, yes.
But that routine procedure wasn't followed at this time.
Supervisor Rickman, what I'm not sure about is if that's been a historical routine procedure in San Joaquin County, because at this point in time, I had only been here for a shorter period of time.
Okay.
So that was my recommendation at the meetings that I was present for.
All right, so it's something that is routine, but it wasn't followed. And then second is, why wasn't the information, kind of bouncing off what Supervisor Miller, why wasn't the information or the conversation between council and HR between Mr. Bessel included in this report, or is it, and did I miss it somewhere?
I believe it is in the report. It's in, if you read through the transcripts, I believe that Mr. Bessel references it in his interview with Mr. Terra.
Okay. But the conversation between yourself, and I don't know if there's attorney-client privilege or even HR, wouldn't that be somewhere you would think if you have statements and you would outline statements of the people that you would talk to, they would be in there but part of the investigation. But I guess if you didn't have an admin investigation, I mean, to me, it seems, it just doesn't seem like a thorough investigation, to be quite honest with you. There seems to be, I mean, even on just based on your own testimony, that something that is routinely done, an admin investigation, wasn't even completed in this investigation. And that causes a huge,
Supervisor Rickman, HR wasn't provided access to the information that we needed to work on an administrative investigation. I did hear Mr. Bessel say that he had a conversation with County Council on this. I don't have that in my notes, so that's new information to me today. Well, even that, I mean, if he's not supplying those documents, there's ways for you to get those documents, isn't there? We have subpoena power, warrant, whatever it may be, right? There could have been another avenue or a direct order from this board or something. But what I'm getting at is, I mean, it's kind of what Supervisor Villaputa was saying. There's things that are missing, and for a complete report and investigation, I think it's lacking that, and that causes great concern. Supervisor Rickman, may I clarify something?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this particular report is strictly into the EEO allegation submitted by Ms. Weber that she was retaliated against.
Right.
I understand your concern that there should be a separate report into the allegations about her work product.
But the thing is, their allegation against Ms. Bessel-Reeves is that he's not doing his job, that he did the things, but what can exonerate him or provide evidence on his behalf or things that are missing? I mean, that's kind of odd. I mean, shouldn't it be encompassing? I understand what you're saying, but I mean, just like on a trial in court, I mean, say if somebody's guilty of, I don't know, pick a crime, there should be evidence to support his claim to, exonerating evidence. It seemed that exonerating evidence that could have been used to exonerate his actions are left out. You wouldn't allow that in a court of law.
So Mr. Bessel-Reeves was interviewed by the investigator twice, and in these types of matters, that is the respondent's opportunity to provide whatever information they want to provide And one reason it's completely independent is so that HR is not weighing in.
Right.
So that was their opportunity to provide whatever information, testimony, documents that they wanted to provide to the investigator.
All right. I think I made my concerns clear, so I'll rest there. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Quick question, Ms. Hopkins. You had indicated you had perhaps just arrived in San Joaquin County when this came up, this issue came up. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
This was filed in 2020, and I started in 2020.
So you were on the job a few months, perhaps?
Perhaps, maybe probably a little bit longer. But in terms of answering a historical question that Mr. Rickman asked, I would need some assistance.
Understood. Was this operated at your complete discretion coming in as the department head, or is this something that was done and coordinated and worked and advised by the CAO's office?
The EEO investigation, Supervisor Patty?
This investigation, the actions that were taken, the things that were done, not done, you've admitted, and there's some gaps here. There's things that you might have done different. There's things that were not quite as inclusive as they should have been. There's some information that isn't part of this. There's some omissions. I'm not making this up. Is this correct? Based on what I'm hearing and what you're saying, this isn't fundamentally a sound, solid, clear, honest, true representation of all the facts. Would that be correct?
I don't think that is how I would characterize it. I think the board is asking questions about two different types of investigations. So is this EEO investigation a sound investigation? I don't have any reason to believe that it's not. There's always a party or parties that feel differently about a report, however it comes out. But the independent investigator, once they're provided the information, they run the investigation as they see fit. So then the county steps out so that we are impartial.
Understand. But prior to your stepping out as the director of our HR department, I'm getting the sense, and you had answered Supervisor Villalpudua, that there's things that you would have done different, or things that could have happened different, or there's some more information. I understand this was follow-up investigation.
Not when it comes to the EEO investigation. When it comes to the administrative investigation, that is how I answered his question.
Okay, and perhaps the administrative investigation would have prevented this investigation, the escalation to the next level. Is that true? I remember serving on the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Commission, reviewing the Rule 20, and we looked at the escalation so that we could try to prevent what would probably be $100,000, $200,000 investigation and this report. I'm speculating. That was the numbers that were usually bandied about when I was on that board. So I'm just, could this have been done different? Yes or no? And I thought you had said yes.
Yes, on the administrative side. I think
Okay.
The equal rights side.
So let's then focus on the administrative side. Is this something that happened with your complete control and oversight, or is this something that the CAO's office at the time was also engaged, overseeing and directing what is or isn't going on?
The CAO was engaged in conversations about the administrative investigation and the referral to the DA's office. Generally, the CAO does not get involved in equal rights complaints. HR receives the complaint. We do the intake on the complaint, as you know from your time on the board, and if it's against a department head, it's almost always 100% of the time referred out to outside investigator.
Understood. You're working directly under the CAO, so you're sharing with us that perhaps the CAO's office had some oversight on this, on the administrative process for that investigation, and therefore it may not have happened in its entirety or to the satisfaction?
CAO Nino was involved in the conversations, yes.
Okay, and did she direct or control where this went, or the administrative investigation was entirely your baby? Your investigation. I'm saying when I say baby, forgive the terminology. Was this yours that you handled?
This was a shared responsibility between the CAO's office, County Council, and Human Resources.
Okay, and so there is a breakdown here. As
to where we got to where this happened, seems to be a breakdown. And what we're seeing now and reading the executive summary and listening to our assessor, Mr. Bestelaritis, it doesn't seem like there's been a thorough and fair process as it relates to him, his job, his name, his reputation, and the way that he conducts business here in San Joaquin County at the behest of the citizens and the public.
The administrative investigation would not have had bearing on the EEO investigation. So as I mentioned, Mr. Bestelaritis was interviewed twice by the investigator, and that was his opportunity to provide whatever information he had. That was between the two of them.
Understood. But I think before we got to this EEO investigation, then the administrative process could have stopped it? Would that be true?
I don't think so, Supervisor Patty. Based upon my notes,
there's an escalation clause to the Rule 20. It's only after a review does it escalate to the next level. So if the review wasn't proper, wasn't fair, wasn't thorough, wasn't completely inclusive, and if it could have been done different or better, then we would have not gone to this level. I know that for a fact. That was there. Unless the language is changed in Rule 20, when I was there, when we did amendments, and we kind of put those factors and clauses in. So we're trying to save taxpayers' dollars. We're trying to prevent frivolous use of, abusive allegations that could be levied against somebody that hurts their name, their reputation, their job, their position, especially as an elected representative. So there's escalation clauses before you get to this point where you hire an external investigator, and that would happen after it was verified and justified through the administrative process. And if the administrative process wasn't thorough, wasn't fair, wasn't, in my impression, done to its highest degree of integrity, not slandering, not attacking anybody. We're seeing that there's multiple hands involved here, and there may have been, too many chefs in the kitchen. And I'm not in any way saying that anybody has done anything wrong on purpose. I'm not accusing anybody of malicious intent. I would certainly hope that anybody involved in this did not have malicious intent or ulterior motives. That'd be my faith in those of us that are tasked for the jobs that we do and the privilege to serve in our community as we do. So that thought aside, we know that this wasn't done with full integrity and to the highest degree. And you said that to Supervisor Villapudua, that this wasn't done. You've done it a little bit different. Am I mistaken?
That's not what I said. I did not say that something was not done to the highest level of integrity.
No, those are my words.
So according to my notes, the first meeting that I had with the assessor and the CAO was in July of 2020, and at this point, Mr. Bestelaritis was already discussing coordinating the criminal investigation, and then I spoke up about the administrative investigation. So at the time, his request was those two things were simultaneous. So it would not have prevented the administrative investigation had it been completed, which is the thing I said that I would have liked to have seen happen, would have been simultaneous with the referral to the DA's office.
Okay. The referral to the DA's office is not the EEO investigation.
The referral to the DA's office was her basis for the EEO investigation.
The referral to the DA's office is something that Mr. Bestelaritis contacted them based on actions and activity of this employee at the time.
Ms. Weber filed a retaliation claim saying that she felt that it was referred to the DA's office because of her prior claims against the department. That's what was being investigated.
Right. And that escalation and that claim is basically negated by the fact that our county council said to Mr. Bestelaritis, this is the course of action you should take. So following that action.
Under EEO, federal and state law, she met the threshold for us to accept the complaint.
Understood.
So regardless of what county
You can accept all the complaints in the world. It's just a matter of where it escalates to. And we can go round and round and round. Chairman, I'm done at this time. I've heard enough. Through the chair, Mr. Bastelaritas, you had said there was another option. I had already made a motion or an intent to make a motion that we just receive and no further action. Is there another motion that could be made that just no action at all? Mr. Bastelaritas, did you mention something about that?
No, my preference would be to accept the report and take no action.
Okay, thank you. Well, Chairman, when appropriate, I would make that we accept this report and take no action as given as one of the options that was presented today. So, Chairman, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is the investigation.
Yes.
And if you have a chance to read it, which will take a weekend, there's a lot of information here which Assessor Bastelaritas did not raise. There's a lot of information in here in regards to the complainant. There's a lot of information in here in regards to the parties involved, even the other two, supervisor and manager. And I'm not going to go through this. I could go through tab after tab and repeat what's been said during the investigation to the investigator. I would touch upon a couple things because something that we haven't addressed was the question as to why there was a referral to the district attorney's office and then an interview of the complainant by the district attorney investigator, and why there wasn't an administrative interrogation or interview first. There is plenty of information here, and actually a lot of information regarding the comments, I guess, or responses from the complainant as to why to have approached her, considering that there was potential illegal, unlawful activities, by the way, that was brought to the supervisor by another employee. It wasn't the supervisor went hunting for it. It was brought to her attention by someone who saw things that were happening which didn't look right. And upon further review, it was found that there were a whole host of deletions, changes, modifications, whatever, to the records. And I'm not an expert, but based upon what I've read, one of the concerns is that especially when these tax issues come on appeal, for example, that the records need to be accurate. And a lot of them were not accurate, and there are changes made which could not be corroborated to defend or support the actions of the assessor's office. So that's the first thing. The second thing, which is in here, is the content of the first complaint, Rule 20 complaint. And I'm not going to get into that, but from what I looked at it, frankly, I can understand Assessor Bastelaritas' concern in regards to that investigation, because the way it's described in here, I don't think there should have been a sustained finding, and I'll say that because there was no detrimental treatment at all to the complainant. It was all done without any adverse impact upon her, and it was only after the correction was made, after doctor's verification, she never suffered any hardship, period, but then filed a complaint after the fact. Doesn't make any sense, but nonetheless, that's the perspective. As you go on through this, one of the things that occurred is that you have information, a multitude of information in regards to these changes that were made. Some, by lack of a better term, destruction of documents, et cetera, that shouldn't have been. And so there was obviously a concern both by the immediate supervisor, the manager, and then ultimately the assessor, that there was some impropriety, potentially some illegal activity that was taking place. I'm not going to get into HR and county council because I think you've all, basically done your job. So we have a lot of information which is then taken over by, I think initially the manager and then the supervisor, given to the investigator, showing all these things. And obviously, if it were me, and I'm sure, and he even says in his He's not an expert on these, on the system, megabyte, et cetera. But nonetheless, he looks at it. I do have, to be honest with you, I do have a concern, and I wasn't there, and I wasn't involved in this, obviously, from the beginning. But I do have a concern that he called the complainant up and interviewed her, because normally, if there's a potential for criminal prosecution, one of the things you do is notify them that they have a right to counsel. And I only say that because I haven't practiced this for a number of years. I have no idea what Miranda is currently in regards to applications, so maybe it was fine. But nonetheless, there was the interview, which then triggered, as you talked about earlier, triggered the complaint of retaliation. But even that investigator, after talking to her and then referring it to his supervisor in the investigative chief in the district attorney's office, and then went to an attorney in the office, I understand why, I shouldn't say that. I've dealt with attorneys, district attorneys often enough. I know what they file and what they don't file, and I've had cases where I thought were very serious and they didn't file. That's neither here nor there. So we have that segment of the investigation, which then triggers the retaliation. But even the investigator, the DA investigator, when asked by the EEO investigator about the motives, or at least the bad faith effort on the part of all three of the participants from the assessor's office, whether or not he thought there was some kind of motivation or vindictive or retaliation or whatever, he said absolutely not in all three. Because what we have here now, it's kind of become convoluted, because we have in the initial Rule 20, we have the administrative investigation, which potentially could be criminal investigation, which goes to the district attorney's office. And then the supervisor LaPoux talks about we have the administrative investigation after the fact, after it's going. Normally in cases, at least my experience, and I did this for a number of years, is that whenever there was an investigation employed that potentially could lead to criminal investigation, the first thing he did is talk to the investigating agency and ask them what they wanted to do, because if you do administratively, there are less rights and greater potential to damage the case if you interview them, because you can coerce them into making statements or fire them or whatever. So I understand the separation, but the administrative, or let's say criminal then administrative investigation, is totally separate from the employee. By everybody, by those who participated, by all those that were involved, there was not even from the investigator, the EEO investigator, in regards to, he felt they were all credible. Here's this is out of another investigation recently I looked at from another investigative firm or attorney. And it says right in this paragraph, it says, credibility determination. In reaching the findings, we carefully considered the perspectives, observations, and information from all the interviewees. In resolving factual disputes, we utilized credibility factors including direct or indirect corroborating evidence, lack of corroborating evidence, motivations of parties and witnesses, plausibility of events, consistent and inconsistent evidence, material omissions, proximity and time, comparative factors, and articulate a rationale for actions or decisions. I think that applies to this particular EO investigation. And I would say when the comment which is beat over time and again is to why didn't you talk to her first and ask her why these discrepancies occurred? And by the way I read this, there was never any adamant denial that it didn't happen. There is at least an acknowledgement that things were done, okay? So my point is that when we have a situation where those who are participating observe something that's inappropriate, potentially criminal, that's one thing. The other side of it is, which is what we're dealing with in this investigation, is, and I think the key word is causal. In other words, was the action taken by the employer directly attributed to retaliation on the first Rule 2 complaint, Rule 20 complaint? I don't think so. And when you go through this, and actually it's interesting because, to be honest with you, I found the second interviews to be maybe more informative than the first set of interviews, because there was more explanation of why things had happened. And so my point is, and I guess what I'm trying to say, and the reason I'm saying these things is because one of the things that my experience is that a decision by this board needs to be to articulate why we made that decision, not just because we didn't like it or we didn't think it was appropriate. What I'm saying is all these things considered in part. Let me read one more thing. So there's always this concern that's brought up before. And the question is, how protected is an employee who obviously has filed a prior complaint in regards to retaliation? And this is off the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the one that oversees all this stuff. And it says, neither participation nor opposition give permission to an employee to neglect job duties, violate employer rules, or do anything else that would otherwise result in consequences for poor performance evaluations or misconduct. Even though the anti-retaliation laws are very broad, employers remain free to discipline or terminate employees for poor performance and improper behavior, even if the employee made an EEO complaint. Whether an employer's action was motivated by legitimate reasons or retaliation will depend on the facts of the case. If a manager recommends an adverse action in the wake of an employee's filing of an EEOC charge or other protected activity, the employer may reduce the chance of potential retaliation by independently evaluating whether the adverse action was appropriate. That's what this investigation describes. So my point is, an employee who files a discrimination complaint is not automatically protected by every action taken by the employer. And in this particular case, and reading all the interviews, et cetera, and then reading the responses from the parties involved from the assessor's office, it is very clear to me that the rationale for not approaching the employee is based upon past behavior, I'll put it that way, in regards to discussions with her. So, without going into any detail, I would just say, from my vantage point, I think, and everybody believes, and everybody says, and based upon what I read in regards to the criteria, I believe that the investigation was totally based upon the facts as presented by somebody who was not a supervisor to the appropriate individuals who then acted upon, and we can go into the HR county council thing, and my feeling is that we may need to do a little clarification in regards to our processes, especially potentially involving criminal conduct. So I would argue that based upon what I've read and what's been said, and in spite of what the investigators' recommendations were as far as findings, I don't agree. And I would say, from my vantage point, and I'll defer to Supervisor Patty, from my vantage point, I would say that I disagree with the findings of the investigator. And on top of that, I would say that we need to maybe develop some policies, procedures within the county to ensure that these type of activities, because, listen, let's face it, hindsight's 20/20. We can all say, well, you should have done this. Well, I've been in those situations. I'll tell you, you do the best you can, and sometimes it doesn't work out as you hope. So all I'm saying is that I think that I think the investigation was thorough. And I don't even know, to be honest with you, because as I read through the comments from the investigator, I was kind of surprised at his finding, because his comments and the comments of those who are involved seem to me, at least, to lead to an exonerated, I'll put it that way, on all findings. So I'm for a believer that if we retaliate against employees, I think we ought to throw the book at them. But I don't see that in this investigation. And I'll leave it at that. Supervisor Miller.
As long as you're finished.
I'm finished.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for today, for coming and providing the additional information. I think it's been really, really important. I know from my standpoint it has been. And I agree. We do need to look at some of our processes, especially as they apply to potential criminal behavior on the part of employees, because we are entrusted with residents' dollars, hard-earned tax dollars, and it is our job to make sure that we are protecting them and they are being spent the way they were intended. All of that being said, I will say, having dealt with similar issues in the past, I believe the reason why the county council's policy is if a department head suspects any criminal activity, they should contact the appropriate law enforcement agencies. The reason for that is what Supervisor Wynn was talking, Chair Wynn was touching on. The more people that get involved, you begin to taint whatever evidence there may be. And oftentimes you cannot get to the bottom of it, of an investigation then. And so in my opinion, it is the best policy to allow the law enforcement professionals to conduct their investigations, because they have a very high bar they have to cross, and it's important for them to be able to appropriately investigate. So all of that being said, I'm going to second Supervisor Patty's motion.
Before, just a second, I do have a public comment that I need to allow. Lawrence Hicks.
Hello. My name is Lawrence Hicks, and I was an employee of the San Joaquin County Assessor's Office for 18 years. Retired December 2021, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Joyce Pepper. An alternate perspective to the situation, having witnessed some things firsthand, and having witnessed a lot of things within that office over that period of time, particularly since Steve's been the assessor. And I'll add some context to the situation. Joyce, prior to this incident, she, like myself, sterling employment record, been highly productive. In fact, at the time, she was the senior member of the auditor appraiser department. She was handling a great deal of responsibility with the assessment appeals and whatnot. In fact, I believe just a few months before the incident that led to Joyce being written up, initially she had been voted Employee of the Month in the office, 2 straight months. And then 2 months later, we have this incident situation. Circumstances change when she stands up to her supervisor, from what I understand, about a dispute about footwear. She was told she was not allowed to wear, but were prescribed to her by a doctor. She stood up for herself. The next thing you know, see all these actions taking place. So, as far as any improprieties, legal improprieties, the one thing that stands out to me is, yes, why weren't those, if those were situations were in evidence, why weren't they reported immediately? Then, like Supervisor Miller said, that kind of lends no limited credibility or credence to Joyce's case. But based on my knowledge and experience of Joyce, she's just not that type of individual. And I will say this, too. Based on my own personal experience, management, when you speak up, they have a tendency to try to find ways to retaliate against you, to harass you. My situation, I spoke up about a promotion I felt was unjust. The next thing I know, I'm in the performance improvement program, and I'm received multiple unsatisfactory evaluations after 13 years of nothing but satisfactory evaluations. Next thing you know, I'm demoted. Because this is their way of sending a message. Okay? You comply, you play ball, this is what happens. I saw after Joyce filed that complaint, she was moved from her department all the way to the other side of the office to a cubicle all by herself and relegated from doing auditor appraisal appeals and assessments to answering questions about boats. These are the kind of psychological games they play. They took stuff away from me, too, when they started demoting me. They took away my flex schedule. They did all these things to kind of marginalize you. And, I saw a pattern of this kind of behavior. It's pervasive. There's a pervasive pattern of systematic harassment that's led to a lot of the people that we work with over the years retiring, prematurely like myself and Joyce. And, it's led to an atmosphere right now in the office. I would call it a deteriorating atmosphere because you've got more and more new people walking into a situation where they've got a tremendous backlog of work and assignments to do, no time to properly train them to do them, and the taxpayers of the county are suffering. The office is in a state of decline and deterioration. And I think looking at the decisions you have before you, you should have some more context on what's happening, the bigger picture in that office. There's a systemic problem in that office. There really is. It needs to be addressed. I mean, to just marginalize it and say take no action, it's just going to continue the deterioration, and the taxpayers are suffering. I don't know how many of you have fielded complaints from taxpayers over the last few years about getting 3-4 years worth of tax bills at one time, and they'll find a way to explain it or justify it, just like they tried to explain and justify their actions against me, which led to an arbitration, which I subsequently won. It's not a coincidence when you have multiple complaints from multiple employees resulting in multiple hearings and decisions. Joyce just won two military harassment complaints, and I won an arbitration hearing. So I have to tell you there's something going on there, and it shouldn't go unchecked. Whatever you decide to do, the only way that you're going to affect any real change or any improvement is to make a statement. Send a statement that, mistreatment of employees is just not acceptable. And, when it affects the quality of the product that's being produced by the office, it's really not acceptable.
Well, Mr. Hicks, your time is up, but I thank you for your comments.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going over.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Thank you. All right. Okay, now.
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes.
I do also have written public comments that have been submitted for
fine.
this
Thank
item.
you.
The first comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I hope this board takes findings against Mr. Bestolarides and his staff seriously. This is the second time that there have been findings against his staff regarding Joyce, and Mr. Bestolarides took no action. Mr. Bestolarides has created a toxic and hostile work environment for staff. I work for the department and have faced retaliation and have seen harassing and retaliatory action taken against many of my coworkers. Staff are afraid to voice concerns or complaints because they are afraid for their jobs and careers. Mr. Bestolarides doesn't care about county policies or state and federal laws because as an elected official, he feels he is untouchable. His managers and supervisors follow his lead and example because they know that Mr. Bestolarides will protect them on the rare instance an employee does file a complaint. Mr. Bestolarides treats his department as his own personal kingdom that he can do what he wants, when he wants, and how he wants, without fear of any repercussions. He forgets he's a public servant who has been entrusted with a public resource and that the employees don't work for him, but rather the county and the public. Please send a message to your employees that you care. Take strong action against Mr. Bestolarides for his violations. Don't sweep this under the rug and don't let him decide what discipline is appropriate for his staff. If you won't do it for the employees, do it for the taxpayers because he is creating a significant financial liability for. The next public comment was submitted by Nancy Hines, who writes, Ms. Weber's Rule 20 complaint is not the first instance of bullying, harassment, or humiliation perpetrated by Mr. Bestolarides and his management team. It is merely the first to go public. After his appointment to the office of Assessor Recorder County Clerk on August 2015, editorial in the Record took issue with, quote, the rationale used to appoint someone without experience or the proper credentials to serve in that position, end quote. The esteemed Robert Schellenberger, San Joaquin County Assessor, 1970 to 1993, expressed dismay and disgust, stating, quote, every taxpayer relies on the ability of the assessor to fairly and accurately do his job, end quote. Soon after, using fear and intimidation, Mr. Bestolarides' true management style surfaced. Office morale plummeted and staff began to leave. Within 2 years of his appointment, roughly 40% of his staff had resigned or retired, including the most experienced, most knowledgeable assessment personnel, as well as some of the brightest new hires. Because of the loss of personnel, the mistreatment of employees, and the climate of distrust existing within the office, San Joaquin County taxpayers cannot have confidence that their assessments are being performed accurately, nor has Mr. Bestolarides acted fairly or with integrity. An essential quality in someone with a responsibility to employees, as well as to every business and property owner in the county. Therefore, his censure and referral to the grand jury for possible removal from office are in the best interest of both staff and public. The next comment was submitted by Joyce Weber, who writes, as a retired 30-plus year county employee, I recently worked 21-plus years in the assessor's office. I prided myself on my exemplary ethics, integrity, and professionalism. A great ambassador of the county in serving the public, determined fair and accurate appraisals, and worked well with staff. I was awarded Employee of the Quarter in spring 2019. Assessor's management stated, quote, Joyce is a great asset. She always has the department's best interest at heart. She is a very dedicated, hard worker who remains focused when performing her job duties. She is a true leader and model employee. She has strong work ethics, manages her time extremely well, and is dependable and trustworthy. She can be relied upon to get the job done with high-quality work. She is dedicated to the success of the department and unselfishly helps others, end quote. I retired early based on the findings of sustained discrimination and retaliation in my first Rule 20. My second Rule 20 findings sustained retaliation by the elected official, assistant department head, and principal appraiser. I have an ongoing and active state of California DFEH-EEO complaint against the elected official and principal appraiser. Elected officials' actions are to be held accountable to the public. I ask for the board's censure, disapproval of conduct, acknowledgement of violation of county policy and EEO laws, and referral to the grand jury for possible removal of office by accusation. Thank you, Joyce Weber, retired auditor appraiser 3. And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. All right, any other comments before Supervisor Patty makes his motion?
Chairman, I would just, my motion stands. I would just further amend that we receive this report and no further action, but also noting that we absolve our assessor, Mr. Bestolarides, of any wrongdoing. Thank you.
I think the terminology is exonerated.
Sorry?
It's exonerated is usually the terminology.
Okay, exonerated. Thank you.
I believe I'm correct with it. Ms. Hopkins?
Correct term. You're correct, Chair
Okay.
Patty, or Chair Wynn. This is
Thank you.
more than a few meetings. My apologies.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we have a second?
Second motion.
All right, we have a first and a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Welberding, did you have a comment? I just saw you on my screen.
Thank you, Chair Wynn. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. And the first of all is to let everyone know I was not the CAO at the time that this all transpired. And unfortunately, I only became aware of it well into my tenure as CAO. And one of the things that I didn't hear discussed here that I just want to throw out as a helpful suggestion and maybe avoiding where we are right now with having to banter this around, as Supervisor Patty pointed out, these things are expensive to pull these kind of investigations together. There's a DFEHEA claim out there, which we don't know where that's going to go, et cetera. I was auditor controller at the time that this all happened. And as several of you may know, I don't know how far back your tenure aligns with some of the investigation work that I did as auditor controller, but I've worked on about a half a dozen fraud cases in the 8 years that I was in my office, 2 of which were prosecuted and 1 of which the perpetrator spent about 3 years in state prison. So what I would recommend is that when situations like this arise, that the auditor's office be contacted. I am a certified, at the time, certified internal auditor. I got my certified fraud examiner credential in the 90s, and I have extensive experience in the property tax system, both in my current role and the one in my prior county. So I would suggest when in the district attorney's office and the auditor's office have collaborated quite well together, so there's no corruption of potential evidence and all of that. The auditors are well trained in handling that, just like investigators are on the law enforcement side. And that we maybe take that intermediary step before we go into law enforcement. And we've had a few of our districts who've actually come to me in my role as auditor who've done that. And we've moved forward on some, and others we have not. So I just wanted to point that out for everyone, because I think we all want to avoid this kind of a process. And I think that would be, now I'm no longer in the auditor's office, but they have capable folks down there. They have CPAs, and I'm sure they would, do a fine job since I've moved on. I just wanted to make that point while we were still talking about this. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll include that in our discussions, so thank you. All right, we have a motion and second. Vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. All right, moving on to, we'll have a 5-minute break.
10 minutes.
Board's been here since 9 o'clock.
We get 10 minutes?
Wait.
We get 10 minutes?
Is Chairman Nguyen actually going to give us a 10-minute break?
That'd be great.
All right, 10 minutes. How's that?
10 minutes, great, thank you.
Call the Board of Supervisors meeting for January 25th back to order. Moving on to our afternoon session, we have public hearing regarding general plan text amendment and development title text amendment number PA-21000196, general plan map amended number PA-210097, and zone reclassification for number PA-21000198. Mr. Huang. We see you. We can't hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. David Kwong, your Community Development Director. I would be here today with Jennifer Jolly, but she's not feeling well. But particularly, I want to mention that because she did a lot of work getting to the culmination of this 10-month project here. I'd like to say a year, but it's still pretty intensive in terms of the process that we went through here. The project before you is a county-initiated application. It's made up of multiple items, multiple entitlements. The first one is a general plan text amendment and also development title text amendment. And what that is proposed to do is to establish policies for a new general plan and zoning designation for AI, or also known as agricultural industrial. What we found is that we identified about 40 parcels that have been identified by staff as potential sites, of which 39 parcels have been recommended by the Plan Commission for approval into the zone. I'll talk about the remainder parcel that's outstanding in a little bit here. It also establishes standards for truck parking in the AI zone and sets thresholds to differentiate between ministerial review and discretionary review, particularly to look at standards that are ministerial that are less impactful, and even more so when you have a site approval application that's discretionary for something that has a little bit more impact that we can bring to a higher level of review that either is at the staff level or can be also elevated to the Plan Commission. We also looked at the commercial general or CG zones and the allowed permitted uses. We're not rezoning any properties in regard to the CG, but it will also allow for changes in types of permitted truck-related uses on these properties, also within a half a mile radius of an interchange. The original project description here included permitting the use type of truck sales in AI zone. The Plan Commission, at the end of their conclusion of their meetings, removed this type of use from the permitted AI zone. We're going to talk about that a little bit more later. Staff originally recommended that that use type for truck sales and service also still be in your recommended action as well. And then finally, the text amendment removes the reference to the ARM, or Ag Resource Management Zone, in the development title. This is a zone that is kind of pointless in terms of we have it, but there are no actual properties in the county that are actually designated ARM, or Ag Resource Management. So I want to give you a little bit more background here. And basically, one of the things that happened in 2017, 2018, while we're undergoing in this county a tremendous amount of warehousing and logistics development, both in the unincorporated, actually in the unincorporated areas, I would say in the city is Lathrop, Stockton, and of course Tracy as well. There was a huge need in terms of truck parking. And so what had happened was, as you can tell, and particularly along interchanges along the cities, a lot of those interchanges in the cities are reserved for kind of more highway service, commercial, or general commercial type of uses. So that's kind of the way they're designating those respective general plans. In the county, we didn't necessarily have the same situation. We had more like ag or ag urban reserve that's designated for some kind of urban development later on in the future. And I apologize, I'm taking my mask off just because it's easier for me to speak. To the extent that all that development's going on in the county, we all of a sudden have a huge truck parking need. And from that, we had what we can identify even currently is 35 open enforcement cases. And these range, I mean, pretty significantly from, 20 trucks to, truck parking lots with 600 trucks on it that are currently illegal. And I'm not saying it's going to be 600 trucks. I'm saying there are just some sites that are just doing what, just doing what they want to do out there. And so we're still working with that kind of situation. So again, we had this truck parking problem, and dealing with that from a code enforcement situation and from our budget, our solution at the time was to hire one more code enforcement officer. Well, hiring one more code enforcement officer while you're in the middle of a county that is having a tremendous amount of significant logistics warehousing doesn't necessarily fix the problem. What you really need to do is provide some level of relief in terms of a release valve to allow for the actual truck parking to occur, but at the appropriate places, and that's how we ended up approaching it. So, to the extent that what we did was we worked with the Planning Commission, and we had a number of outreach sessions with the trucking industries, and then also working with the Planning Commission to try and help establish some of the standards that you see here in front of you. Things like, is there a locational criteria, for example, keeping it half a mile from the interchange because we want it closer to the interchange where the truck parking or trucks are typically at. We wanted to actually avoid having them parking in the deeper in the neighborhoods. We wanted to avoid them parking in agricultural activity that's actually occurring. So we were looking at those kinds of things in terms of criteria that was being moving forward. We looked at lands that were not classified as important farmland. We looked at minimum lot sizes and then maximum lot sizes in terms of what's a reasonable approach in terms of working with both our public works folks as well as our environmental health department folks in terms of looking at the standards and the impacts that were associated with where this kind of locational criteria should be coming up with. And then, of course, as just mentioned, in terms of agricultural productivity, we're making sure that they're not under some kind of Williamson Act or some farmland security zone contract. So as we went through our process, there are many property owners notified, and we presented them with the opt-out choice. Of course, nobody opted out, and so we're moving forward with the property owners that were identified using this criteria, with everybody moving forward with opting in. Then, of course, in terms of our noticing, we're trying to also notify people in regard to a distance away. So obviously, we did larger, more significant noticing as we move forward in the process for both Planning Commission and I would say, of course, the board as well. So in terms of the actual zone that is presented before you, we're also looking at, as I mentioned earlier, two types of review standards. The lower review standard would be a ministerial improvement plan, which we have as a process, and that's usually a maximum of 25 combined trailers and trucks. That's roughly about 2 acres as we've done analysis on it. And then also having a accessory building that would be something towards 1,000 square feet or less for this kind of truck parking usage. And then if you exceeded that threshold, exceeded that 25 combined truck trailer or basically a roughly 2 acre site, depending on the shape of the parcel, then you would be kicked into or triggered into a discretionary site approval process on top of that. But in either case, you're still going to have development standards. It can't just, as what's happening right now, you can't just drive your truck on there and park. So we're going to be working with our public works and EHD folks to look at how are there stabilization type of dust control measures. Maybe we don't need necessarily, full asphalt or concrete type of standard, but to the extent that there is a development standard that allows for truck weight and or the weight of the truck and the maneuverability, all the water, groundwater retention, that kind of stuff, and working with our departments to help establish those standards so we don't have problems out there. So these are really looked at from, again, a ministerial perspective in terms of what would be able to have a very minimal impact, and then even if you triggered it again, you would still have standards in both cases to meet. Development title amendment proposed before you prevents a truck sales with a site approval application as well. In terms of the CG zone, as I mentioned earlier, other things that are related to the CG zone also includes, in addition to truck sales, truck parking, truck cleaning, and truck repairs. And the CG zone is really our most intensive commercial zone in the county today. So having those type of uses in that zone as a additional use is actually appropriate. And again, also these are basically parcels that are within half a mile of the interchange. And from what we can tell, cumulatively between the 40 parcels we identified in the AI zone and the allowed additional uses in the CG zone, we see basically another 40 to 50 sites that would be added to that 40. So roughly or cumulatively 90 sites are going to be available throughout the county, again, as a relief valve for this county-initiated process to provide for additional truck parking opportunities. So I do want to get here into discussion in regard to, as we move through with the sites, some additional information that receives some additional public concerns, and I want to be able to go into that a little bit more here. So the first site here is located at on the northeast corner of 8 Mile Road and State Route 99 East Frontage Road. It's basically 3 parcels totaling approximately 17 acres and has a current underlying general plan designation of commercial free service. But the current zoning is AU Urban Reserve, 20 acres minimum. So this was this piece of land has been vacant probably for about 20 years and has not been developed because of the lack of services and the ability to try and get services from the city of Stockton. I think is a little bit more difficult because it's all the way on the west side of the interchange. But to the extent that it hasn't been farmed as well in the last 20 years, this became a viable site in terms of staff review as meeting the criteria for a AI zone, particularly here for these 17 acres. I also wanted to point out that there are a number of people who attended, or I should say residents who attended the Planning Commission who expressed concerns here about noise, traffic, crime, litter, that kind of activity. And I think you'll probably hear from them today as well in regard to their similar concerns. But from our standpoint, it is one of those sites that met both our criteria that we proposed before the Planning Commission, and similarly, the Planning Commission acted on this site. And I would also point out that through multiple motions at the Planning Commission, all 3 parcels at the end of the day were forwarded by the Planning Commission to the board for your consideration for approval. So that's in regard to that particular site. The next site is at Arch Road and State Route 99 East Frontage Road. There are about 4 parcels here totaling about 16 acres. The parcels have a general plan designation of Ag Urban Reserve. And since 2016, with the adoption of the county's general plan and its consistent zoning of AG 40, this parcel has also been vacant. The parcels are across the street from existing commercial development in the city to the north and west, and agricultural zoning to the south and east. It doesn't seem like it's been in our understanding and research to be, as I mentioned, farmed, probably for the last 2 decades. And again, it meets the criteria for the AI zoning. And it's also very close to actually the county's new Airport 599 site as well. Public has expressed concerns, particularly the neighborhood to the south of this site. This site stacks vertically. Maybe it's not the right way of saying it, but it goes from north to south along this interchange. And about 650 feet further south is a residential neighborhood who expressed some concerns regarding very similar issues of traffic, safety, noise, things like that. At the end of the Plan Commission meeting, the Plan Commission voted to recommend all 4 parcels for this zone to be similarly moved to the AI zone. And then the third site and final site that we had received concerns on were at the French Camp Road and I-5 site, basically across the street to the south of the Western Ranch community. This is about 3 parcels totaling approximately 13 acres. There was 1 parcel here that was not forwarded by the Plan Commission, and the original site was actually totaling approximately 30 acres. So that 1 parcel immediately across the street and a little bit further to the south of about 17 acres was not recommended to be moved forward by the Plan Commission. In my understanding and recognition of some of the comments that were made and concerns that were made by the Western Ranch community. This site, similarly, has not been farmed for many years. It is currently fallow, undeveloped land as well, but it is in the City of Stockton's general plan for additional urban commercial development in the future. But at this time, in terms of recognition of this site as meeting the criteria that was mentioned in the staff report as well as this presentation, we are asking, and so is the Plan Commission, that this be moved forward with the 3 parcels amounting to 13 acres at this point. The truck sales, this was the one thing that the Plan Commission, after a little bit of discussion, removed from the ordinance before you. However, staff did recommend approval for the truck sales and service as part of the original recommendation to Plan Commission, and I would still recommend that to the board as well, based upon very similarly to the extent that you've got some parcels that are not viable for farming. They're awkward shaped in some cases, and also to the extent that they do not really have the type of impacts that you would have with a much more intensive commercial use. So I want to point out, this is not a truck stop with all kinds of amenities and car washes, or I should say truck washers and major service facilities like a Flying J or a travel center. This is a truck parking lot, and it's really just for, from that standpoint of usually it's day use. Somebody parks there and they move it when they have a need to move it the following day or that night. So from staff standpoint, we would recommend this still be included back into the board's action. There is actually an alternative resolution included in your board package should you desire or wish to take that approach. And very similarly, to the extent that, as I've identified on this PowerPoint here, there are still thresholds that will need to be met, just like all the other standards that are being presented before you in regard to either a ministerial improvement plan or site approval discretionary application that again needs to be reviewed either by staff with the appropriate environmental analysis, as well as if it's elevated to the Plan Commission from that standpoint. So our recommendation is that the board approves the general plan text amendment and development title amendments, approve the general plan map amendments and the actual zone reclassifications as well. And again, similarly, staff would recommend that you adopt the alternative resolution, which includes the truck sales and service facilities as well. So hopefully I didn't take too much time, and that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? When you talk about the the permit process, and you talked about the discretionary plan, and especially dealing with the Planning Commission. Obviously, Planning Commission is open to the public, and the public can express their concerns if they have any on any particular project. So, for example, on these ministerial as opposed to discretionary plans, where or who makes a decision on at what level will these projects be open for public comment?
So basically, at 25 combined truck trailer facilities, and if you exceed that standard, because we looked at we tried to look at acreage first, and a better level of measurement in working with our public works folks was actually looking at how many trucks would actually be on a site and what that would do to the nearby roadways. So we looked at that from a countywide standpoint. And so anything over 25 trucks will then basically trigger a site approval. But the site approval process is then not only discretionary, but then it would still be either a staff decision, as it is today, or we can elevate it to a Planning Commission process. It does require notification, so if somebody appeals it to the Planning Commission, that's the secondary or alternative route on that as well.
Well, I heard staff. I understand the criteria for, but I guess my question is, because I know in the past we've dealt with some very controversial projects that you have allowed, but at least provided a Planning Commission discussion, whereas in the basic terminology, I guess, or ordinance, it wasn't necessarily required. It was more of a ministerial decision that was made. So, because as you know, and you've been doing this a number of years, there are times where particular projects that don't meet a certain threshold for a higher level review do get a lot of attention and certainly a lot of concern by residents or businesses or whatever. So the question arises is, if a particular proposed project had an outpouring of concern from the public, would that project be able to be raised to a level where the public could actually comment and have a say in regards to its approval?
So the usual process, Chair, is that if the site approval application is triggered, then I have the ability to elevate it based upon, and sometimes we do this based upon controversy. Because the reason why I say that is because I want some additional public input, as there are some concerned citizens. I'm not saying that I necessarily agree, but to provide that elevated process in which they can comment on is what's important in terms of being able to have it at that level. So all of a sudden, at that point, I can elevate it to the Plan Commission. But that's only when you're not at the ministerial improvement plan threshold. It's when you are at the site approval application threshold. But it's usually, again, very similarly a staff level decision, unless I see reason that it should be elevated to the Plan Commission. And so the neighbors don't necessarily have to elevate it from that standpoint.
Well, I know you've done it, for example, for a cannabis operation. I mean, you're way beyond the required notification, et cetera. So I know you and your staff are sensitive to the public's concern on some of these issues. And I think one of the things, and I've got a ton of emails, And by the way, I don't respond because this is an appeal hearing and we are kind of like, quote, judges as opposed to legislators, which is our previous role. So we're kind of supposed to be impartial and we don't get involved in any decision making until we have this meeting. So again, I think that's the main concern is that a lot of folks that I've talked to some in addition to the emails, but that's a concern is that these things would go in. And I think the perception is, and you touched upon it earlier, is we're talking about Flying J or, these major operations. And I know that I'm assuming that since there's none of the property owners that opted out, that they're all supportive of this, or they just, I don't want to say don't care, but didn't make a decision, figured they should let it go and see what happens in the future. Do you have any idea as to the interest of these property owners to actually develop in the future?
I know that, well, I shouldn't say no. My understanding is they all opted in is because the ability to do something with their land, as opposed to it sitting fallow, in some cases, for many, many years, and still be able to do the agricultural type uses. That's why this is a blended type of zone that we're asking for, and changing the standards to make it more flexible so that you can still do your agricultural uses, but to allow for more type of industrial use, for lack of a better way of describing it. These little bit more of usage on their land, i.e. in this case truck parking, and any kind of to extend truck sales and service as well. So that's why I think nobody opted out, is because they see the value of their land increasing through the ability to actually be able to use it, as opposed to it's just sitting there. We were looking for criteria as we presented to the Plan Commission and before your board here, in terms of trying to have a minimal impact to any kind of residences. And when we looked at these sites, we looked at sites that were really close to the interchange. And at one point it was smaller through the workshop process, and through the feedback we got from the trucking industry. But it was like 500 feet, and then it went to 1,000, if I remember right, and now we're at a half a mile from the interchange, because they felt like that was still close enough in terms of maintaining or managing impacts for trucks that are currently parking anywhere, and pulling them back into the area that what the interchanges were built for. So we're really looking for standards that could meet not only the trucking community, but also obviously dealing with the increased in logistical warehousing development as well. So yeah, basically my long-winded response in regard to, it was really being able to utilize the land in a little bit more useful way.
Okay. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Kwong. And thank you for being here today. Just a quick question. Some of this property that'll have the truck traffic on it, before that's allowed, are these roads have like terminal access, truck routes, star routes, and
probably not all of them at this point. What's going to have to happen is they will go through that process. So once they go through it, we'll say, okay, it's not meeting that the star route, so we'll have to amend the process, amend the star map. For the most part, since these are right off the interchange, they probably are. I think my public works colleagues are here to help me answer that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. It's Alex Chetley with Public Works. So we did an overlay with the existing star routes and the proposed parcels for this text amendment, and a number of them are located close to existing star routes, but like Director Kwong mentioned, for each of the parcel, if they wanted to be included or have star route access, terminal access, they'd have to go through the process to evaluate getting off the freeway to these parcels and back, and making sure that the bigger trucks can make those turning movements. But by and large, there was a lot of possibilities for these parcels since they were so close to both 5 and 9 that made the mainline freeways.
Well, before they were be approved for that type of traffic, I mean, they would have to come up to standards,
yes.
Correct?
Just like any other parcel,
All
whether
right.
it be remote or right along the highway, they would have to go through the process where we evaluate the ability for the big trucks to get from the existing stall route, whether it be a main line or existing county road, to the site and back.
All right, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, sir.
And I got a question for the vice chair, and this is in your other life. One of the things that I've, I guess, been complained is in regards to the truck parking that we saw one of the slides where truck parking, a lot of residents complain about tearing down the shoulders, et cetera. And I have to say that probably most of those photographs that I saw were usually near Prologis and down in Tracy area. Is that continuing or has it been abated?
No, it's continuing, and it's bad. I mean, there's a reason why we need these truck stops or these parking areas, because you're seeing them on the shoulders, you're seeing them in the city streets, you're seeing them in the county, you're seeing them on the on and off ramps. Everyone occasionally they'll see them on the freeway itself. And if you look at what they're doing to unincorporated properties, and even off the star routes or truck routes, and what they're doing to our roadways, I mean, it's atrocious. And so there's something that needs to be done. And one of the reasons I brought up the terminal access and truck routes, and one of the things that I have seen, and mostly in my district and Supervisor Patty's district, is getting largely industrial also, is they're approving these warehousings and so on, but they don't have the truck routes or star routes or terminal access, and it's creating huge problems, as you saw with the Hanson Road folks. And one of the things that you see with the new warehousing and stuff, and at least for me, there is no place, not all of them I should say, I don't want to couple everybody together, but these trucks are coming out of town or out of state to make the deliveries, and there's no place for these trucks to stage. So, like for example, you go to Schulte Road, which is in the city limits of Tracy, and you'll see them staged, 10, 20 trucks deep, staged on the roadway itself, waiting to turn in, but they can't turn in with their load because their appointment. So it's a huge deal. It's still a huge problem.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. Question, Director Kwong, through the chair. You've identified parcels, but speaking with you a week or two ago, you also identified there's a mechanism available for anybody to make an application. Is that correct?
That's correct. This was our attempt to provide the relief valve as a countywide approach with uniform standards with that approach. This does not prevent, and in fact, we've got a number of different applications we are actually processing privately for not necessarily AI. There are different zones like truck terminal IT that allows for truck parking, and probably IL, I think is in the light or limited industrial. So you can always still apply for your own individual application, and we'll review it from that aspect. It doesn't have to match up with the criteria we're looking at here, but what we're looking at is just a countywide relief valve that was much more on a uniform basis.
Sure, understood. And I appreciate you've taken extensive effort for this for quite a while to come here today. We are approving the text amendment, is that correct? And finalizing what has already been approved through the Planning Commission?
That is correct. What we are recommending is very similar to the Planning Commission's recommendation. They had some exceptions in terms of parcels, as I mentioned during the presentation, and truck sales service. But otherwise, the recommendation is what I presented before you, which is the general plan amendment, development title amendment, the general plan map amendments, the zone reclassifications, and establishing the process for reviewing these types of applications as well, whether they're ministerial improvement plans with standards or a site approval application that is basically discretionary.
Okay, and if we want to have, as you're mentioning discretionary, if we want to have something a little more inclusive, let me say something ridiculous, like let's say we wanted a 5 mile within a major intersection, and right now you're recommending half mile. We could talk about that now and include that into whatever we're ratifying. Is that correct?
Well, it's your choice as a board. What that would do is it would change the standards for everybody.
Yeah, I'm just giving hypothetical.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's what I'm going to propose.
Correct.
Okay, but we as a board have some flexibility here.
You do. This is what we went through in terms of the public process. I guess I would ask in response, if the board decides to do something different, we would go back and look at that kind of, so there's two options. I would rather my request is to approve what I presented before you, but if you want to do something more, then it's the two options are send us back subsequently to do additional county initiated work, or the other option, which is wait for the private applications to come in and they can actually pursue their own applications.
What would be the timeline and process if you were to go with the latter?
I would say we probably need another, 10 months. This was actually a 10-month process, but it included a lot of outreach with both the trucking industry, preparing responses, getting feedback, and then bringing it forward to the Plan Commission. I would only advise that our workload is really high, so we wanted to get this one off the table, and because we're trying to bring the entire comprehensive development title update to you over the next few months, and that's going to be a big haul that we're finishing up in terms of last 2 years of work. So we're trying to prioritize our staffing and our workload.
Understood. So if I heard you correctly, then let's say somebody owns a piece of property and they want to be considered because it's not within what's been presented today. About 10 months from now, it would be.
If we did the process, it'd be another 10 months because we're looking at more than one site. If somebody was to propose an application, I would say that's roughly 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And if we had something to change today, it would just be able to be included.
Yes, except I would advise you only that whether we've looked at something or not, I would let you know.
Okay, very well. Just try to get clarity of what we're doing today and any levity we may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Any other questions?
One question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. Director Kwong, a letter was sent out to the Murata residents regarding these 3 parcels, and at the top of the letter it says environmental determination. The project is described as exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Regarding the general plan, was this already done, or are we just accepting it when we did the general plan?
So I don't do a 30-minute response.
Only because
I believe
I've been questioning.
My belief, my opinion, my recommendation is the environmental analysis before you, which is a CEQA exemption, is adequate. It's adequate because of at least a couple of things. You can see in both the report and hear from us and how we designed this overall ordinance was to have minimal impact. We're actually trying to take truck parking off of the interior streets of the county where there are currently having impacts. But that said, we looked at thresholds in terms of what would be less impactful. So we're trying to put things closer to the interchange and having less impacts in terms of farmland, as you can tell, having less impacts in terms of proximity to residents. Yes, some of them might be 80, 90 feet away, but in terms of where we're trying to situate these, moving forward with the criteria, the sites end up situating in areas that we believe are less impactful. But also, I would say that we would be following a layered category exemption in addition to 10561B3, which is the common sense or general rule exemption. I would supplement that with the 15183 general plan consistency because a lot of these sites are designated for ag urban reserve as well as actually in some cases in their general plan, as actually approved as recent as December of 2016, when the general plan was approved, and that EAR, in terms of we are consistent with that general plan designation, in some cases like commercial for your services. And I apologize, that was so technical, but I just want to say it for the record.
Perfect, thank you. That was a good answer.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's open up for public comment. Alan Armstrong.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Open the public hearing. Thank you.
How's that? Thank you, Mark.
residential areas and taxing upon existing infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Hakem. Right?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, 3414
Brookside Road in Stockton. I'm here this afternoon to represent Gary Singh regarding his property, which is at 8 Mile Road and Highway 99. He also has property in the application process for French Camp Road. For your notes, these properties are locations 21, 29 in your board letter. Regarding the property at 8 Mile Road and 99, and for the benefit of the audience here who are concerned about the Murata residential issues, as Mr. Armstrong indicated, I want to report to the board and to the audience that I spoke this weekend with Mr. George Garcia. George is the chair of the Murata committee that was organized to oppose the particular request at this location. Mr. Garcia and I have worked out a resolution where I'm going to repeat it now for the record, and this is for the benefit of the greater Murata community, that the applicant of this particular property, the owner of this property, has agreed that there will be no truck or trailer parking, no truck or trailer sales, and no truck or trailer repair in perpetuity. And my task is to draw an agreement which will be recorded against the property, which will memorialize that understanding. And I think that goes a long way to my client's recognition of the concerns raised by the Murata community, and our recognition that the Murata community, in speaking with us in this resolution, we think supports the notion this afternoon that the board should approve this location and include it in the AI zone. There are approximately 21,000 people in the greater Murata community. I certainly can't speak that all of those people are aware of this resolution, but I can report to the board that the committee that was formed to oppose the project and their chairperson, George Garcia, and I have exchanged emails confirming the resolution, and I've been instructed to prepare the agreement and record it against the property to protect the Murata community from those issues. Secondarily, I also represent the Thompson and Folger companies regarding their 3 parcels at Interstate 5 and Peltier Road. That map location is map location 11, and with me today are Don Lenz and Jim Gruder from Thompson Folger. We also respectfully request that you include map 11 in your recommendation for approval, and I'll submit it on that matter, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm here to answer any questions if there be.
Just because I don't have the numbers in front of me, is that the parcel you're talking about at 8 Mile Road or at least in Murata? Are those the parcels that Mr. Armstrong is talking about, or different?
The Armstrong part. There are 3 parcels at that location. The one that I represent is parcel 21, location map 21 in your board letter. I don't represent the other 2 parcels. As I understand it, they're unrepresented, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, good. Thank you. Like Maria, can't quite read the last name. No, Maria's here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Jax?
Oh, you're right. It's an O, Mario.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors. Happy to be here. My name is Mario Jax. I reside at 13285 Willow Glen Road, Stockton, California. I'm here today to request parcel number 162-130-05. The address is 3041 West Highway 4, Stockton, California. I want to be considered for inclusion in the new AI zone, the new general plan. And if everyone received a handout yet? I'd like to go over the handout that I just gave you. If you look at the pink area, which is highlighted, that is the actual 14 acres that I own right on Highway 4. I'd like it to be considered to be included in the AI zone. The yellow highlights include major truck routes, such as Highway 4, directly south of the property, and also the Port Expressway, that's within a mile of my property, the 14 acres, and John Turk Road, which is actually the interchange off of Highway 4, which is adjacent to the property. John Turk Road is used also as a truck entrance and exit to the wastewater treatment plant facilities. In the teal highlighted indicates the properties that are zoned industrial out in that area already. The first triangle off of Highway 4 on John Turk Road, the second one directly after the bridge on the San Joaquin River Bridge on the south side of Highway 4. The striped teal highlights already the port zone, which is industrial. The black line that is around the bottom area is my buffer zone, which I own 340 acres adjacent to this property. So you see the rest of the area north of Highway 4 is the wastewater treatment ponds, which is the treatment plants. So I just wanted to make a few more points about this property. That the land, number one, is not in the Williamson Act. It was taken out 14 years ago. I applied to get it out. And the land will have no effect on any residential area because it's not near a residential area. As you can see, there's nothing around it. And it's directly off a major highway, which is Highway 4, which is a truck route, less than 20 acres. It's 14 acres. The property is not farmable because I used to use the wastewater treatment effluent, and with the Clean Water Act, they cut the water off the property 20 years ago. So it has not been farmed. It is not viable farmland by no means. So it meets all the criteria that Mr. Quam is looking for. It has drainage. I had 10 acres, which was compacted on this 14 acres with gravel and fenced in areas. So it is ready to go, turnkey property for the truck yard.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions that I could answer? I'd like to if I can.
My only question would be, is this included in the current list or is this something new? Is this something new?
This is something new. Yeah, I missed the deadline date to get it in, but, from the criteria, I just wanted to, draw the map out so you could see that I'm not affecting any public or residential. I have the major truck routes in the area there, and right over the bridge of the San Joaquin River, there's so many trucks parked there at night, overnight, it's just really a hazard. So
okay.
Having a turnkey ready yard that has, terminal drainage, which is the wastewater treatment plant. When they put that in, they give us terminal drainage for the 360-acre ranch and including that piece for the storm drainage water. So as far as, I know Mr. Quam mentioned storm drainage, compaction, I have all that already.
Okay.
On 10 acres of the site.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. So I'd like consideration. Thank you.
Bradley Christie.
She's going to disperse a map, just showing some overhead for you guys. Good afternoon, Chair Nguyen, Supervisors, Mr. Kwong. I want to start off by thanking Mr. Kwong and Ms. Jolly, including the entire Planning Commission. This has been quite the task, and I believe the hard work will pay off greatly for the county and community as a whole. I know you guys have had a long day, so I'll be as quick as I can. Piece of property I'm speaking of, I gave you an overhead, is in Acampo, California. Parcel number 1322034 and 0132232. It's one piece, but there is a frontage road that's running through it, so it looks like two. Like I said, I'm Brad Christie with Woodbridge Truck and Equipment. We're a 40-year family business that has a couple generations behind it. We have worked hard in San Joaquin County for a long time and would greatly appreciate the opportunity to continue to do so with the county's blessing. I've been a proponent for this new AI designation since the beginning. I greatly hope that the board will vote to keep the AI zone moving forward, including the truck sales and services that was originally recommended by staff. With truck sales and services added back into this new zone reclassification, this will allow businesses such as ours who have these awkward, unusable pieces of property that have not been farmed or used for much of anything else in the last few decades. essentially to run truck-related businesses that generate revenue for owners and the county alike. Our piece we acquired a couple years ago was overgrown, full of trash, homeless debris. Since acquiring the property, we've cleaned it up. We've been conducting business, creating tax revenue for the county, and overall have had a positive influence in our area. We have had no opposition and have letters of recommendation from all the surrounding businesses and neighbors wanting us in the area. We are surrounded by compatible businesses and trucking companies, and as far as the impact from an environmental standpoint, it is very minimal due to low impact with the truck sales and parking uses. This is in part due to the special use regulations set forth by the Planning Commission with surface requirements, building requirements, drainage, etc. After reading the staff report and analysis put together by Ms. Jolly and the Commission giving the recommendation of approval, it really does make sense to allow some other uses on these parcels, with them being in very close proximity to the freeway and not having much use for anything else. Being able to conduct business on them keeps them clean, creates tax revenue and jobs, along with much needed services that are quite limited in the trucking industry in San Joaquin County. In closing, I ask the board to approve the general plan amendment and zone reclassification with allowing truck sales, services, and parking while standing behind businesses such as our families to continue to create opportunity in our county. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Just full disclosure, I've had occasion to visit Mr. Christie in his prior location south of that off 99 on actually homeless issues a couple years ago. And so I am familiar with your move north and the reasons for it. So I want to make that known that
we've been in that neighborhood for 30 years. So we were actually a quarter mile north, but I mean, just a quarter mile north of that overpass from the river, it's been substantially better, a lot better.
Good. Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. Director Kwong, is he on the list? Or is he it?
Through the chair, Supervisor, yes, he is on the list.
What number would he be?
He would be location 13, page 16 of attachment F.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Steve Harum.
I have a couple of handouts.
Feels like we're back in high school getting homework assignments.
I assure you I will not require a test at the end. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Steve Harum. I represent Tracy Dirt that owns approximately 32 acres in Tracy. A major reason for the revision to this the code amendment is the trucking problem in Tracy, which Supervisor Rickman talked about a little bit earlier. And a significant number of independent truckers live in Tracy, and part of solving the problem is to deal with the Tracy problem. As As I said, our land is 32 acres. It was formerly a sand and gravel operation. It has not been farmed for over 30 years. It's in an ag zone, but it's not farmed. It's not in the Williamson Act. And there are very few homes between the property and the freeway. So as Mr. Kwan pointed out earlier, the reason for the half a mile was to see the trucks neither parked in the neighborhood areas or drove through the neighborhood areas and caused a land use conflict. Here I can tell you that between our property and the freeway, there are no subdivisions and a few scattering of homes. So that isn't really a problem with respect to that. In addition to that, my clients tell me they receive phone calls daily from people asking if they can park on the property. It is found from a commercial point of view to be a perfect location for trucking. Certainly that's where truckers are asking if they can park, and there are some trucks out there right now that are parking. They are using it for that purpose to try to relieve the problem of parking in and around the Tracy area. And I assure you that if we were to be included in the ordinance, which we are not right now, we would immediately apply for a use permit so that we could start this operation. It would be very important to us. The ordinance criteria, which was largely developed in private, is very troubling. And I point to your attention the map, and I think the map shows the problem with it. A major problem with the trucking is in the Tracy area in the 5th District, but if you look at the map, which I present to you, the green symbols are ones that are included in the ordinance recommended by your staff. And as you can see, there's really only one around the Tracy area. Our property is in red, and we think it would significantly relieve the truck problems that are currently in Tracy by including it. There's just a geographic imbalance the way this criteria worked, and there's nothing special about the criteria. It's not driven by facts. It's fact-starved. It was just a subjective determination of the planners. And so the problem we have with our application is we do not meet the current criteria in two respects. Number one, we're 3/4 of a mile from a freeway interchange instead of half a mile, and we are 32 acres instead of 20 acres. So what that means is under this enabling ordinance, we would not be able to apply for a use permit. And all we're asking is to be included in this so that we can apply for the use permit. And I would go to the next exhibit if I could, and what I've done is a red line to the changes that need to be made to the proposed ordinance so we can be included. And it really isn't that difficult. It basically changes the criteria from half a mile to a mile and changes the maximum lot size from the 20 acres to 40 acres, and then includes our property, which is described at the end. So our request to you, quite simply, is that we be allowed to do that, that you make that amendment so we can apply. And with respect to the use permit, I want to give assurances that if we apply for a use permit, a traffic study will be required. If there have to be freeway interchanges, that will be called out in that. If there needs to be a maintenance agreement because we're using that road more than others so that we pay an annual maintenance fee, we're willing to agree to that as a condition of approval, and all of that would be worked out as part of the conditional use permit, and I give you that assurance as part of the use permit process. So we respectfully ask that those minor amendments be made to the code and including our property so that we can proceed immediately with a use permit to try to resolve the traffic problem and the traffic in the Tracy area. Since the way the criteria worked out, the 5th District is grossly underserved by this ordinance. I can attempt to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you. Just a few questions. First of all, on this map, what is this blue dot over here off of 132?
The blue dot, that is you have one site under the criteria that is in your district. Okay. I'm sorry, I cannot correlate that to which number it is.
And this is by the old gravel pits, right?
Yes, yes.
And I know that area, and I mentioned it before. I mean, it's not a truck route, it's not a terminal access, it's not a star route. So how would that, I mean, say if this does, the board does see it your way, how?
As part of our approval process, as a condition, we may have to cause that to happen.
Okay, well, you would have to, because
and we understand that might be we might get the use permit if we're fortunate to be granted. One of the conditions is to cause that to happen before we could implement the use.
What about the roadway itself? I mean, that roadway is just beat all to heck.
Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, as the city, the county would have to do a traffic report. They'd have to do an analysis, and as part of that, it may well indicate that we should pay an annual maintenance fee that's calculated by the Public Works Department to make sure we're paying our fair share for damaging that road, and we would be agreeable to that sort of a condition to make sure that we are neutral in terms of our use of the road, whatever that number is for repairs of that road.
What about community outreach too? How would that go about?
We certainly, once the application is filed, we would be more than willing to have public meetings with respect to that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Harum.
Yes.
Yeah, Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Kwong, if we were to grant Mr. Harum this, would it affect the whole? Will it affect everything as far as the ordinance and change everything for everyone?
The way it's currently written in a uniform way, yes, you almost will have to carve out a really long, specific exception. We hadn't had the ability to really look at this site, how you access it, what the roads are, whether they're public roads or private roads, and actually how you even get there. It was introduced to at least me during a Plan Commission meeting, and so from that perspective, we didn't have enough time to look at it. I think an amendment might be the right process, but not necessarily in my recommendation to the board in terms of meeting the uniform standards. That was the original policy approach. It wasn't and I'm not trying to be flippant or anything, but it wasn't a call for projects. It was trying to see what kind of uniform standards we can take. If Mr. Harum and his client would like to take a private application for a text amendment, we would have more time to be able to actually look at that site. But that's my recommendation for you as a board.
Thank you.
If I could just, I feel like Steve Bestelaritis at this moment, that sometimes you get told everything. I contacted the staff before the Planning Commission and asked to discuss this with them. And I was told, we do not want to talk to you because we're not going to make any changes. I then presented it to the Planning Commission, and from comments, a majority of the commission wanted to add the property, and they were told by the staff they couldn't because it would be too hard to change the general plan at that point to do it. And you can see the changes that are required. It's not that hard to do. So the idea that we haven't had a chance to look at it, I think is unfair, and I think it's extremely untrue in terms of my efforts to reach out to the staff. I mean, it certainly isn't my practice over 40 years not to reach out to staff and work with them. And I was told we don't want to meet with you, and that's why I'm here today. In terms of it having a countywide impact, it only has a countywide impact by adding this one location. If someone else wants to come in and file a text amendment and they qualify under that criteria, they can ask to do so. But if you agree to the amendment I'm asking for, the only functional change that happens is this one site, the red site on that map is included. So there are at least 2 sites in the Tracy area that can apply for use permits. And at this point, the only person in this hearing that's told you we will immediately file for a use permit to try to relieve this problem is my client.
All right. Anything? Yes, Supervisor Miller.
Just a follow-up question. So if we approve these changes, and what we're going to approve today is going to include specific properties, so I get that all we would be doing is adding this one property. What does that mean going forward in terms of any other properties that are now within that extra half-mile zone of an interchange? What does that do to our ability to approve those? Do they automatically come in then ministerially because they fall under the criteria of this?
So as we went through the process with the Planning Commission and we extended the radius from 500 feet to 1,000 to half mile, we had to relook at every property within that radius of every single interchange. So I know staff spent a tremendous amount of time looking at every single property. how to get there, what's adjacent to it, that kind of stuff. So if you take a broad brush approach of saying everything within a quarter, 3/4 of a mile, yeah, everything would fall into it, and we don't know necessarily what that means because we haven't done an analysis to that larger radius. To extent this is 3/4 of a mile, I'm not even sure it's 3/4 of a mile. I'm not sure how to get there if you had to physically drive to that site. So that's the kind of analysis we need to have as we were looking at every single site, every single parcel, all 40 parcels in regard to the ordinance before you. So we were lining up the general plan policy that's aligned with the development title, that's aligned with the actual site. So as we went through the analysis for the general plan policy, the zoning, and the standards, that's how we ended up making a recommendation to the Plan Commission and that before you today as well. So it does change the standards, meaning if you do a real broad brush approach, it could include a lot more properties, which we have not looked at. But I also haven't looked at this parcels necessarily as a specific site either. I don't know what that does because some of the concerns could be there might be more exacerbation of that actual road. I don't know the condition of the road. I don't know how you get to that site, as I mentioned. So that's my thought process.
Supervisor Miller, if I can, that's not telling you the full story. Basically, all the criteria allows you to apply for a use permit if we are one of the designated properties. That's all it does. It doesn't expand any other properties. So once you enact this ordinance, if someone else wants to come in, they have to go and ask to be included within the ordinance as one of the sites. If they don't meet the criteria, then they don't qualify. If they don't qualify, then they can't seek a use permit. So all this does is includes us in there so that we can seek a use permit. It doesn't grant that right to any other property that's not one of them. They still have to go through that process. And to the comments, well, I don't know how many, whether it's 3/4 of a mile or how you get there, I don't know what to say. I would respond to the community development director and said if his staff had not rejected my request to meet with them before the planning commission, he would have had that information. It's not my fault that they wouldn't meet with me.
So what I'm getting at is if we expand this in this countywide ordinance and somebody does want to come in afterwards, is it then more difficult for us to make that analysis per individual parcel and say no based on our analysis? Or are they going to come back and say, well, wait a minute, I check all the boxes. I'm within 3/4 of a mile. I check all these boxes. How can you say no? So my question is does it make more sense at this point and provide more oversight and protection for our residents in terms of negative impacts? Is it better for us to stay with this half-mile and have individuals that are 3/4 of a mile or a mile come in for a specific
Supervisor Miller, your protection
amendment
on that is the use permit. This is an enabling ordinance. If I want to have a site plan approval, I must first fit within the ordinance. So if I'm a mile away, I first have to get into the ordinance, into the enabling ordinance, and that gives me the right to file for the use permit. And you've done enough use permits over the years. You understand that they are individually looked at and individually determined. So the protection you have is actually a two-step process. First, do you include new property within the enabling ordinance? You can say yes to that, but that doesn't mean they get a site plan. That means they still have to go through the discretionary permit process, which is the equivalent of a use permit. They've got to satisfy CEQA. They've got to do a traffic study. They're going to have a hearing in front of the Planning Commission with an appeal to this board. That's where the protection lies. This merely allows me to apply for that use permit. I understand and will state to this board that even if I meet the criteria, you may still independently deny the use permit for site-specific reasons. And that would be true of my application and true of any other application. That's how the regulatory system works.
Spong, you want to respond or?
Yes. So part of the two-part process I mentioned earlier is that those applications that will be ministerial will have to fall into a certain size category in terms of number of trucks. So if we first change the 3/4 mile into a 3/4 mile radius, I don't know what additional smaller truck lots would be around the county, to the extent that if it is changed to 3/4 mile radius, then that would change at least all those projects that would be eligible in terms of falling within that 3/4 miles, and then they would be subject to that site approval. And we would request, like, very similar to what Mr. Harriman said, they're required or requisite studies. But I don't know what all those sites are that would even fall into those processes. So we did the half-mile radius, and we know exactly what's falling into that half-mile radius. I don't know what's falling all into the 3/4 mile radius, and that might be fine, but I'm not being able to present in front of you all the new sites that would then be within the 3/4 mile radius. That was why I suggested earlier, if there's my preference, if there's an individual project, they could always apply on their own basis.
I would urge you not to become so enamored with a criteria that is highly subjective and which ended up with only one site in the Tracy area where a major problem is. You're trying to solve a problem, not protect a criteria put together by the staff in closed doors of highly subjective. And again, it doesn't matter how many other sites are out there. You know what's going to determine that is who files for those. Mr. Kwong gets it wrong, frankly, because it's not like all these others now immediately can seek use permits. They first have to get within the enabling ordinance. So you're going to see each and every new property that seeks to be included in the ordinance, and that will be your decision because the ordinances can only be adopted by this Board of Supervisors. So you're going to see each of them on an individual basis. So this chaos that Mr. Kwong says, you've got all those other properties out there, well, yes, in theory, but those people have to file an application to amend the text of the zoning ordinance and come before you and make their case of why they should be included in it. And if you agree with that, then they've got to go through a use permit process. So this is not opening up a Pandora's box by any stretch of the imagination, and it helps to solve a problem in Tracy.
Supervisor Vice Chair Rickman? Okay. Well, you came up again. Somebody came. Okay. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. So I can wrap my hand around this. So if we've got what's recommended here, Director Kwong, and we've started this off asking if there's any type of levity, perhaps not opening up Pandora's box and saying that any parcel within a mile is going to now qualify, and then we get exasperated. It becomes overwhelming, and maybe a mechanism is you put a cap at 50 and see what happens to revisit it. But could we? We've seen a couple of requests. One request from Mr. Allen was to restrict what would be permissible on 2 of 3 lots. One lot you heard from Mr. Haycom is voluntarily not being to be considered, and the other 2 lots, I believe, were not represented. So come what may. I appreciate Mr. Allen's here to speak on behalf of the Marauder residents. But we've heard from Woodbridge Truck Equipment an element that they want to be included, or Mr. Jackson, an element that they want to be included. So could we, let's say we approved exactly what you presented with inclusion of the parcels that were discussed today to be taken off of consideration, and then those that are asking for and making a case very fairly. I'm not seeing anything that I'm finding objectionable by what I'm seeing from Woodbridge Equipment as well as Mr. Jacks. There's nothing offensive to this. It might be a mile away from I-5, but it's right on Highway 4, right next to an interchange and everything else from the port where there's a lot of trucking. And to me, that would be a benefit. Instead of that truck having to get on I-5 and travel 5, 8, 10, 12, 15 miles to go to a organized and approved
truck parking location, they could park right there where they might be going in and out of the port on a daily basis. So do we have the mechanism to adopt what you recommended today, because you and your staff have had an extensive level of consideration and review, but we also see that there's some requests for a little bit of flexibility. So can we approve what you have and then include what the board may decide by motion or something to include in this ordinance? Is that mechanism there for us?
So if I can think out loud a little bit, and I'm going to have to look to county council a little bit here as well, but as you can throw something at me, Mark, if I say it wrong. But with our recommendation, and you either ask me to report back on these individual projects and have county staff continue to work on those individual sites, the one at the port and Mr. Hiram's client site, we can do that. The other thing that's much more complicated, I think, is to approve the recommendation, but carve out some really strange, I shouldn't say strange, unique exemptions for these sites. You can do that. My only concern, again, is that I just have not had time to look at either one of those sites. So that's where I really wanted some additional time to be able to look at those sites in order to give you my informed.
Understand you've not had time to look at them, but from what I'm seeing, they're seeming pretty suitable. We're not looking at doing something in a residential area. They're providing maps. They're providing a pretty compelling story of inclusion.
So if I can say, for example, the port site, even though it's ag zone and it seems like surrounded by the City of Stockton Municipal Utility tertiary ponds and some industrial use, is also in the Delta's primary zone. So
I'm sorry, what primary?
The Delta Stewardship Council's primary zone. So I need to look at what that means, because it's a covered action under the state. So that's something, for example, I kind of remember, but to extend, that's the kind of stuff we need to look at. But that's why I requested, my preference would be give me more time to look at what those impacts may be, and I can report back to you from that standpoint. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you carve out, I guess you can carve out an exemption for these uses, Mark?
County Council, through the chair, what's our flexibility here?
I have concerns with expanding the scope of the proposed amendment, because potentially that opens up the number of parcels that may fit within it, and I'm not sure that the CEQA exemption that is coming forward would be sufficient to cover those additional parcels.
Understood. So if we don't open it up to this miles and miles from intersections, and we're just including a couple of parcels that are asking to be included, we're not looking at hundreds of parcels, we're looking at several. Is that posing a problem for us to include them? Because I know, Director Kwong, we're all kind of looking to you now. What levity do we have to adopt what's been proposed, including, and it could be conditional inclusion because of the Delta Conservatory issues that may prevent something from being done, but barring something like that, these parcels would therefore be included and grandfathered into the current proposed amendments. Or a title, what do we have here? Our title amendment.
Right, the general plan text amendment. I remain concerned about the CEQA process for including those additional parcels.
What would trigger that concern from CEQA? We're only looking at several parcels, and we're actually removing a couple from consideration, removing 3 that are proposed to be approved, and we're approving a few so far. I don't know who else has to talk about it, but so far we got, I believe, 3 requests.
Mr. Patty, if I can, your question is functionally what happens if you approve the amendment I'm requesting? and from doing this for over 40 years, and I used to have dark hair, and that shows what happens when you become a land use attorney, is that it expands the universe of people or properties that could conceivably file an application with the county to amend this ordinance to include their property.
No, I understand that.
That's all that does.
I completely understand that.
And you're going to look at each of those amendments on an individualized basis, and you're going to make an individualized determination of whether that request qualifies for an exemption under CEQA or whether it needs a more intensive CEQA review, such as a neg deck or an EIR. And that will take place when and if an application is filed. You may never see an application, or you may see one every 10 years. We don't know, but you will deal with it on an individualized basis at that point.
Understood. I'm not sure if what you're proposing, Mr. Harum, addresses all of the requests we have. We need to get an analysis. Woodbridge Trucking, is that within that you're proposing? It has to be, it could be up to 40 acres and within what, full 1 mile of an intersection. Is that correct?
Right.
So I don't know.
That's just for the criteria to ask to be included.
I understand, but that criteria alone may not even address one of the very reasonable requests we have from Woodbridge Trucking.
So I'm included into the designation now for Woodbridge for our property. It is included in the list of properties to be allowed. I was just asking for the truck sales designation to be added back in, so we are on the list as far as being added in for the AI designation. I just need the truck sales.
You just want the truck sales on that particular parcel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as it relates to that. Okay, thank you for the clarity on it. So I guess, County Council, we're still wondering what are we doing to include if we only have several parcels that we're looking to include, and we're looking to even take out 3 that has been identified. What would be the concern, how we're triggering CEQA, and how could we include these parcels and grandfather them into what we're discussing now? Does that mechanism exist?
I think that the best mechanism for, if it's the board's intent to favor Mr. Harum and his request to have a 1 mile radius and up to 40 acres, that I think that the best option is for that to go back to the Planning Commission for them to look at what the impacts of those changes would be.
I'd like to think we could do something reasonably.
All that the 2 changes in the general plan that I'm asking for accomplish allow us to be included. Currently, under the criteria, this site, which is currently being used for trucks and has a huge demand for trucks, would not be able to apply for a use permit because it doesn't fit the criteria, which was done behind closed doors in a subjective manner. That's all it did. There is not a CEQA implication to this because all it does is allow those properties listed, which are about 40 and would include my client's property, would have the right but not the obligation to file for a use permit. And at a use permit stage, we would have to do CEQA. It would have to be covered, particularly with the traffic issues out there. That's something that would have to be addressed and fully mitigated in order for the permit to be granted. And so you're going to take care of CEQA by whomever applies for the use permit when they apply for that use permit. We understand that. And I'll go a step further and say we could apply for a use permit, and even though we meet the criteria, you as a board still have the discretionary power to deny that use permit if you think it is not the right thing. All the ordinance does is give us the right to apply for a discretionary permit. And that does not have any real huge CEQA implications to it.
Okay, Chairman, one more question. I'd like to ask, through the chair, Mr. Hakem, if what Mr. Harum is proposing, does that address the requests you have from your clients from properties that they are requesting to be included that may not have been included in this first process?
I think we're, at least in my opinion, Commissioner Patty, I think we're categorically different because what we're proposing has been reviewed by staff, presented to the Planning Commission, approved by the Planning Commission, and being recommended today as an approved project for both 21 and 29. What I was speaking to earlier was carving out 21 as not being able to utilize the truck parking in response to the concern from the Murata community. So I think we're a different animal.
Understood. Okay. Lastly, though, what Mr. Haram's proposing doesn't include the Highway 4 property. That would be a very reasonable use for truck parking. So I'm, County Council, I think we need some, I don't think we need to bring us back to the Planning Commission, but I think we need to, if we have authority, to include some flexibility in what's being proposed, if we have that authority. At this time, that's all, Chairman. I'm sure there's more public comments. Thank you, Mr. Haram.
Thank you.
Let me offer a suggestion, and I'll run it by County Council and also Mr. Kwong. I have real problem, trying to create amendments to our ordinance at this board meeting, because there's not an opportunity, because when we talk about expanding, for example, the distance, as you said, we don't know what implications that have. And as Supervisor Miller brings up, if we do some amendment to specifically fit a particular property, how do we deny it in the future for other applicants that may have the same criteria? We have a lot of ordinances that have steps or sizes, for example, the winery ordinance, et cetera. And what I would like to see, and I'll leave it up to you and County Council and obviously the board, is that it would seem to me that you have established what we're here today to decide is a very, I want to say, strict criteria as to what's allowed, and obviously making some minor modifications to the ordinance that's been through the Planning Commission, been worked on for 10 months, so there's a lot of background. What about if for example, the Highway 4 or Mr. Hakeem's project in Tracy, and this is why I'm concerned about making decisions here today, because if a lot of individual property owners knew that we were going to make these changes, they might have been here also. So they don't have an opportunity to really express their desires as to flexibility or expansion. And so we end up with individuals who feel disadvantaged because they didn't have their say. So would it be possible, and I address this both our county council and community development, can we, based upon what Mr. Haram has suggested, based upon the Highway 4 project, et cetera, develop a category that may be unique, for lack of a better term, that, maybe we have, lack of a better term again, a mega parking facility, because we're over 20 acres on this one, et cetera. But there's also linked to that much stricter criteria as to whether it be environmental, a use permit, all these other things. Is that an option for you? And I'll ask you first, David, and then I'll ask Mr. Miles.
Chairman, yes. So to the extent that we would report back, as I mentioned, in regard to what these two site criteria actually meet, I would have actually the ability to do some additional research, have some conversations with Mr. Haram, and then bring that back if that's the wish of the board.
Well, I think they both have merit, obviously, an opportunity, but there may be others out there, and I can't speak for Vice Chair Rickman, but if there's only one location in District 5, maybe that's an opportunity to really provide as he's related the problem that he deals with in his district. So then Mr. Miles, is that feasible to you based upon our normal processes and procedures?
Yes, that's feasible.
Okay. So I would leave it open, and Supervisor Miller, go ahead.
Just one more quick question. In regards to Mr. Jack's property, the way I understand, and I'm looking at the language of the ordinance, to include that property would require another revision, because right now the amendment states that they have to be located outside of the primary and secondary zones of the Delta.
Yeah, that's correct, Supervisor.
So it would require yet another amendment. So if if this is going to go back to staff to analyze what happened here today, I think we would need some analysis on our ability to even realistically do that. And if we can do it, what additional steps are going to be required? Because it's out of our hands if it goes to the Delta Stewardship Council, because you're right, it would be a covered action. That's a very prescribed process, so I think the board's going to need to have some analysis on that as well.
So I'll leave it up to the board to make a motion, but I would suggest that we deal with the issue that was presented to us in regard to some of the amendments, including, for example, truck sales, and then send it back, obviously, to community development for a further review, and not just the two projects we've talked about here, but other projects that you may receive in regards to this, and maybe develop a third category in regards to truck parking, because certainly we need it, and I think that would be an opportunity to solve several problems simultaneously without making a quick decision with obviously, as Supervisor Miller talks about, some of the legal ramifications that may occur if we don't thoroughly vet it before we recommend it. So.
Chairman?
Yes.
May I speak, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I just feel like Director Kwong, Jennifer Jolly, and his whole staff have worked extremely hard on this ordinance, and these properties have been waiting. They're on the list. They did everything correctly. They sent out letters to everyone in the county who could have, jumped on this, and they didn't. Because, Mr. Jocks and, Mr. Harum want to, add on to this. It's going to delay the whole project. I suggest we stick to the original ordinance, and Mr. Jocks and Mr. Harum need to, we can make a special rule for them, and these two applicants can, Mr. Kwong can go back and look at them, because obviously he's not confident enough to make a decision because of the Delta rule, and because Mr. Harum wants to double the acreage and the distance between half a mile and a mile. That's a big ask. I don't feel like these people on this particular list should be penalized because two other people want to add on to the list.
No, I totally agree with you. I'm not suggesting we hold up. I'm suggesting we make a motion and pass what's been presented.
Okay. I get it.
But then for the future, look into these in more detail, and we may be able to provide certainly more review by the public.
Right.
Some of these, et cetera. So, yes, I agree.
Because they've worked so hard on it. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Vice Chair Rickman, by the way, you're the only one that pops up.
And as it should be, right?
It keeps popping up, and all I get is your picture. The only other one I've been able to get is our CEO, Mr. Wolverding, but the rest of you are invisible. Although I get an alert, but you're not there. So did you have, are you just left over from your last request?
Yeah, I think it's left over my last request.
Okay, got it.
I have it up here.
All right, again, I'll leave it to the board to make a motion.
Chairman Nguyen.
Any more speakers?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we do have
you're right.
additional speakers.
I'm sorry.
And written comments as well.
John Glick. Thank you, Rochelle.
Chairman, board members, thank you for me. My name is John Glick. My wife and I lived at 10391 Chantel Lane, Willow subdivision of Murata. I am in opposition of the locations that are listed in the northwest and northeast quadrants of 8 Mile and 99. One of the selection criteria used to identify the potential truck parking sites is eliminating all parcels within proximity of residences. By utilizing this criteria, the county recognizes the incompatibility of residential uses within close proximity of trucking uses. There are more than 800 single-family residences located within a 1 mile radius of this site. In addition, there's 2 schools and about 5 churches, all within 3/4 of a mile. The most concerning aspect of the 3 applications for me is that the county seeks to provide ministerial approval of truck parking and or truck sale projects without any outside urban planning oversight or CEQA review. The county proposes ministerial approval of projects, claiming that any project not exceeding the quote thresholds does not have the potential for causing a significant effect in the environment. My opinion that this statement cannot be substantiated if the county does not refer projects out to other departments, outside agencies, and immediate residences, schools, churches, and businesses located in the vicinity of the proposed project for a determination of whether there is or is not the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. The county application referral states the following, quote, environmental determination of this project as described is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to section 15061B3, and a notice of exemption will be filed upon project approved. Just quickly stating here what that section says, the activity is covered by the nonsense exemption of CEQA. I'm sorry, let me back up. The activity is covered by the common sense exemption that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. Where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment, the activity is not subject to CEQA. I don't think the county in good conscience can make this finding, given that there's 800 residences in the immediate area of these four parcels. Actually, I think one has been removed from this because of Mr. Hakeem's letter. By processing these applications ministerially, the county is depriving the residents, schools, churches, business owners who will be most impacted the most any opportunity to voice any concerns they may have. In fact, this is the reason CEQA even exists. Now I'm out of time here, but I just want to, in conclusion, state that I'd like to reaffirm my opposition and respectfully request the board deny the applications at these four locations at 8 Mile Road and 99, and as well as the ministerial approval of these particular sites, not the rest of them, but these particular ones, and ensure that we have a CEQA review of that type of a project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Kwong. There's four parcels at that interchange, correct? And one of them was not carried forward from the Planning Commission?
Should be 3 parcels on the northeast corner, if I recall. It's in your board letter, looking for the exhibit.
And Mr. Hakeem withdrew one of them, is that correct?
He's representing the
Murata
applicant, I think, for all 3.
No, I'm only the applicant for 21.
I'm sorry.
That's the parcel to the east, and that's the parcel that we would agree no truck parking, no sales, no repair on 21.
So out of the original 4, is that correct?
Yes.
We're down to 2.
So I want to refer to, and I apologize, I was on the page earlier, the exhibit, because it actually shows the particular parcel numbers on it. So you can bear with me.
Okay. The reason I asked the question is, obviously, and I'm sure the other supervisors received the emails that I have, that seems to be probably the most opposed intersection of all the ones that you've listed. So the question arises is, why would we need these 2 if we have 36 more, or 37, whatever the final number would be?
Can we, Michelle, can we pull up the presentation again? So those are the pictures of the site. I'm trying. The 4th parcel is on the west side of State Route 99.
Location number 18, I believe.
Yeah, I apologize. I had the exhibit.
And 19, 20, and 21 are on the east side of 99.
Yes.
21's out now.
Right.
And at this point, the Plan Commission recommended all 4, just so you know the context.
I know, but that's my question, is that both the Planning Commission and certainly at this meeting, that's been probably by far the most opposed group of parcels of all the ones, original 40 that you had, and potentially even more, depending on what we come up with in any future review. So anyway, that's just my comment, because, I mean, obviously, those who would be most affected are probably, in my opinion, the ones that need to be heard in regards to their concerns. So I would just throw that out to whoever makes the motion that possibly we eliminate the last 2. Certainly, Mr. Hickam, I appreciate, your efforts in regards to the other one, but then we'll just have 2 out of the 4 and hopefully make that particular intersection whole.
I apologize. I did find the exhibits in case you want to refer to it. But they're location 19, 20, and 21.
So which are the 2 left?
So
20.
All on the east side of State Route 99 and East 8 Mile Road. Those are parcels 61, 63, and 64. And Mr. Hakeem's parcel is 21.
Okay,
Parcel number 21.
APN. Location 21.
APN number 21. Or you mean location 21? Okay, it's 64. So it's the big rectangle parcel. And I can definitely pass this exhibit around.
Well, just the question is okay, with one not passed on from the Planning Commission, one obviously not going to be used for truck parking, and then what would be the 2 remaining parcels that would be left within that interchange?
It would be APN parcels 61 and 63, the ones that immediately abut the interchange.
Okay, got it. Anyway, as I said, I think those are probably, of all the ones that we've talked about, by far the most controversial. So, Meredith?
I started this with good afternoon, but I'm going to have to almost say good evening. My name is Meredith McMines, and I'm a resident in Murata. I grew up out there, and I returned, so I've seen it early on and big surprises that are happening now. The pictures in the area in question and its location in our community, we all understand the need for semi-truck parking, because the trucks and the products, people are saying, where are you going to get your toilet paper? They are vital to everyday life. However, the plan to rezone 17 acres, and now we're talking about one will not have parking, at 8 Mile and 99 frontage to allow up to 75 semi-trucks to park is short-sighted when considering the increased urbanization of our community and our community's transportation needs. I'm well aware that something will eventually go in that property, but I would like to see more planning and a CEQA study. If you look at the first 2 photos, these are 2 that have been brought up today. It shows that you're really not comparing apples to apples. The first one is they both meet all the criteria set by the planning department, but as you can see, they vary really greatly. The first one is Arch Road 99, and it's already built for truck traffic, and as you can see a lot of trucks on there. It's a 4-lane underpass with 2-lane on-off ramps on each side. Traffic is controlled by traffic lights, and many trucks already use this area as it has convenience stores, fast food, and at least 2 gas stations. In comparison, The next page, the 8 Mile 99 overpass is only 2 lanes with 4-way stop signs controlling traffic on each side. The on-ramps and off-ramps are a single lane. There is a new Starbucks and a small gas station. Already, semi-trucks have difficulty making the turns onto 99, often having to reverse a couple times to make the turn. The road signs are routinely taken out. This clover leaf is not built to handle these semi-trucks, and the semi-trucks would have difficulty pulling through the gas station. This also shows the proximity to the senior citizen mobile home park that's been there forever, and our new fire station. Photo 3 shows the on and off ramps northbound, east side of 99, and the Chevron gas station. Gives you a little bit more what that looks like there. Photo 4 is a close-up of the proposed site and its location near housing and the fire station. Photo 5 I put in because my husband said I should. He found it online. It's what comes up when you Google map this. That intersection just shows cars, back up. So I guess we're known for our traffic stops there. Photo 6 shows a larger picture of our Murata community. Homeowners use these streets daily and are challenged by current traffic issues. These issues will only increase with the addition of semi-truck parking and the extension of Holman Road on 8 Mile west of 99. I asked that the Board of Supervisors require that a CEQA study be done prior to approving this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just real quick, on these images, 8 Mile 99, was this a property that they agreed to no truck parking, and was that the property? Was this the one?
Supervisor Rickman, would be all 3 items. Would be no trucks, no repair, no cleaning, and no service, and no parking. Those are the 3
Item 21.
3 requirements that the committee from Murata recommended to me, and we accepted and exchanged emails confirming that I would record an agreement against the property.
Right. So this what they showed us right now. So this wouldn't be any trucks in this area right here.
That's correct. I'm looking long distance. I can't see it as well as you, but
Yeah.
Chairman, if I could
You
please
need,
ask
you need
that-
to come up to the microphone so we can record your comment.
I just found out at this meeting that only one of those 3 properties as being removed as being not truck stop or truck parking. It's the very far, it's a long lean piece, and then there's 2 smaller ones that are right along the frontage road that are still for truck parking. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's correct. 21, the one I'm representing, does not have truck parking. That's recommended by the Planning Commission and staff. The other 2 are for your consideration based on the comments you've heard today.
Great, thank you. Tracy Lowry?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, County Council. Thank you, Planning Department representatives. My name is Tracy Lowry. I'm a resident in Murata. I'm also the current president of the Murata Area Association. Our association is different from the person, the George Garcia, that has been talking with Mr. Hakem. And we have not seen anything in writing. We're not in any agreement. And our influence is approximately 2,254 people in the Murata community. That being said, I'm going to get right to the point. We don't have a lot of time. You've been here all day. I'm sure you're exhausted, as we are. But I wanted to say a couple of things. Number one, the Planning Commission's lens in which they look at these properties to decide what is and what is not proper for this particular use is not the same lens in which the people who live there every day and operate every day. We're not looking to prevent these properties from being developed. But when I look at the land uses, and not just truck parking, there's cannabis, there's a whole host of things that, based on the unimproved interchanges at both Murata Lane and 8 Mile Road, are insufficient for many of those uses, including the truck parking, and the other, like cannabis and so forth, that are in the uses. The land use is more important to us than a zone. But this zone happens to include a lot of land uses which are not appropriate for our neighborhood. My objection here is to try to preserve the quality of life and the reason that people moved to Murata in the first place. I know the land values, and I will say this. On behalf of myself and many of the residents who have contacted me, written letters, shared sentiments, and posted to me online and through email, we are willing to discuss with the property owners who want to develop. We are wanting to see them develop it in a good use that's compatible with our neighborhood. We don't want to prevent them from using it, but none of these properties have been used for farming. So to preserve it for farming, to me, doesn't make sense. There are 4 parcels, and all 4 of them, we are absolutely against them being included, especially when we sit here this afternoon and we find out that there are multitudes of properties that can host more trucks than we can that want to be included. If you're going to take the people who have asked to be included and they've shown up today and they've given you all of their research that they've done, and you're going to set them aside to be discussed later, why not set aside these 4 parcels until we can decide whether or not they really are a good use for the Murata Association? I know my time is up. If anybody has any questions? No? Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Jacques?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to comment on the primary zone. I've been involved with that since 1991 and read most of the legislation. And the Delta primary zone is designed to protect viable prime farm agriculture land. They do have ag-industrial zoning and do allow it, because they want to allow agricultural products being stored, such as trucking from the port, rice, all kinds of produce. So the county, as a county taxpayer, I think the county still has a responsibility to the primary zone land, because there's counties in control of it. So they have a responsibility to the taxpayer as well, I believe. So I really think the primary zone is designated for ag viable farmland that grows crops. And as far as my 14 acres, I think that falls under, an ag industrial zone. And the precedent set, we have 2 industrial zones on both sides of it already. So as far as, the primary zone coming up, I can't see how that would, non-viable piece of farmland would even be an issue or a question. And I do believe that the county does have a responsibility to the property owner, tax owner. I mean, do you guys have a meeting saying that you're giving up the control of the San Joaquin County that is in the primary zone? I don't believe so. And reading the legislation, like I said, and following it since 1991, I know it. It's pretty thick if you want to read it, but they do not, disqualify agriculture zoning. And this is an AI zone, and ag zoning, talking about for trucking. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Could you state your name?
Louis Allende. I'm with Steve, our counselor. And I think I understand all the regulations, but we have to understand the community too. We're not bothering anybody. We're isolated where we are. We have access where we're not complaining or get any complaints from anybody. I think our neighborhood within, I think we're a little bit over the half-a-mile regulation, and we are a bigger lot, which we can reduce it to 20 if you want. But the thing I see over here, and I know we're indirectly receiving some trucks right now, time is the essence. If we let all these people to be on the street again, The community of Tracy has a 3%, we did all the study, and it has a lot of warehouses that they are today active. All this parking is behind. Tracy, as you see on the maps, and we did all the study, they don't have any parking today, as Mr. Robert Rickman said. We can resolve this super fast. We have today the potential to do it. I think you have the problem today, not in 10 months or a year from now. That's all I can say. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Hello there. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Shirley Stanley.
Cannot hear a word you're saying, ma'am.
Can I pull this down a little bit?
Absolutely.
Okay. My name is Shirley Stanley, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Murata. Today, the meeting has many factors, not only for Murata residents, but also for the truck drivers as well. We acknowledge the importance of truck drivers and understand how wearing their job is. And in return, we need them to understand the many issues we have, such as environmental impact, traffic safety, blocking of our fire department, because our fire department is right there on 8 Mile Road, and the department has accessibility for responses. Truckers need hazard-free access to the parking site. 8 Mile Road and frontage are not structurally capable of handling vehicles of that size. If a northbound truck comes off of the freeway and needs to go across or go west on 8 Mile Road, the truck is virtually unable to make that turn. And in a lot of cases, the trucks actually have to back up, and then all the traffic behind them is having to back up. And that also has an impact on the traffic coming off of the freeway. They're not expecting cars to be in reverse. We could have a major, major accident that way. The other thing is, and that in itself is a very dangerous scenario. They're not anticipating any of the cars backing up, and also on foggy days, if they're having issues backing up, and then the people coming off of the freeway are not anticipating this, and then we start having a lot of cars on the freeway unable to get off of the freeway, we're going to have some issues, and especially in the fog. The other thing that I'm concerned about, because I've had this happen to me, I'm from Turlock originally, and I was on a road and there was a truck that came across the road. I was in a standard car and my lights went underneath the truck. Luckily for me, my light caught just the rim of it in time. Otherwise, I probably would have died. Since we have no lights, no signals of any type there, that creates another dangerous situation for cars. They could come across with the same kind of issue that I did. So there's so many things that I take into consideration: lack of signal lights, the volume of traffic, and there are not just 2 schools near, there are 5 schools total. There's a mobile home park that's right across the street. The obstruction and response time for the fire department, and we're paying additional taxes for our fire department to be there to cut off the 2-minute time frame, and that could cost somebody their life, being blocked by a truck. They've had a truck that actually lost a truckload of pallets right in the middle of this whole road. The fire department couldn't respond to that. They would have to send out their fire department that was further away, and that time frame could end up causing someone their life. I'm worried about the emissions.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are up. Could you just wrap it up, please?
Gee, everybody else got to talk longer. Anyway, that's my main concern. And there's the Arch Road access has so many perks. It has the 2 lanes off and on. It has 2-way roads going all the way to I-5. There's just so many perks with that location as opposed to ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Alan Armstrong again, also Evergreen. You know, one of the things that's very evident today, I just want to point out from a 50-yard line, 30 rows up, whatever way you want to look at it, we all recognize that we need truck parking. I don't think there's anybody in here that's in dispute about it. I think planning department's probably done as much as they can do on this, but there's probably some things that need to be done more than what they've done. And one of the things I think we're skirting past is that there's enforcement matters that need to be dealt with whenever these types of activities go on these properties. My firm has spent a lot of time with code enforcement begging them to come out and deal with trash and things that go on these parking, truck parking activities, or what we're proposing here. And it's a monumental effort to get that done, because I think for whatever reason, we can go into the reasons later, but it's ineffective in the county. Code enforcement is understaffed, or whatever's going on with it. It can't handle the onslaught of the complaints and the required policing that these sites are going to need. Trash. I mean, I got boatloads of photos. If I can send them around, you can see what I'm talking about. We've taken photos of these permitted sites. Some of these are recently permitted sites, 18 months old. And it's just things that we have to look at, and we don't want to look at that, especially up in the Murata area. But I say this for all 40 some odd sites. Enforcement is a huge undertaking, and I think it's not something we can ignore.
I would just add that we're completely aware of your concern. Our community development director is working on a solution to that. I won't go into all the details, but I think you'll see a vast improvement this year in regards to our code enforcement, and more importantly, in regards to the teeth of the enforcement arm that we haven't had in the past. So anyway, I'll leave it at that, but I appreciate your comments and just let you know.
One more thing. I've been dealing with code enforcement matters. Some of you people know who I am. We talked about this. I've been dealing with this for 12, 13 years now. It's a problem in this county. So if you're expecting, carte blanche, 40 some odd, maybe take 3 or 4 that we've been appealing to take away from the equation, you're still going to have to deal with enforcement with this kind of business activity. It's not an activity that's plate glass door. It's trucking, and trucking is a messy business. I own 27 of them in the state. I know all about what trucks are about. So I applaud what we're trying to do here. I think we're all on the same page. It's how we go about it, and enforcement's not something we can ignore.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one. I'm sorry, go ahead with the public comment.
I do have significant number of written public comments to read this afternoon.
Before you read that, I've got Vice Chair Rickman on my screen again. Is that you?
That was me. I hit.
Oh,
that was me.
See it?
Chairman, I have a request that says I'm next in line to speak.
Okay. Well, all I get is Rickman. So, okay, go ahead, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. And I would wager to bet that, willing to wager that we've got comments from people that don't want this in Muradas. Everybody here, thankfully you've come and you spoke. I think if you've gathered the words we're saying, this is completely understood. And I don't think anybody from this moment forward, all 5 supervisors would say truck parking in Murata is a great idea. So we totally got it. If we want to keep up talking about it, be here till 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock talking about it. The point is well received and it's welcomed. Thank you. I appreciate it. We got the message loud and clear. I have a question for, through the chair, Director Kwong, and County Council, correct me if I can, but could we just give Director Kwong some direction that maybe, because I understand if we open up as Mr. Herron wanted, there's a concern and it may trigger CEQA and it may be a bigger deal because we're opening up the horizons. I would just venture to suggest that maybe our Director Kwong can come back to us after going through whatever process he needs. Hopefully it's expedient. but we come forward with maybe a maximum of 50 applicants at this time for truck parking, with priority given to those already existing applicants, and the criteria proposed, of course, eliminating Murata. Thank you, point well taken, and that's exactly what we understand and we have. But so we eliminate the Murata properties. CDD takes into consideration and include the requests such as Highway 4, such as the Tracy. I've got an email. I think, I'm not sure if Mr. Hakam is representing 645 Yetner Avenue in French Camp, but we also heard from Woodbridge the equipment that they want to have a little bit of flexibility for their property, for their existing business model. So if we can just work with the criteria that we have in place and maybe expand it, and we can cap it at 50 applicants, which gives us some wiggle room, gives more applicants that maybe weren't included in the first go-around to apply, but at least we're being inclusive to allow those that have come here and spoken out, and to me, they have represented a very fair request, such as Highway 4, or such as Woodbridge equipment, or such as what we're seeing in Tracy, and you want to vet it, and you want to approve it, you want to walk it, see it, touch it, feel it. Could we, as a board, if this board agrees, I'm only speaking as one, and County Council, can you verify, can we just give this direction to Director Kwong, and he can bring back to us to ratify that basic outline that I just offered?
So, Chair, I think you asked me also, excuse me, Supervisor. So I would ask that should you decide to approve one of the resolutions before you, you also take a motion to direct me on any kind of subsequent action as well. And if that's the will of the board, then we would try and schedule what it would take to bring that kind of action back. Obviously, now we're talking about up to 50 sites, and perhaps increasing the radius. But just so you know, we contacted all 200 trucking companies in this county when we did this process, and we went through the criteria with both them and the Plan Commission. So I want to be able to do that same kind of activity in order to bring that action back, if that's the direction of the board.
Okay, so to finish on that point, they're not here asking for any amendments. We have a few stakeholders and property holders that are asking for consideration. So their business model might be fine as is. And knowing that we don't want to open up Pandora's box if we increase the radius from intersections or whatever this criteria that would allow some of this use. But as we see, one size shoe doesn't fit all.
Yeah,
one size shoe doesn't fit in Murata. One size shoe doesn't work in Tracy. One size shoe is not working on Highway 4. So we have to do something, and I don't want it to be a runaway train. We have representatives here today, right now, that are speaking of their interests and their concerns, and we're taking into consideration those concerns and flexing around that. But let's not, I'm thinking how we can move this forward in an expedient, not contact 200 other people and the other 500 people that asked, and on and on and on. Let's start with a baseline of who's already made an application, if we were to approve that, and work with and see if we can amend and include those that are here now, and if we want to cap it at 45. We don't have a lot of applicants to do much more. And again, I'm trying to avoid opening up a Pandora's box. What's the quickest, simplest, easiest manner for us to move forward and satisfy the interests and concerns that have been offered and addressed today?
So, Supervisor, I think it's degrees of complexity that translates into the degree of both work for us as well as outreach. So if the direction is try and include Mr. Hiram's site and the port site, that would be a lot less complexity and of course work than it is to say go look at expanding the criteria to 3/4 of a mile,
okay,
or including up to 50 sites. So I think when you start adding components on, it increases the degrees of complexity. So the simplest way, if it's the will of the board and you want to add those 2 sites, then direct me to include those 2 sites, and I would go back and bring those 2 sites back to you and let you know what criteria they meet. But obviously that's what it is. It would be, again, then a county initiated continued process to bring that back to the board.
Okay, so I would propose, and if anybody else wants to make this, I'm not jumping ahead to make a motion, I'm not stopping any public comments or anything else, but I would propose that we do. I'm just trying to find the simplest, easiest way so it's less arduous for you and your department because you're already heavily taxed. I understand that. So we can approve what if I understand correctly, we can approve what you're proposing today, include, and we could direct you to include the Highway 4 location, the Tracy location, and I would propose the amendment that included what Woodbridge Equipment is asking, and you could bring that back to us. We could move forward with what you've presented, and you could bring back to us those simple few requests.
That's correct. I would only add that the Woodbridge request in terms of adding truck sales and service is before you today as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Rochelle, or Sarah Velpud, did you want to?
You know what, I think Chairman Patty covered it all, but I was just going to say if we eliminate 61, 63, that would be easier. That's the two Murata properties. And then we add 21 and 29. And we add 13, Mr. Bradley's truck sales. And regarding Mr. Harum, I think that, to be fair, I think it should be 20 acres, not 40, to keep everything in line. Then make it easier on everybody, because then you're going to have 100 people saying, I got 40 acres, and we don't need that right now. We don't need Pandora's box. But I agree with Mr. Patty. We give Mario a chance and Mr. Harum a chance at 20 acres, and we'll go from there.
Okay, before we go further on that, let's get the public comments, and then we'll finish up. Clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to get to these quickly. Robert Schauer writes, I am legal counsel to Evergreen Assets, LLC, which owns real property, family residence at 10541 La Loma Way, Murata, California. The principal of Evergreen resides at this residence. My client objects and protests any change in zone related to the parcels described above, which would permit truck parking, truck sales, or any other related use of that property related to trucking. Your staff has indicated that the potential project is exempt from CEQA. The statement is simply not true. There are numerous and substantial environmental impacts which would result from any zone change allowing trucking-related activities on these parcels. For instance, and not inclusive would be pollution, trash, traffic, noise, and crime-related matters emanating from such usage. The level to which these impacts can occur requires an environmental impact report and study prior to any change in zone permitting any trucking activity. I would strongly suggest to all of you that allowing a zone change for trucking-related activities without a complete environmental impact report is in violation of law. If you approve this zone change without an independent and complete environmental impact report, my client and other residents of Murata Estates will be prepared to and will file the appropriate legal actions against the County of San Joaquin to stop this zone change and any trucking-related activities on the subject parcels. The next comment was submitted by Elsa Fulton, who writes, regarding the proposed truck parking at the northeast corner of Highway 99, Frontage Road, and 8 Mile Road, the intersection is already very, very congested. It is nearly impossible to get onto the frontage road from northbound Highway 99 when schools are in session. Back up on the frontage is a half-mile long. A tractor rig could wait 20 minutes to get off of Highway 99. What a mess. Unfortunately, with transient trucks comes an increase of drug dealing and prostitution, as I've observed at Highway 12 and I-5 parking lots. Who will make sure transient junkie RVs will not be parking there, leaving their trash, as at Highway 12 and I-5? There are several schools within a mile of that intersection. Who will keep our children safe from dangerous transients using the parking lot? Who will keep our Murata community safe from those same transients roaming around in the middle of the night up to no good? Please vote no to the truck parking lot at this location. There are better locations along Highway 99, which are not so close to our family-oriented community. Please keep our children and the Murata community safe. The next comment is submitted by Patrick Pagnucci, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I'm writing to voice my opposition in including APN 193-06045 as referred to as location 29. I was in attendance at the November 18th Planning Commission meeting and along with several others publicly voiced my opposition to include location 29 based on its proximity to dozens of homes in the Weston Ranch subdivision. The Commission saw fit and voted to exclude location 29 from the project based on our concerns. I hope that our concerns and the recommendation of the Planning Commission have some influence on your decision to also exclude Location 29 from the project. The quality of life of dozens of households depend on your decision. Thank you for your consideration, Patrick Pagnucci. Next comment is submitted by Marilyn Friends, who writes, please add my comments to those discouraging this rezoning request. To place this kind of parking lot at this location is too close to schools, as well as adding to the already overwhelming traffic problems on 8 Mile and frontage roads. Deborah Brown Harris writes, this is to express my concern and disappointment regarding allowing trucks to park on French Camp Road, Manthe Road. Allowing diesel trucks to park, he sold, and sit idle in these areas will not only cause additional pollution problems, but could cause homeowners' property values to decrease. It could cause more dumping in the area that we are already trying to stop, as well as give homeless another place to wander. I am requesting that the Planning Commission please reconsider allowing trucks to park in this area. Find a more suitable area for truck parking. We pay our taxes and would like to see the open fields be returned into stores that will allow residents in Weston Ranch to shop closer to home. Currently, we have to drive to North Stockton or to the 8 Mile Road area. The other options drive to Lathrop, Manteca, or Tracy to shop. This is really very unacceptable. We pay our taxes and we deserve a decent shopping center closer to home. We need the Planning Commission to work with our other partners to make Weston Ranch just as important as North Stockton, 8 Mile Road area. The residents of Weston Ranch should be allowed to vote on how we want our area to look. Please do not continue to ignore our community. We should be valued just as any North Stockton area community. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to hearing back from your office soon. Sincerely, Deborah. The next comment was submitted by Daryl and Margaret Cockrell, who writes, we are writing to find out why the Board of Supervisors is considering a rezoning of property located at Highway 99 and 8 Mile Road without mandating studies to judge the impact on public safety and traffic patterns. Just because all zoning changes don't require impact studies, it seems a responsible review of this zoning request mandates both an environmental impact as well as a traffic mitigation report. The requested zoning change has a fire station nearby, borders on a residential area, and has a school just down the road where truck traffic is likely to be increased. We as Murata residents would be more comfortable with the requested zone change if the decisions to change the zoning were based on data from 2 such studies. We request that the board members require these studies, traffic mitigation, and environmental impact, be completed before allowing any zone change to the area. The next comment was submitted by Carla Hune, who writes, I am not in favor of putting a truck parking lot at 8 Mile Road and Highway 99. There is no infrastructure to support this reclassification. The overpass is not wide enough. There are only stop signs at either end, and the turning is not wide enough for trucks. There's no facilities for them, nor is there any room for them. There's no trucking gas stations, basically no restaurants. I suggest we keep the trucking parking over at Highway 12 and Highway 5 and expand over there, as there is everything that a semi-truck needs over there. This land needs to stay zoned as it is. Thank you, Carla Hune. The next comment was submitted by Brett Haberkern, who writes, I live on Tudor Rose Glen, about 400 meters from the 99. The frontage roadway between 8 Mile and Tudor Rose Glen has an off-ramp for the northbound 99, a very busy Chevron station, a Starbucks, and an exit entrance from the mobile home park. Cars leaving the Chevron or Starbucks have difficulty crossing the frontage road due to traffic volume. Vehicles, and especially tractor-trailers, getting off the freeway that need to travel north to the frontage road towards the 8 Mile intersection take either their life or others in their hands when crossing the road to get in the northbound lane. The 18-wheelers simply have no choice but to pull out in front of north-southbound traffic on the frontage road to make this turn while the traffic waits for the big trucks to clear. That week, the off-ramp had to be shut down again by CHP due to an accident. More big trucks is exactly what we don't need in this area. Thank you. David Ewert writes, we would like to voice our strong opposition to the new plan to allow a semi-truck parking lot to be established at 8 Mile Road and Highway 99. In addition to the typical noise, traffic congestion, and dirt associated with truck parking lots, my wife and I both have bad allergies. The air here in San Joaquin Valley is bad in general. The last thing we need is a parking lot full of semi-trucks idling their diesel engines in our backyard. Please vote no on this measure. Sincerely, David Ewert Hiroko. The next comment was submitted by Doreen Davis, who writes, I am opposed to the proposed trekking parking area at Highway 99 and 8 Mile Road. My husband and I have both been residents of Murata for over 50 years. We has witnessed the advancement of commercial enterprises in this area and the increased traffic congestion. At regular commute and school times, the congestion is nearly unmanageable. Anyone observing the traffic at this site could see the dangerous hazard that would be created by the addition of commercial trucks. The next comment was submitted by Manuel Maciel, who writes, "This is not a smart move. It's already a very busy intersection. Remember, it's only a 2-lane road. The Murata Fire Station number 2 is near this parcel. With the businesses in the east side of 99, the area is very congested. There are at least 2 truck parking lots on 8 Mile Road near 99. Please, let's not put any more traffic on this overcrowded 2-lane road." The next comment is submitted by Deborah Mitchell, who writes, "Hello, I am a homeowner in the area of 8 Mile and 99 Frontage Road. I've been here for 25 years, asking you to please reconsider placing this parking lot elsewhere. Is this community and neighborhood area struggle with that 4-way stop now? It gets so busy and congested in the Chevron gas station area, along with the new Starbucks, that I have witnessed myself several close calls to come very bad accidents. The traffic that comes out of the hills east of 8 Mile is heavy in the morning, not to mention we have a school on the frontage road that struggles to get through every morning. It has become so dangerous coming out of the gas station at Chevron and at Starbucks that sometimes the 4-way stop is just backed up and congested terribly. If there is a charter school right down the street that a lot of folks drive their children to school through this area, and I think putting a truck parking lot is only going to make it more congested. Please reconsider this. The roads are so narrow there now, and it's very difficult to get to the freeway with the traffic in the morning and in the afternoon. Can you imagine what it would be with a truck parking lot? Please reconsider this. I-5 would be a much more desirable area." Bill Calderon Jr. writes, "I'm appalled that the county would destroy our beautiful country living by adjourning our homes to a truck stop or lot. The crime elements that comes with it and the pollutions are overwhelming. How will you address these issues? Also, the increased traffic. Why don't you place this lot in your backyard first and tells us how you feel about it? We pay an enormous amount of property taxes, and for what?" Dale and Diana Chabino writes, "My comments reflect the opinions of over 90% of Murata neighbors and those living east of Highway 99 and on or near 8 Mile Road. We are strongly opposed to this plan. The intersection at 99 Frontage Road and 8 Mile Road is not capable of sustaining heavy truck, 18-wheeler traffic. This plan would be absolutely detrimental to those who live east of 99, a need to use the intersection for access to downtown Stockton, Lodi, and the southbound lanes of Highway 99. There is already heavy traffic at that intersection during commute hours and when schools in the area are let out." And Chairman, if you'll wait just a moment, I do have additional comments that have been received.
Okay.
The next comment was submitted by Corazon and Jency Anima, who write, "We oppose the zone reclassification development plan for trucks and parking in our area, most especially in and near our property with the cross streets of Manila Road and Manthe. There will be in and out traffic to go on. Our fear and worries are that it may bring crime in the area where it is currently peaceful. My family and I value our land and are also looking forward to a better future and outcome of our land. We have a family of 4 kids and 9 grandchildren. It's our lifetime savings. It's all we've got." The next comment was submitted by Jana Williams, who writes, "As a resident of Murata, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the truck parking and sales project. The area of Highway 99 and 8 Mile Road is already plagued by high traffic due to a gas station, Starbucks, and multiple schools in the area. Placing a truck parking area would only compound the problems. It would be an adversity to the residents in the immediate area. There are alternative locations that are not adjacent to these neighborhoods that should be considered. Other factors to consider: before and after school traffic that backs up the east side of the 99 Frontage Road, impact on response time to fire station location at 8 Mile, the 4-way stops on 8 Mile and Frontage 99 all have a narrow turn radius. Most trucks have difficulty navigating the turn, sometimes require opposing traffic to sometimes back up to allow more turn space. A potential for unwanted solicitation, loitering, and trash in area. increased noise and pollution, degradation of roads from heavy weight of trucks. I hope you will take the above factors into consideration when choosing a location. The next comment was submitted by Jenna Christie, who writes, good afternoon, my name is Jenna Christie. I'm commenting in support of our family business, Woodbridge Truck and Equipment LLC. I ask for your strong consideration to allow us to continue truck sales at our new property, Woodbridge Truck and Equipment. Has been a reputable part of the San Joaquin community for many decades. Generations of the Christie family have continued to serve the trucking community with integrity. I watch my husband Bradley and father-in-law Dave work tirelessly to keep their businesses thriving. On top of keeping up with businesses, they have been diligent and flexible, doing all that has been asked for them by the county to continue doing business at this new location. Bradley has given so much of himself to provide for himself and our two small children. Our family business, our livelihood, means so much to us. I ask that you please consider Woodbridge Truck's longevity and all that we continue to contribute to the county, and allow the Christie family to continue selling trucks. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Warren Williams, who writes, I am a Murata resident writing in opposition to the proposed truck parking and sales project at all of the proposed parcels near Highway 99 and 8 Mile Road. Murata is a residential community of barely 3,000 residents. Our community borders agricultural land and has 2 elementary schools, approximately 1/2 mile from the proposed parcels. The Sheriff's Office delivers excellent patrol services to our community. However, these services are scaled to the small residential and agricultural community they serve. This truck stop business is a small community will create a burden for the public safety services residents need and rely on. This area is serviced by narrow 2-lane roads and short off-ramps. Trucks cannot negotiate these narrow 2-lane roads. See attached photo of recent truck accident on 8 Mile I-5, 150 yards from the firehouse. Placing truck stop businesses next to small residential communities and 2 elementary schools is a recipe for semi-truck versus bicycling students, resident pedestrians, and commuters waiting to exit an already backed up 8 Mile Road exit at Highway 99. This will increase injury collisions in this area. The proposed site and picture accident is hundreds of yards away from a recently installed firehouse that we are paying recently increased public safety taxes for. Placing a truck stop near a small residential community that has limited public safety services and 2 elementary schools would be unwelcome, poor planning. The next comment was submitted by Van Ha, who writes, I live in Murata. I did not send in my option to opt out because I simply did not understand what was on the letter. If you had bothered to come out and knock on our doors, you would have a much clearer understanding from all Meridians on disgust at even the thought of have one truck parked here, much less 25 plus trucks. Please do not build and erode the peace, tranquility of our neighborhoods. And the last comment was submitted by Jane Louis, who writes, stop plans for a truck, tractor, trailer parking lot and sales service station on French Camp Road at Highway 5. If you don't want to live with fumes, trash, noise, and are concerned for the safety of our schools, homes, hospitals, and farms nearby, please respond to San Joaquin County and Supervisor now. On 11/18/21, the San Joaquin County Planning Commission had a special meeting on November 18, 2021. See the meeting on YouTube. It was ill-informed and only a few neighbors attended. More support was needed. The San Joaquin County Planning Commission members were truck businesses and landowners who forced the approval to change the agriculture zone on French Camp Road at Highway 5 to build a large truck parking lot with no limit and a sales and service station. This is concerning for the following reasons. 1, noise and air pollutants when truck tractor trailers run their engines all night. 2, traffic onto and off Highway 5 and on French Camp Road for commuters, parents, and residents. 3, trash and dump in the area. 4, transients in the area, making it unsafe for nearby residents and schools. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Laputa, I cut you off, so did you have to? Go ahead.
I think I'm finished speaking. Thank you. I was going to make a motion, but
You were? You were going to make a motion?
I can.
Go ahead.
I think I kind of said this, Director Kwong, if we could eliminate 61 and 63, that would be the two Murata properties. And then 21 and 29 is Mr. Hakem, is that correct? And then we can add truck parking to number 13 for Mr. Christie. And, right? And
I think it's sales.
Add truck sales, I'm sorry.
I think you're correct. I just want to kind of, for the record, in terms of the Murata sites.
Yes, sir.
There were 4 parcels. One's on the west side of 99. Are we including that parcel?
No, I want to eliminate all of them except for number 21.
Except for number 21.
21 has agreed upon.
Right, no truck sale, no truck parking.
Has agreed upon prohibitions, so.
Okay, so except for location number 21, which has a private kind of.
Agreement.
Okay.
Right.
And then for the French Camp I-5.
Number 29, yes. I know, and add it. I'd like to add it.
Add it. Okay, so that would be that 13-acre parcel. Okay. And was there something else?
I'd like to add truck sales to for Mr. Christie, number 13.
Okay, and as we have it in the alternative resolution, is truck sales and service for the entire county.
Would that be okay? That's fine?
Okay, before we vote, I just need to close the public hearing, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, and then Mr. Jocks, we're going to consider him once you review the Delta permit deal. Mr. Jocks?
Okay, so thank you, Supervisor. So is there also a motion to direct staff to look at Mr. Jacques and Mr. Harem's site?
Mr. Harem for 20 acres only, though.
Okay, for 20 acres.
Yes.
That site. But for Mr. Jacques.
Included.
Included.
Included, okay. And we will bring those items back.
Yes.
As soon as we can.
Great. And I'll make that.
Second the motion.
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Second it?
I second it.
Okay.
Yeah. Adopted 4-1.
Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Mr. Kwong for all his work, and Mrs. Jolly, you guys are amazing, and your entire staff.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our agenda. We passed over comments. We'll just probably go to closed session, so I'll ask Mr. Miles, and then the question is, will we adjourn or will we come back for public comment? Or not public comment, but...
Chairman, don't we have that's in closed session.
Yes.
I believe. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. One correction on item 3, closed session. List the address as 6 North El Dorado Street. That's actually 6 South El Dorado Street. There are no announcements expected following closed session.
Okay, so we will adjourn till February.
you.